Does anyone have the policy in front of them?
It's 15. It is 15%.
It is 15?
Mhm.
All right, so that still puts it at 2.25. So I'm more comfortable if it's not to exceed 150. So
You feel that'd be enough? The gut?
no, honestly, I would want more, but I don't think we have the resources to pull more. I mean, we have a AAA bond rating that's affected by our undesignated fund balance. If you go below the 15%, they're going to look at that and say, how come you're below 15%? So it has the possibility of affecting your bond rating. So
it's important to have a little more of a cushion than it is better. So why not say 200?
yeah, I mean, if you say 200, as long as you know you're not going to go above that, and chances are you're probably going to be way below that.
Right.
Yeah. But I think 300,000 way optimistic.
I'm good with 2.
I'll second 2.
I agree with you.
Well, we're dealing with
so you
the
got
3 right now.
So what you have to do is you have to
There was discussion.
Vote on your motion.
No, all you got to do is withdraw second. If I withdraw my second, we could have a new motion. So I will withdraw my second.
Okay. In that case, I'll make a motion to accept that with the figure of 200,000.
Second.
Great. Any more discussion? All in favor? Great.
Thank you, Joe, for the info.
All right. Article 12, referendum question J, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $420,000 from the tax increment of the pipeline Route 302 tax increment financing district for FY 2020-2021 project proposed in the tax increment financing district development program. For details, see so and so. Select board recommends or does not recommend.
Move to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. Article 13, referendum question K, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund the amount of $109,210 for the administration of activities at the park, and to allocate all revenues generated by park operations to be recorded in and retained by the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund. Select board recommend or do not recommend?
Move to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. Article 14, referendum question L, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $299,550 for debt services. The budget figures will be assigned as follows: 2013 Public Works Road Construction Bond, 212,000, 2015 bond payment, $87,550. Board recommends or does not recommend?
Move to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? Okay. All right. Article 15, referendum question M, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to enter into a lease purchase agreement for an amount not to exceed $500,000 on such terms as they deem advisable for the purpose of purchasing a new rescue pumper truck, and to raise and appropriate to not exceed, it should say, $58,064 for the payment due in fiscal year 2022-2023. And
I think it needs to say raise and appropriate an amount not exceed.
okay, to raise and appropriate an amount not to exceed. You guys good with that?
Yes.
An amount not to exceed. So you got that? Okay. then it talks about the total indebtedness and costs and liability claimer. So staff recommends or does not recommend Article 15.
Move to recommend.
How sure are we on that interest rate?
Trees.
This is as sure as you are, Joe.
Well, yeah, but
Never wrong either, I assure you.
Yeah, I am.
if this is a lease agreement, then it should be guaranteed in the proposal, right?
They can't guarantee it until town meeting.
Oh, my God.
They can't guarantee it until town meeting. It's an estimate today.
So with inflation and rates going up, we might be in a bad position.
Everybody might be.
Well, no, I'm saying we're not raising enough money if that's the case. Because your payment's gonna be more than that 58,000 that you're not to exceed.
580. No, my bad. 58.
What's the actual purchase price? All right, so it's a lease, and what's our buyout at the end of the lease?
So Bruce had estimated the cost of this rescue pumper to be 730,000. And when I was looking at his fire apparatus reserve, after funding it for this fiscal year, you would have a little over 300,000. So in the event that there isn't, to stay within the budget of $58,064 in debt, we could pull more out of the reserve than we were anticipating at this point.
And that would
What's the
have to be at a
what's the
selectmen
buyout?
meeting to use some undesignated surplus money to do that. Or move money from one account to another.
Well, you would take, we got reserves in the CIP for that they're putting equipment in there and things like that. So we, that would be there. But what's the buyout at the end of the lease?
Isn't it a $1 buyout at the end of the lease?
Usually that's correct. That's how we've structured them in the past, unless we've done something different, which I don't think we have.
Okay.
You're also going to have some surplus equipment, I think, that you're going to dispose of. Is that correct, Bruce? So you've got that as with a selectman vote, you've got the cushion that way as well.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're covered.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Any more questions, discussion? All in favor? All right, 16. Hold on. I cannot find, oh, there we go. Referendum question N, Article 16, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate 890,000 for the capital improvement program. The budget figures will be assigned as follows: Public Works Equipment Reserve, 225,000. Public Works Paving Road Reserve, 410,000. Municipal Facilities Improvements, 50,000. Technology, 30,000. Revaluation Reserve, 100,000. Public Safety Fire Apparatus, 75,000. Select Board recommends or does not recommend. Article 16, sorry.
Second.
Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? Okay. Article 17, referendum question 0. To see whether the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balance in the capital improvement program CIP accounts, the healthcare reimbursement accounts, HRA, and the employee compensation accounts.
Move direct.
Thanks.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Article 18, referendum question P, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $817,347 for the county tax. Select board recommends or does not recommend Article 18.
Recommends.
Second,
Any discussion? All in favor? All right, Article 19, referendum question Q, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $3,000 for the Raymond Village Library, provider agencies, and regional transportation. The budget figures will be assigned as follows: provider agencies 2,000, regional transportation 1,000. Raymond
And
Village
I
Library.
apologize. I
The library
forgot
should not be in there.
yeah,
that-
I took the library out when we made the other
All right,
article.
I'm
but I
literally
didn't
reading
take
this,
out
I'm
the
going, this ain't
verbiage.
right, all right. So
It's gone now.
it's provider agencies 2,000, regional transportation 1,000. Select board recommends or does not recommend Article 19.
Move to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Article 20, referendum question R, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the total sum of $1,631,800 from the estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment together with all categories of funds which may be available from the federal government and any other sources. Select board recommends or does not recommend Article 20.
Motion to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Sorry about the whining. My dog's on the other side of the door wanting to come in.
Do you want Sam to read a few of them for you? or-
Sam's coughing. I feel bad for him up there.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Sorry, Sam.
Yeah. Article 21, referendum question S, to see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, and any other funds provided by any other entity included but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, general assistance reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption, BETE reimbursement, state grant or other funds. Select board recommends or does not recommend Article
Move
21.
to recommend.
Second, and let the dog in, would you?
Do you hear him?
Yeah, who
yes,
doesn't?
we can.
It's bad. He's on the
People on
outside the door.
Doro can hear.
God. I tell Ken to come get him. Okay, so I'm kind of looking on here before I keep reading. Where is the
didn't vote
one
on that one
question? All right, here it is. I wanted to make sure that the two library questions are really far apart.
No, they're not. They're Article 24 and 25.
I know.
Far apart from what?
Didn't we want to put the library in the one of them in the beginning for voting for it? Oh, wait a minute. I'll come back to it in a minute.
Yeah.
All right, Article 22, referendum question T, to see if the town,
We didn't vote on 21.
I thought we did.
Moved and recommended, but we didn't vote.
Oh, all in favor? Oh, because Claudia said, I vote second and let the dog in. That's right. Yeah. Referendum question T, to see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads and special and certain circumstances where in the public's interest. Select board recommends or does not recommend.
Recommend. Make a motion to recommend.
Okay, second,
Second.
any discussion? All in favor? All right, Article 23, referendum question U, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the money received from the state for snowmobile registration not to exceed 2,000 to the Raymond Rattler Snowmobile Club for maintenance of their network of snowmobile trails on condition that those trails be open to in snow season to the public for outdoor recreation purposes at no charge, and to authorize the municipal officers to enter into an agreement with the club under such terms and conditions as the municipal officers may deem advisable for that purpose. Select board recommends or does not recommend Article 23.
The motion to recommend.
Again,
Any discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that that it's only at like $2,000. I haven't seen their budget or their, anything for them for a little bit, but you can't do a lot with $2,000 nowadays. And I know that the trails this season, I was told, were very well taken care of and seemed like that's been the trend. So I know we've given them a hard time for not representing good and this and that and pushing what they need, but $2,000 is good effort out of that organization of men and women, because the trails are good and it's huge for winter, I feel, even though I don't use them unfortunately anymore, but good effort out of them. Just wanted to say that.
But that's all we're collecting in registration fees. I don't believe, well, we might have collected a few $100s more this year. Sharice, any idea?
Yeah, great question.
How much did we collect in snowmobile registrations this year?
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is year to date, but it's typically around $2,400.
No.
It's around $35 each.
Yep.
Point of clarification here too. This article is really allowing essentially the transfer of that money from the income side to an expense side, because the actual budget item for that is picked up inside the rec budget. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so what do you guys want to do on this one?
You can always up the amount, Lonnie.
No, if they don't need it, then great. And that must mean they have the funds, because you would think that they would come to us or would get some type of vibe that they're falling apart because the money isn't there or whatnot. But I still noticed that I think they built at least one bridge that I heard this past season, as well as maintained well. So that's good. I think it's still Larry Wood and that whole, group of people, which just hats off to them.
Yeah, I mean, they do a good job for the money they get.
Right.
I think they got some grants last year too, so
Yeah.
they're out there looking every place they can too. So.
Yeah. Good. Very cool.
All right. So go ahead, Lonnie.
No, I was
So-
waiting for your vote.
All right. See, now he's whining even more.
Oh, he's cute.
He's a pain. Oh my God.
Send them to Lonnie's house.
Yeah, I'll train him.
You wanna go out?
Sitting there pretty.
Let's go out. All right. All in favor? Great. All right. 24. Article 24, referendum question B to see. Rolf, read this one, please. I'm gonna let the dog out in a minute. Go.
24, referendum question V, to see if the town will accept as a conditional gift from the Raymond Village Library, RVL, the assets of RVL, including the land, buildings, books, and all personal properties and monetary assets previously raised minus $15,000 for startup costs, as outlined in the memorandum of understanding between the RVL and the town of Raymond, signed 10/12/2021, available for view at the Raymond Town Office upon request. Such funds to be set aside in a non-lapsing town account, separate from the general fund, and to be used for the library purposes only. 2, establish the library as a town department. 3, appropriate X dollars from the non-lapsing town library account to be used for fiscal year 2022-2023 for the new library department. And 4, to raise and appropriate blank for the new library department. Select board recommends, does not recommend Article 24. I would recommend and put in 50,000 in section 3 and 145,876 in section 4.
Second.
So is this the article we should be working off of, or the latest one you sent us?
The latest one.
What he read was the latest one.
It
Yes.
was?
Yes.
Originally, Yeah, there were
What was your amount in number one, Ralph?
50,000
That's for three, number three.
in section 3. In section 4, then it would, taking that from the budget and taking the 6,000 out would bring that to raise and appropriate 145,876.
Okay. Well, since you read it, I'll second it.
Oh, it was.
I already seconded it so we could
Oh.
discuss about it, so we could
All
talk
right.
about it.
All right. Do you want to do the 50 or do you want to do the 60?
The motion on the floor is at 50.
Okay. No,
I
that's
won't,
why
I
I'm
will-
just talking discussion, sorry.
I won't be supporting 50. I would go with 60.
Okay. Sam, what do you
And
think?
We don't have a number to go with how much money's coming over. So are you gonna put in 195,000?
I will go with 60.
Wait a minute, what? Wait, there's all my numbers I just had.
Under number 1,
We're at 195 right now.
right? But
As
during the
far as-
motion, that wasn't put in there, was it?
No, the new motion doesn't have, the new motion, what it did was made reference to the MOU, which says that all
Yep.
those assets come over. Because that true number won't be known until they close the books anyway,
Right.
because of other things coming in plus expenditures it was gonna do. So the original write-up on that had a figure, but in discussions we went through, it said, if you put a figure in there, it's not gonna be, there's no way it's gonna be right anyway.
So when do you put the
that-
figure in?
Well, what it does, the MOU says that all those assets come over. So when they close the books, then all those assets, with the exception of 15,000 comes over.
So people aren't gonna know what they're voting on?
They're not gonna know a precise figure there. We can tell them what the, they
And
can-
a
what the
yeah.
approximate number is, but the actual number won't be known until they close the books.
So when you put in there, as of what, April, whatever date, estimate is $195,000.
Glad to
So
see
people
that.
have an idea on what
Yeah.
they're voting on.
Totally agree.
I agree with that.
Or even put in an approximate amount
Right.
Well, not too.
of 194 or 195, yeah.
I made that suggestion today with the attorney, but he didn't feel as though that was necessary. Or maybe even advisable, if I'm recalling that correctly, Ralph.
Yeah. I mean.
So then people vote for something, and let's say the library decides to buy $100,000 worth of books.
Joe,
Just saying. It probably won't happen, but it might. What happens then?
well, first off, we got a very, very, very responsible librarian, very responsible. Second off.
Teresa, I'm not questioning her responsibility.
Well,
I'm
but no
just
one else is
saying
gonna do it between now and then.
Okay.
So no, Joe, I want to debate on this thing. So the second thing is too, is they also have grant money they still have to use, correct, Allison? Yes,
Right, but people should know what they're voting for.
Absolutely.
all right.
But they're not going to vote for it.
And I don't have a problem putting a number in there. I wasn't in the conversation with the attorney today. And so I don't have a problem putting a number in there.
My suggestion was what Joe said, was to put an estimate in. And
Yeah.
Phil did not think that was necessary, but I don't think it's anything that's prohibitive. And I agree with the logic that people need to know what they're voting on. That's why I suggested it, but he didn't feel as though we needed it. Correct, Ralph?
Yeah, he didn't feel we needed it, if we put it in, if you put it in to be, an estimate of, 195 or 200, whatever figure you want to say that, as long as it's identified as an estimate to be
Yeah,
to be definitized that, but I mean, the MOU says that when it's done and it starts, all that gets transferred with the exception of that 15K.
Okay, so what about this, where it says, in the number one, where it says such funds, second line from that first paragraph from the bottom, such funds, and you put it in parentheses, approximately 195,000 to be set aside in a non-lapsing town account separate from the general fund.
Yeah.
You guys good with that?
Wait, where are you putting that?
Number one, Article 4,
No,
number
but
one.
where in the sentence are you putting it?
Okay, so it says, where it starts, the paragraph and the line starts with request in parentheses,
Yep.
second line, so it'd be request, parentheses, comma, such funds, and you put the funds in parentheses, approximately 195,000 to be set aside in a non-lapsing town account separate from the general fund and to be used for library purposes only.
Right, but I would put that estimate after startup costs, comma. Because the startup costs are being taken out prior to that.
Now, wait a minute.
So that 195, that 195 accounts for that 15K being retained. If you
What?
put it prior to that, then there's the question of where is that 15,000 not in that 195? If you put it in after startup costs, then it says that the money that's available after the startup costs are retained is 195,000 approximately.
Well, right, that would be after that. It'd be towards the end.
That's what I'm saying. You put it at the end, you put it after that comma.
The
Now that you've gone back and forth a bit, would you like to read what I came up with and see if this will work?
I would love to.
Listening to what all of you are saying. So accept as a conditional gift from the Raymond Village Library, RVL, the assets of RVL, including the land, building, books, and all personal property, and all monetary assets previously raised, minus $15,000 for startup costs, open paren, total estimated as of April 4th, 2022 is approximately $195,000, and close parens, comma, as outlined in the memorandum of understanding between RVL, and it continues the same as you have.
I
Yeah.
make a motion on what she just said.
Second that.
I would second that, yeah.
Okay, well, wait a minute.
Oh,
though.
we have a motion on the floor, madam.
There's a motion on the floor. So
True.
So
let's vote on it.
if Lonnie retracts his second, then we can do that. And then the other was, are we amending 0.3 to 60,000, which would then change 0.4 to 135,876.
Okay, so hold on a second. So we're amending several things and we're gonna vote on the whole thing then. So,
Right.
so we're not making a motion, so no procedure rules. But if everybody is in agreement, right, kind of now hold that in your head with what Sue just said for number one. Number two is good. Number three, we put 60,000 in there. And then 4, it would be, what's the new amount, Rolf?
135,876.
Okay, so retract your motion, Lonnie.
Back to my second.
He's retracting the second.
Second.
So it'll be removed as read.
Yes. Again, with the numbers of approximately $195,264 in number one. Number 2 is okay. Number 3 is 60,000. Number 4 is $135,876. Select Board recommends or does not recommend that.
Recommends.
It's moved and seconded. Lonnie seconded. That was the motion, so it's been seconded.
All right, so any more discussion on this one? Nope, all in favor? All right. Article 25, referendum question W, to see if the town will raise and appropriate 66,000 for the Raymond Village Library. Such funds to be raised and appropriated only in the event Article 24 does not pass. Select Board recommends or does not recommend.
Recommend.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'm just wondering, under Article 24, if there shouldn't be a note on there saying if you vote yes for Article 24, skip Article 25.
We had some big discussions with the attorneys on this to try and make sure that we had things lined up. And what we need to do is we need to have people vote yes on Article 24, yes on Article 25.
Well, and Joe, what you said would make perfect sense if we had open town meeting. And that's exactly what we would do procedurally. But
Yeah.
with a ballot, we really can't put a note on, please don't bother with this one if you vote yes for this easily.
Okay.
Can you put something like, if you vote yes on 24, then you should be voting yes on 25 as well, just so they kind of get that?
No, because then you're influencing the vote.
Right.
Yeah, you can't, so, I mean, it says in there that, that will only come into effect if 24 does
Yeah,
not.
only,
But that's the safety valve that says that if for some reason 24 does not pass, then they're not hung out to dry with nothing.
Yeah, because worst case scenario with two questions like this is if they both were to fail,
Right.
then we'd be talking a special town meeting, probably.
we love
So
special town
the
meetings.
vote is going to be article by article.
Yes.
We're gonna put a lot of information in the April and May Roadrunner for the town, so we can educate the public on this. So they can make an informed vote. So are you guys good with 25?
Yeah.
All in favor? All right. 26. All right. Okay, samples of the wordings. All right, Article 26, referendum question X, LD1, to see if the town will vote to increase the property tax levy limit of $3,401,749.27 established for the town of Raymond by state law in the event that the municipal budget approved under the preceding articles will result in a tax commitment that is greater than that property tax levy limit. Or LD1, to see if the town will vote to increase the property tax levy limit of $3,401,749.27 established for the town of Raymond and the state law by X number of dollars for a total levy limit of blank. All right, so we have to pick one here.
So, well, you have, these are the two that Kurt suggested that you could do. The first one, as I understand it, says if the budget goes over the levy limit, then we'll increase it to the budget. So it would fix it for this year. The other, what happened in 2014 was the levy limit was raised by 500,000, and you haven't had to look at this sort of thing in the last 8 years, or it's come back 8 years later.
With the current changes we made in the budget, does it put us over LD1?
I don't know.
It's very close. Very close.
Like how close?
Like a lot closer, since you're not going to use 300K.
Very close.
Like probably a little bit over, I would say.
So
I say we go with the first one.
The problem with the first one is you're going to have to do that next year.
All right, say we go with the second one.
Probably. I mean, in 14, you decided to make this problem, go away to some degree for, as Sue said, for 8 years. Many towns, I think it's pretty rare that we've done it just one time. It's happened a lot more frequently other places. And as I pointed out during the budget discussions, I mean, we were starting from a very low number where we were set originally without some of these new departments. So, you're doing some new things. So I don't think it's unreasonable to raise the limit, as you did in 14. Or if you do the first one, you're going to do it this year, you're going to do it next year. You're probably going to do it.
We may not do it next year because we have 2 bonds that are expiring next year.
Well, okay. You may not, but you could. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's really how you feel about it. If you want to do it this 1 year and then see what next year brings, that's a reasonable way to go as well.
When will we have a better idea how close we are to LD1?
I'm
Because we could always go back and amend some of the things we've done to stay under LD1.
Is it that we won't know until commitment, Don?
I think that's true. That's the thing. I'm thinking he's not going to know precisely until then. And so we got the audit, we got commitment. It's not going to be in time for town meeting.
I mean, the issue you have if we go with 2 is we then have to arbitrarily assign a new number.
Yep.
Which is what you did, 14 apparently, yeah.
Without really having a good handle on, if we do 1, it gives us a chance to, then if we have to revisit it next year, we can do some research during the year to see where that number should be.
Sounds good to me. I'm just pointing out the differences, but it's one or the other, yeah.
Man, Dawn jumped on that one so quick.
I mean, it's really your choice. I mean, it's going to be one or the other, I'm pretty certain.
I'm just wondering if we can't get under LD1. But,
How much do we have? How much is it though? That's just it.
right, we don't really know.
Well, it's
Right.
worth the time to figure it out.
Well, you're not going to be able to figure out in time for town meeting. I think his calculations were a bit based on the conservative estimates that we're using for everything right now. And without the audited, numbers, he thought it was really close. It could go either way. So it's not, if you have an increase, it's going to be, I think, a relatively small one if you do it the way Rolf has suggested. And then you can look at what next year brings with some of the bonds retiring, and maybe you don't have a problem. That's your theory, correct, Rolf?
Yeah, I mean, the other side of it is that if when he does the calculation, we don't exceed it, then that article never comes into play anyway, because it only invokes if you're going to go over that, if it's going to go over that. So that gives us a safety valve that if the calculation says that we're going to, it does. But if not, then we haven't reset the bar yet. But it gives us then the time to look at what we need to do, where things are with with all the things that are in the budget. I mean, when you look at the fact that we've got some bonds that are retiring. We also are accruing some money for reval and whatnot, which, so we have some expenses that are not quote unquote the overall recurring. So it gives us a chance to look at those and take a better shot at what happens. Do we need to go into version 2 next year?
Yeah, well, I think it's a legitimate way to go. And if I were go, I'm just going to go out on a limb right now and take a guess based on the fact that everything we're using are conservative numbers. My guess, based on what you did with the budget, would be that, and it is a guess, don't hold me to it, so we might just slightly be under. That's my hope.
From
But
what
if
Kurt
I'm wrong,
told us
we
the other night,
don't have the article, then you have a problem.
I would say we're probably going to be under, looking at what Kurt gave us the other night.
That's what I think too. But so you go with the one that Rolf suggests, and then if you're under, great. If you're over, it's a small amount, and then you got next year.
Yep.
All right, so are we in favor of the first one or the second one?
First one. Because you don't know what the numbers are for the second one.
Right.
Right. All right, any motion?
Make a motion to accept Article 26, first version.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Article 27, referendum question Y, non-binding referendum. Do you support allowing adult use and medical marijuana establishments to operate in, you have 2 ins in there, the town of Raymond, and the development of an ordinance to regulate the location and operation of those uses? Select Board recommends or does not recommend, or no recommendation. I don't think we should give a
I
recommendation.
don't think we should give a recommendation. The whole purpose of that is to get the feeling get the feeling of the townspeople. If we put a recommendation in here, that tends to drive voters is going to tend to drive things one way or the other. If we say,
Right, we should
if we
recommend.
have no recommendation, then we
Listen
get
to Lonnie.
So my
Make a
my
motion.
recommendation would be to make no recommendation.
Second,
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Opposed? All right,
Because it's gonna bring business to town. What if?
I think we
Yeah, but
need
this, well, the fact
to
is,
referendum.
Money off it so we can use it to regulate it.
the issue
It
here
shouldn't
is
be in one
we're trying to get it.
referendum.
The purpose of this article is to get input from the townspeople as to what do they want.
True.
If we put in a recommendation, then we're driving
Yes.
the vote one way or the other to the middle.
Right.
This way,
May
we're
not
trying
get
to say,
through.
okay, we're trying to get their input. What do they want? From there, if they say yes, now we drive the whole ordinance procedure and whatnot.
I
This,
understand.
A yes vote here does not open the floodgates. All it does is takes us to the next step.
it doesn't knock them out, it just, yeah,
But
And by
somebody,
you,
Definitely the best way to go and the most fair, so yes, I agree.
And- but by you not making a recommendation, it is not going to say on the ballot, the selectmen didn't make a recommendation. It just won't have anything. So it'll just be the question.
all right, so we're done with those. I didn't miss any, did I? My papers were a mess.
You did well.
Yay, thank God. All right,
It seemed like there wasn't as many articles this year as they usually.
no, that's what's nice. That's what's really nice.
You have another go round for the ordinance changes on the 14th.
right?
good.
Put your hand up over her head. All right, moving on, public comment. Anybody? Nobody. All right. Selectmen comment. Anybody?
I don't really have a comment, but I was curious on the work being done down to the ball field. You know, that down to the senior league field, there was, you know, they're taking out those dugouts, and I was just curious as to, is that field or set of fields finally gonna get a facelift, or are we still gonna be, gotta go to Raymond, that stinks.
Mm.
But, so I guess the comment isn't a debate or a discussion, so.
No, Nathan, yeah, Nathan, because people were asking about the playground down there, yeah.
We're getting ready to make another stab at putting the playground equipment in down there. On the baseball stuff, Joe's got a plan, and I don't dare comment on it, because to be honest with you, he's been pointing and we've been doing. So I haven't really asked him what he's doing. We took the bleachers out, the dugouts on that back field out, because they were rotting and in pretty bad shape. They got blown over by the wind.
50% of the time, they're underwater anyway, aren't they?
Correct. And the playground stuff, we're gonna try to get that in. It's drying up pretty good down there. But the rest of it's just been maintenance to this point, but I think he's got a plan. I'm not sure what it is, though.
Maybe we'll get an update for the Board of Selectmen and maybe put something in the Roadrunner.
That's great. Are we going to go to the next level and put cameras up for that area? I mean, nowadays they're so cheap to be able to have them, and even if they don't work, you know, it's better
Yeah,
with a light up there showing that it does, for people just to kind of keep the honest people honest, you know?
So you realize what's gonna happen, Lonnie? People are gonna say, God, I saw it in a meeting the other night. I don't think these cameras are real, because they said even if they don't work.
Well, then they won't really know, so then we'll,
True.
I don't know. I just hate to see that stuff become non-usable just because of that 2% of not nice people.
No, right. Well, we've cleaned up our share of messes down there, yeah.
No, big time. And we've had many days of hard work down there to get it just so it's at least workable and usable. And I know it hasn't changed. You know?
Right.
I talked to Kevin about it a couple years ago, and I think we're gonna probably move forward on it. He's gotta put internet access in that building first.
Excellent.
Till we get that, we don't have camera ability.
Right. I know I had donated the scoreboards probably close to 15, maybe even 20
Right.
years ago,
Yeah.
and I'm definitely willing to redonate 2 more or do whatever I can do to keep that experience of, you know, playing baseball up to par. I know I had blast back in the day, and my kids, we talk about it all the time, and their friends. I think baseball, softball, and even that, just that place down on Mill Street, unbelievable memories for many, many years. If it's just in 2 different locations down on Mill Street, but yeah.
Hopefully this is a new change on it all over again and reopen, you know what I mean, and a new start for it.
It's all about the president and the people underneath them. If they're go-getters like they were back in the day, then we're able to make a difference. But
they're under Joe now. Baseball's under Joe, correct? Yeah,
oh, nice.
yeah.
That's
So which is
fantastic.
good. They're now under the town with rec. Yeah.
That's fantastic. So
And
yeah,
he's-
John, let Joe know if he needs any help with whatever. If I can, I mean, I've got equipment. Nathan, you know that. Whatever. I'll do whatever to help. Yeah. And
Good.
again, I'd do that for any organization. I'm just saying baseball because it's closer to my heart, right?
Cool. Thanks, Lonnie.
Thank you.
All right. Can I get a motion to go in executive session to
Can
consider?
I ask a question before we do
Oh, yeah.
all that?
Yep.
When are our next meeting dates? I've got so many on my calendar that say budget finance. Next, on the 12th, that's budget finance, correct?
That's the Budget Finance Committee meeting. They will make their recommendation on
Okay.
the articles that you just went through.
What
with
about
the
the
exception
14th?
of the referendum?
Do we still have a meeting on the 14th?
Yes, because the planning board doesn't meet until the 13th, so the planning board ordinance changes weren't ready for tonight's meeting.
And then we have one on the 19th.
That's your regular selectmen's meeting, and I apologize profusely.
All right. And just one announcement, I will be doing booster shots at the Windham Hill Church tomorrow from 3 to 6. If anybody wants to come get a booster shot.
I need to. Where are you going to be?
The Windham Hill Church on Windham Center Road
Oh, cool.
from 3 to 6.
You want me to bring you a coffee?
Coffee?
Anything?
With a,
6-pack? Bottle?
what's that?
Want me to bring you a bottle or something?
Yeah,
So you can
bourbon.
trust me?
Calms my nerves.
Let me put this shot in. All right. I need a motion to go in executive session, please.
Moved.
Nate White.
Teresa,
Department heads need to stick around, or do I need to stick around for after the
Uh,
session?
no,
No,
You
but
can
if
leave.
you were a dedicated employee, you would.
you are
Thanks,
dismissed.
Lonnie. Thanks.
Teresa, this is Bill.
It's a mess, Nate.
Hi.
You too, Bruce.
When you go into executive session, are you going to come back to adjourn?
Yes.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
We have 2 executive sessions tonight.
Yeah,
Oh,
they'll
okay,
be
thank you.
coming out of, Bill, they'll be coming out of executive session, then I'll put them back into executive session, then they'll be coming out, then they'll adjourn.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I missed who made the motion to go in and who seconded. I'm sorry.
We didn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Joe was getting an update. So I need a motion to consideration of town report dedication pursuant to 1 MRSA section 405-6A.
I would move to select or consider.
We're not quite there yet, Sam.
Oh, okay.
Let me want me to make a breakout room? Yes.
Yes. All right. Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So move.
Second.
All in favor? All right, Joe and Sam, you guys are muted. Can I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the report as talked about in executive session.
Second.
Guys,
Second.
you like that one, Sue? Any questions?
You know what he meant, Sue.
All in favor? She's sitting there going, Yeah, okay, I guess.
It was translated, Lonnie, to instruct the town clerk to proceed as directed.
There you go. I heard that.
Thank you.
That works. All right, I need another motion to go into executive session.
Move to go into executive session under MRSA 4056D.
Discussion of labor contracts and proposals. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right.
Move
Motion to come out.
of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? Did we lose Lonnie?
He's up in the ethers field.
All right. So I need a motion.
Move to adjourn.
All in favor? Lonnie's gonna pop in and we're all gonna be gone.
Good.
Bye.
Talk too much tonight.
Lonnie? Oh.
Good night.
Good night.
Good evening and welcome to the select board meeting. We needed to come back to a meeting because some of the wording in Article 24 was changed and we have to vote on that change. So new business, call to order. We're all here except Lonnie. New business, consideration of town attorney's rewording of Article 24 for RVL. Sue? Do you need to say anything on that?
No.
No? Okay. All right. So first, I need a motion to either reconsider or rescind.
Move to rescind the action of approving Article 24.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. So now, Article.
Move to accept Article 24, referendum question 5, to see if the town will accept as a conditional gift from the Raymond Village Library the assets of RVL, including land, buildings, books, and all personal property and all monetary assets as of June 30, 2022, minus $15,000 for startup costs. Total net estimate as of April 4, 2022 is approximately $195,000, as outlined in the memorandum of understanding between the RVL and the town of Raymond, signed 10/12/21. Available for view at the Raymond Town Office upon request. Such funds to be set aside as a non-lapsing town account separate from the general funds is to be used for library purposes only. 2, to establish the library as a town department. 3, to appropriate $60,000 from the non-lapsing town fund account to be used for the fiscal year 2022-2023 for the new library department. And 4, to also raise and appropriate $135,876 for the new library department.
Second. And shouldn't that be a period at the end instead of question mark?
No, it's a question to see if the town will.
Okay.
Oh, wait. You're right. You are right. It should be.
Yeah.
So Rolf read that pretty slow. I would have read it faster, but anyways. Any discussion? All in favor? All right. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second, third, fourth.
All in favor? Thanks, guys.
Bye. Nice
you.
job.
Thanks.
Good job.
Good evening. Welcome to the Budget Finance voting meeting where we'll make recommendations on the warrant articles. First order of business is the approval of the minutes from March 31st.
I move approval of the minutes as presented.
Thank you. Like to have a second.
I second.
Thank you, Abigail. Any omissions, additions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. We, how this process will work. I will read the full, excuse me, Kathy.
What do you need?
Getting feedback. Thank you. I will read through the warrant article and ask for a motion to either recommend or not recommend the article. When it comes time to vote, since we're in a Zoom environment, we will do a roll call vote. I will call your name and you will state your position, either recommend or not recommend. Article 3. Referendum question A, to see if the town will vote to set the date of the first half of taxes due to October 31st, 2022, and the second half of taxes due to April 30th, 2023, and set the interest rate for unpaid balances and for abated taxes at 4% for the fiscal year. Authorize the tax collector or treasurer to accept prepayments of taxes not yet committed pursuant to 36 MRSA subsection 506 with no interest, and authorize the select board on behalf of the town to sell and dispose of any property acquired by the town for non-payment of taxes pursuant to the policy adopted by the select board, as may be amended from time to time. The policy to remain consistent with the state statutes and laws in all cases conveyance to be made by municipal claim deed. The select board recommends Article 3.
I move to recommend Article 3.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Dennis. Any questions? All those in favor? Well, Karen, what is your pleasure?
I vote in favor.
Bob? You muted.
Sorry, in favor.
Dennis?
I'm in favor.
Abigail?
I'm in favor.
Thank you. Article 4. Referendum question B. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $2,166,464 for general government services, administration, employee compensation and training, insurances, worker comp and benefits, assessing, code enforcement, parks and rec, technology, and general assistance. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Administration, $516,490. Employee compensation and training, $55,000. Insurances, workers' comp and benefits, $934,087. I'll say that again. $934,087. Assessing, $79,481. Code enforcement, $213,412. Parks and Rec, $153,334. Technology, $204,660. And general assistance, $10,000. The select board recommends Article 4.
I move recommend Article 4.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any discussion? Then we'll move to the vote. Karen,
In favor?
Bob,
In favor.
Dennis,
In favor.
and Abigail.
In favor.
Thank you. Article 5, referendum question C, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $131,353,910 for public works. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Public Works, 891,519. Town Buildings, 37,000. Solid Waste, 381,000. And Cemeteries, 44,391. The Select Board recommends Article 5.
I move recommend Article 5.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions? We'll move to the vote. Karen?
Yes?
In
Bob?
favor. In favor.
Dennis?
In favor.
And Abigail?
In favor.
Thank you. Article 6, referendum question D, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,207,714 for public safety. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Fire Rescue Department, $1,168,669. Animal Control, $39,045. The Select Board recommends Article 6.
I move recommend Article 6.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? We'll move to the vote. Karen,
Yes?
Bob,
In favor.
Dennis,
I'm in favor.
and Abigail.
In favor.
Thank you very much. Article 7, referendum question E, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to dispose of town-owned personal property with value not to exceed $35,000. The Select Board recommends Article 7.
I move recommend Article 7.
Thank you.
Second.
Bob, any questions? Then we'll move on to the vote. Karen,
Yes?
Bob,
In favor.
Dennis,
In favor.
Abigail.
In favor.
Thank you. Article 8, referendum question F, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance or surplus to meet the unanticipated needs of the community that occur during the fiscal year and or to adjust the tax rate as the Select Board deem advisable, an amount not to exceed $75,000. Select Board recommends Article 8.
I move recommend Article 8.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions? Go on to the vote. Karen,
Yes?
Bob,
In favor.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 9, referendum question G, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as the grand total of all appropriation is not exceeded. Any such transfers to be approved only at a properly called public meeting of the Select Board. The Select Board recommends Article 9.
I move recommend Article 9.
Second.
Bob, any questions? Go to vote then. Karen,
Yes?
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. That was Article 9, is that correct? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Article 10, referendum question H, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to allow town staff to make application for and execute any documents related to a grant, accept or reject grants, donations, and or gifts of money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, and or gifted for the purposes specified in the grant, donation, and or gift. Select Board recommends Article 10.
I move recommend Article 10.
Second.
Bob, any questions? Move on to the vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 11, referendum question I, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance or surplus to reduce the property tax commitment as the select board deem advisable and amount not to exceed $200,000. Select board recommends Article 11.
I move recommend Article 11.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 12, referendum question J, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $420,000 from the tax increment of the Pipeline Route 302 Tax Increment Financing District for fiscal year 2022 to 2023, project proposed in the Tax Increment Financing District Development Plan. And we have details on addendum 1. Select Board recommends Article 12.
I move recommend Article 12.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 13, referendum question K, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund the amount of $109,210 for the administration of activities at the park and to allocate all revenues generated by park operations to be recorded and retained by the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund. Select Board recommends Article 13.
I move recommend Article 13.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 14, referendum question L, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $299,550 for debt services. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. The 2013 Public Works Road Construction Bond, $212,000, and 2015 bond payment, $87,550. Select Board recommends Article 14.
I move recommend Article 14.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? We'll go to vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 15, referendum question M, see if the town will vote to Authorize select board to enter a lease purchase agreement for the amount not to exceed $500,000 on such terms as he deemed advisable for the purpose of purchasing a new rescue pumper truck, and raise an appropriate amount not to exceed $58,064 for the payment due in fiscal year 2022-2023. Treasurer's statement, total indebtedness as of June 30th, 2022. Outstanding principal balance, $855,000. There is nothing authorized but unissued debt. New debt to be issued if Article 15 passes. $500,000. So total debt outstanding if Article 15 passes, $1,355,000. The cost, projected interest rate is a maximum rate of 3.49 per annum. And for a 10-year term, the estimated cost of this lease purchase will be as follows. The principal, $500,000, interest, $80,634, for a total debt service of $580,634. The validity disclaimer. The validity and voters' ratification of the new debt may not be affected by any errors in the above estimates. If the actual amount of the new debt varies from the estimate, the ratification by the voters is nevertheless conclusive, and the validity of the new debt is not affected by reasons of the variance. And this is respectfully submitted by Charisse A. Keach, Finance Director. Select Board recommends Article 15.
I move recommend Article 15.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Karen?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Dennis?
Yes.
And Abigail?
Yes.
Thank you. Article 16, referendum question N, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $890,000 for the capital improvement program. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Public Works Equipment Reserve, $225,000. Public Works Paving Road Reserve, $410,000. Municipal Facilities Improvements, $50,000. Technology, $30,000. Revaluation Reserve, $100,000. Public Safety Fire Apparatus, $75,000. The Select Board recommends Article 16.
I move recommend Article 16.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Dennis?
Yes.
Abigail? Thank you. That was a yes, she was muted. Article 17, referendum question O, to see whether the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balance in the capital improvement program accounts, the healthcare reimbursement accounts, and the employee compensation account. The Select Board recommends Article 17.
I move recommend Article 17.
Thank you. Karen?
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Dennis?
Yes.
Abigail?
Yes.
Thank you. Article 18, referendum question P, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $817,347 for the county tax. Select Board recommends Article 18.
I move recommend Article 18.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? We'll move to vote. Karen?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 19, referendum question Q. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $3,000 for provider agencies and regional transportation. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Provider agencies, $2,000. Regional transportation, $1,000. Select Board recommends Article 19.
I move recommend Article 19.
Thank you,
Second.
Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bob, can I interrupt you just for a second? I just saw Bruce's note. Did you guys see Bruce's note? Under the chat? It said, hello, I can't raise my hand, but the truck went up 50,000 on May 1st, so it will go up, FYI. What does that mean for our budget? Dawn, can you pop on for that? Sorry to interrupt you on this, Bob.
It means that the cost of the vehicle is likely to increase by that amount. I think that's probably also true for other goods and commodities. It's sort of been the order of the day. So I think the article allows for that if there's a variance.
Okay, as long as it allows for it, but yeah, I just saw his note now.
It made an estimate based on what we know now, but I think Joe asked the question with respect to interest rates. It's also true with respect to the price of some of these capital items. We're going to do the best we can. There's also the potential to, change the specifications to some degree, look at other vendors. There's a number of different things you can do, but he's just letting you know that trucks are going up large.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you on that, Bob. I just saw it.
Article 20, referendum question R. To see if the town will vote to appropriate the total sum of $1,631,800 from estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment, together with all categories of funds which may be available from the federal government and any other sources. Select Board recommends Article 20.
I move recommend Article 20.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Abigail. We may have lost Bob here.
He's coming back in.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob, can you hear us?
I'm back. Yes.
Thank you. Dennis? That was a yes.
Yes.
And Abigail?
Yes.
Thank you. Article 21, referendum question S. To see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, and any other funds provided by any other entity, including but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, general assistance reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption reimbursement, state grants or other funds. Select Board recommends Article 21.
I move recommend Article 21.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 22, referendum question T, to see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and/or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances wherein the public's interest. Select Board recommends Article 22.
I move recommend Article 22.
Thank you, Karen.
Second,
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? We'll go to the vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
and Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 23, referendum question U, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the money received from the state for snowmobile registration not to exceed $2,000 to the Raymond Snowmobile Club for maintenance of their network of snowmobile trails on condition that those trails be open in snow season to the public for outdoor recreation purposes and that at no charge, and to authorize the municipal offices to enter into an agreement with the club under such terms and conditions as the municipal offices may deem advisable for that purpose. Select Board recommends Article 23.
I move recommend Article 23.
Thank you, Karen.
Second,
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Move to the vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Article 24, referendum question V, to see if the town will accept as a conditional gift from the Raymond Village Library the assets of RVL, including the land, building, books, and all personal property, and all monetary assets as of June 30th, 2022, minus $15,000 for startup costs. Total net estimate as of April 4th, 2022 is approximately $195,000. As outlined in the memorandum of understanding between RVL and the town of Raymond, signed 10/12/2021. Available for view at the Raymond Town Office upon request. Such funds to be set aside in a non-lapsing town account separate from the general fund and to be used for library purposes only. 2, establish the library as a town department. 3, appropriate $60,000 from the non-lapsing town library account to be used for fiscal year 2022-2023 for the new library department. And 4, also to raise and appropriate $135,876 for the new library department. Select Board recommends Article 24.
I move recommend Article 24.
Thank you, Karen.
Second,
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Move on to the vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Absolutely.
Article 25, referendum question W, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $66,000 for the Raymond Village Library. Such funds to be raised and appropriated only in the event Article 24 does not pass. Select Board recommends Article 25.
I move recommend Article 25.
Thank you, Karen.
Second,
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 26, referendum question X, LD1. To see if the town will vote to increase the property tax levy limit of $3,401,749.27 established for the town of Raymond by state law in the event that the municipal budget approved under the preceding articles will result in a tax commitment that is greater than that property tax levy limit. Select Board recommends Article 26.
I move recommend Article 26.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? We'll move on to the vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. And that is the last of the warrant articles. Now we have time for public comment.
There are no raised hands, and there doesn't appear to be any public per se.
All right. Any budget finance comment? Go ahead, Sharice.
Hi, Bob, and everyone else. Point of clarification on the article on the rescue pumper. The article is written to borrow an amount not to exceed 500,000. So what that would mean if the rescue pumper purchase price is more than that, the amount that we would be withdrawing from the fire apparatus reserve would end up being greater than initially anticipated.
Doesn't it talk about the validity of the vote based on estimates though as well?
It does. Yeah, it says if the actual amount of new debt varies from the estimate. Yeah.
I guess my point is there's a mechanism to get around it. And I mean, the first thing you'll look at is ways to economize on the truck. And I mean, I guess if we get to a worst case scenario, there's always the potential to have a special town meeting.
Town meeting, yeah.
But I mean, I don't know what else we can do. I mean, Bruce is letting us know that this is what's happening. It's no secret to anybody. It's happening, you know, all over the world. So, I mean, I guess if we had a quorum, I suppose you could adjust that, couldn't you, Sue?
You mean you couldn't adjust how much was raised and appropriated, but you could possibly look at what you have in reserve and use more, because that's always available to use. I believe. Isn't that true?
Change the estimates on the warrant, I'm saying.
Once it's approved, it's approved. So I'm not quite sure what you're asking. Let me go, which warrant article number is that? I'm sorry.
I'm saying if you had a quorum of both bodies, you could change it, right?
If you had a quorum of both bodies before Friday, yes.
Right, so I don't think we have that with the selectmen, is that right?
This wasn't on the agenda to change it. So it hasn't been published at all.
Yeah, well, I'm back to really, I think it's something we can work with, but I mean, I hear the comment.
Dennis?
Don, why couldn't we, as a budget committee, make a recommendation that there be a variable added and then recommend it to go back to the select board for reconsideration on that particular item?
I guess you could do that.
So there's got to be a role for the budget committee for this sort of thing as you stagger your meetings. If something comes up that we have a concern about, that we could ask for, or we could make an amendment and recommend it, and then they could say yes or no later, right?
At least in the schedule that we do now, and I'm not saying yes or no really to your question, but in the schedule that we have now, that's what the budget finance committee and select board workshop was for, was to go over any questions and whatnot. And then after the workshop, the selectmen set the warrant. And then after the selectmen set the warrant and their recommendations, then the budget finance committee gets to put on their recommendations. So in a sense, we're past that point for our normal scheduling. But we would have to scurry, because for this to be voted on as a secret ballot, I have to post it Friday.
And I guess what I'm asking is if the budget committee hears this concern that comes up after the select board meeting, but before our final meeting, wouldn't it be appropriate for us to say, instead of saying 500,000, we would recommend to no more than 600,000, because my feeling is that steel prices and everything else keeps going up. So I don't think it'll be just 50,000 personally. I think we could have 55 or 58. So, I mean, within our bylaws, can we do that, Sue?
You can't, because the selectmen have set the amount in the warrant and have set the warrant question. So all the Budget Finance Committee can do is recommend a lower amount than the selectmen have. They can't recommend the warrant article be increased.
But
We
I
could
think,
potentially build in to another meeting or into the budget schedule another layer so that you could have a time to go over it and make a recommendation to the select board before they make their warrant. But at this stage of the game, unless the select board want to revisit, that's kind of what it would take.
Well, let me ask you, oh, okay. So there's no way after the select board does a warrant that we have any empowerment to adjust it up, only down?
That's correct.
Well, again, I think that's foolish myself, but I guess we'd have to adjust that with the ordinances of the town, correct? Because this is a simple one.
I believe that's state, actually.
Anyway, my thought is this is a simple problem that came up. I would recommend to amend that, and then I guess we would have, in order to do that, I guess we'd have to vote against it, is what I'm hearing. That we'd be against the 500 because it's not enough. Is that too complicated?
No,
Like-
is there a prohibition if they were to vote, let's say in the affirmative, but then take a separate vote that is unrelated to the warrant with a recommendation, the selectmen take a look at this? Is that something that's acceptable?
The Budget Finance Committee could do that to ask the select board to reconsider, I suppose. But
And they could ask them to reconsider with an amount and that
They-
would be
they could,
constitute
but
their vote, and then the selectmen could either accept it or not, right?
yes.
I mean, that's one way, but I don't know. There's two selectmen here. I don't know how they feel about it, so. I mean,
And well, two aren't a quorum, so,
I know, but I mean,
Yeah.
I do understand that. I'm not asking you to vote. I
right.
guess I'm asking procedurally, that might be a Joe question possibly, what he thinks about it.
What harm is there in we've already voted for it. I guess what I'm looking for is what is the harm in this budget committee saying, as a budget committee, we vote for the warrant, but because of new information regarding that warrant, we would ask the select board and we would vote affirmatively before it goes to them. So we don't have to go through all the articles or all the warrants on this particular warrant to consider increasing it by 50 or 75. And if it comes in under, we save money. Correct? I mean, we wouldn't have to deal with this again.
If it's an up to number, I guess that'd be correct, yeah. But I still,
You don't need to change anything. There are ways around this. There's CIP money, there's contingency money. There are ways around this if that's really the case, because you can't, it's too late to call another meeting in the select board. You can't notify the public in time to have another meeting. So, I mean, I'm not concerned about the amount. I'm really not. It's always a moving target every time you do this, so.
Thank you. I think that's good for me.
any other budget finance comment? I want to take this time to thank all the members of the Budget Finance Committee for the work that you've done this year. We certainly will welcome you back next year if possible. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Move.
So moved.
Bob and Karen, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Wednesday, April 13th, 2022 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call. Greg, would you start?
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich. Mark Child.
And Kevin.
Mike D'Arcangelo.
All right. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or to hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Is anybody here for the public hearing portion for the ordinances? Okay.
Check online too.
Well, they won't matter online though, yeah. So we are going to first look at the final review plan for the Raymond Hills LLC. We'll then look at the initial plan review for major subdivision from Brandon Chase, a request for a waiver for an extension for a subdivision, and then we'll go to the public hearing for the ordinance amendments. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representative of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone and state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversation must be held in advance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. All right, so our first item is the minutes from March 9th, Wednesday, March 9th meeting. Are there any changes or additions?
None here.
Nope.
I did read it.
Okay.
I move that we approve the minutes as submitted for March 9th, 2022.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And Mike says aye. Okay, unanimous, passes unanimous. All right, this folder. Actually, I had to break folders out to stay organized. So our next up, we don't have any old business on the agenda. So next up is is Dustin, the Raymond Hills LLC. Jim, I'm not sure we need to go through the whole introduction.
No, I was just going to defer to Dustin to respond.
Okay, Dustin, if you could just address the items that were left over.
Yeah, I think we spent quite a bit of time last time kind of going item by item down through the memos. So
Yeah, we did.
I'll just hit the.
And then those 8 additional items I think that Jim sent you this afternoon.
I didn't see anything this afternoon.
Oh, good, okay, just checking.
Yeah, so when we left the last meeting, the kind of our punch list of items that we needed to clean up to bring back in front of you, we put together, working with Bill Kennedy and the neighbor Krista Kesh, put together an easement document for the construction of her driveway and the maintenance of the slopes and planting of some trees along that embankment there. That has been duly signed by both parties, so that is complete at this point. And we're committed to building out that driveway as part of the construction of the project. There was some questions about some large stone retaining walls that we had previously shown on the rear of a couple of the buildings. We've removed those walls completely, so we're just doing normal slope grading on the back sides of those buildings, so there won't be any need for those large walls. There was a few comments that Wayne had on the fire department side where they just wanted some additional language put into the condo docs for restriction of parking on the roadways and the enforcement capabilities of the condo association to regulate those parking rules. So we've added those. Wayne's had a chance to look at them, and he did provide an email just indicating that he was satisfied with the changes that were made. So I think from there, the last outstanding item that would have the board consider prior to discussing a final approval would be just the waiver on the number of units on the dead-end road. So that would be something we need to vote on tonight, as well as the final plan. So that's all I've got for our list. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
There was one other, Dustin, which I know you addressed, but it was on the list, which was the backup power for the septic.
Yep. So yeah, we've committed to installing a full-time on-site backup generator for the pump station. So that's included in the plans.
Okay. Has Dustin had a chance to read your proposed?
No, we did not give that to
Okay.
It's your motion, so.
Yep. So I guess also for Mr. Kennedy, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay. So this will be the proposed waiver for the 25 lots and the 2 access points. Jim put together a nice paragraph here. So I'll make the motion that the planning board grants approval of the requested waiver of the subdivision ordinance Article 10, Section 3.6 for the allowance of the project to exceed the maximum number of lots served by a single dead-end road to exceed the limit of 24 lots. By granting the waiver, the project is allowed 1 additional lot for the development for the total of 25 dwelling units, and additionally reserves the right of the abutter Kish to have access for no more than 1 additional dwelling, or allowed use off the proposed Honey Hill Lane, subject to a separate approval by the town code enforcement officer for the Kish or successor's permitted use. The planning board determines that the approval of the waiver that a second access road connection is not feasible given the parcel's land configuration and topographic constraints, and does not comprise public safety or health with the exceedance of added lots accessed off a dead-end termination versus a second road connection. So before we go on, is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, a second. So in discussion, Mr. Kennedy, does that, are you okay with that as far as the wording goes?
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Gee, wow.
They give Jim a cold star.
All right, is there any other discussion on the motion then for the waiver? Kevin, Mike?
I don't see any harm in either one of those.
Okay. So then, all those in favor of granting the motion? Yes, aye.
6-0.
Kevin and Mike, you got to voice the aye.
Aye.
Okay. Rules. All right, so the waiver is approved.
And you previously had waived the
1,000 foot.
The 1,000
previous
foot,
waived.
yeah.
So that's the end of the waivers. So, is there any other discussion on the project that we haven't covered yet? This has been a long one.
No, the only thing would be whatever conditions of approval you would want. We have obtained the homeowners association documents, condo documents. The only items that I would have for obviously subject to any of the conditions granted by the state of Maine, Health and Human Services for the septic design, or Maine DEP. Should be made part of the conditions. That's probably the easiest way to do that. And then the other item we had in was we'd want a third-party inspection during construction for Honey Hill Lane for groundwater conditions during construction.
Right.
Okay. I think that, was that pretty much what?
Yep, yeah, that's what I had, those items there.
All right, anyone want to try the motion?
Oh, and, hold on, Wayne, did you have anything else in your, is Wayne there?
Wayne is there, but I think he's happy.
Are you all set with your stuff, or do we need any conditions on yours, Wayne?
No, the only thing I just wanted to make sure is that, that we're working off the land mission from 4/22, because that includes, at least for the fire department, that includes all those items, including the street addresses.
Yeah, and what we'll do, Wayne, is, I don't know if the board's gonna sign that tonight or not, but we'll make sure that that's the appropriate date, and then we wanna make sure that all the waivers granted will be on that document, on that final recorded plan as well. So we'll have another crack to look at that plan.
Then we would be good.
Okay, thank you.
Jim, didn't I read somewhere that we needed, the plan board should reference that the road section within the LR1 zone complies with the shoreline zoning requirements?
Yes, and that's part of the, I put that in with the site plan.
You put it in with?
Yeah, I put it in with the site plan of the subdivision, but I did put it in there.
Okay.
So you've got, technically, there's three things you can vote on. I kind of lumped the shoreline zoning into the subdivision piece, but there's shoreline zoning, site plan, and subdivision.
Shoreline zoning.
Shoreline zoning, because there's a portion
Oh.
of the road. Then you
Right.
got site plan, and then you have subdivision.
Okay.
And you can do it all as one big lump if you want to, if you don't
Yeah.
have anything else to add, if you want to streamline it. Obviously, we'll capture it all in the conditions, I mean, in the findings of fact.
Right. All right, I'll give it a go. Okay, so I move that we approve the Raymond Hills Village 25-unit condo subdivision in accordance, we find that it meets all of the Article 7 minor subdivision Section 2 submissions and all of the Town of Raymond subdivision regulations for Article 1, and also conforms with the LRR1 zone for the portion of the road that sits within that area. Conditions of approval, Jim, I missed the first one you were talking about, the DEP.
We should make conditioned upon any DEP requirements or any Department of Health and Human Services requirements.
Okay. Based upon what conditions of approval then would be any requirements set forth by DEP or health and
DHHS.
What is it, H?
Department of Health and Human Services.
Oh, okay. So what Jim said. And I think there's one other condition, isn't there? Don't we have one more?
Third-party inspection?
Yeah, third-party inspection, right? Third-party inspection, which I think we were setting up to be the Cumberland County?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. All right. I did skip asking you guys if you wanted to go through each one of these items, which is that?
I'm good.
Are you okay with that?
I'm good.
Mike, Kevin, you want to go, you all right with lumping it all together?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. So is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Second, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, great. Dustin, I guess that's it.
Very good, thank you. Appreciate it.
That was fast. What, a couple of days worth?
Yeah.
We're gonna miss you, Dustin.
Yeah.
We'll come back with some more. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thanks, Dustin. Okay, so the agenda does have the public hearing ordinance amendments. If you are on Zoom and you do want to look at those, you can check them out at the website, the town's website, excuse me. I'm going to skip this for now, so that we can move to Brandon Chase application, and then we will come back to that ordinance amendments. We'll keep you here longer than we need to. Welcome back, Bill. So, just for the record, Will Haskell is stepping in as our town planner. Will, welcome back. How you doing? Good. Did you get an answer? I know we've got your memo. Did you get an answer yet to all those questions?
So we did get a response from Mr. McSorley and Sebago Technics. We haven't re-responded. We've got a few more questions on that, but again, we're at preliminary plan level here, so we did get an initial response. And
so, best way you think to proceed would that be to go through all these, or not necessarily work?
I guess my recommendation would be to allow Mr. McSorley to give a presentation on the project.
Okay.
Since we're at preliminary plan.
Yep.
And then if he wants to during that, he can kind of address the comments that came up initially, and then at the end of that, I can give some additional feedback on several of the comments that he responded to. So.
And good, thank you, Will. I think we were at the sidewalk, right? Everybody not?
I was there. Yeah.
You were there.
Yes,
you were there. You were there. You guys are there, right? Sidewalk.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, Ms. McSorley. Did I pronounce that right? McSorley?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to share my screen.
All right. And who's hosting Sandy, are you the host right now? Sandy?
She nodded.
Just switched it to Rob.
Okay. Switched it to Rob. Okay.
If it works.
There we go.
There we go. Good evening. I'm Rob McSorley. I work for Sebago Technics. I'm here to represent the owner for the project, Brandon Chase. We're coming before you.
Rob, can I interrupt you for a second? I just want to, since it's the first time we've done this, Kevin and Mike, can you see what's on the screen?
I can.
Okay.
Okay, good. We're coming before you this evening for the Raymond Cape Road subdivision. This is a 37-plus acre piece of property off the Raymond Cape Road. It is in the LLR2 zone, and there is a small portion that is in the resource protection zone. You can see on the map in the lower right hand, that wetland that sticks up into the property, that is in the resource protection zone. We came before you as a sketch plan on December 8th and had a site walk with you on, I believe it was January 9th. I was not there, but I know that you had it. Out of that came the consensus that we should go with a open space, a cluster open space subdivision. So that's what we have come back to you this evening with. We have done the net residential calculation. It's over there on the right-hand side of the page. And we adjusted that for the allowance for the open space subdivision, and we get 12 units allowed, and that's what's presented on site plan. As part of this project, we're requesting 2 waiver requests. The first one is relative to open space area. In the tracks that we have that are along the southern property line and extends across the road in a big swath into the north side of the property, we have less by about an acre of open space area. The reason we think our waiver is justified is because if you look along the north property line, you'll see the back of those lots that have wetlands and wetland buffer. That's all contiguous into the dedicated open space tracts. And I believe ordinance allows the open space to be within the lot areas. The second waiver that we're requesting is the length of the road. We are longer than the 1,000 linear feet of the code. However, we have provided 2 T-turnaround sections. This has been reviewed by the fire department, and they feel, I believe it's appropriate. We did receive comments from Will from Goral Palma, good job, and Mr. Wayne Jones with the Raymond Fire Department. We have responded back to those and included in that resubmission are also a copy of the hydrogeological assessment that was done for the property that we mentioned in our original submittal that we would submit prior to the final, and also financial capacity letter. The plan that you see before you is actually the modified plan that has been sent back for Will and Wayne to look at. It's the same layout, it just has more or additional information on it than the plans that you have. Included are the footprints for the subsurface field. We have sized those and placed those based upon the hydrogeological assessment. 2 of those lots will have to have additional treatment to knock the nitrates down to a base of 20 milligrams per liter versus a typical 40. We have put the well exclusion zones on there, potential well locations, the test pit locations. We've indicated, you can see them kind of shaded where the T-turnarounds are, the fire lane designations, and also the additional conditions of approval that were in both Will's and Wayne's notes. Relative to the comments, they were pretty straightforward. I only have a couple that, in general, that I'd like to discuss. The first one was relative to suggested building locations and their driveway locations on the subdivision plan. We don't want to tie the site down to specific locations on the lot. What we have done there is we have given you a yellow outline of where the building can go based upon the required setbacks and the setbacks from the wetland areas. And we have also included on the plan revisions a typical driveway detail that shows a typical 15-inch culvert size, which is pretty conservative based upon the flows that we would see in the swales here. What we assume is that when they come in for building plan, they will have to do a plot plan. And at that time, they'll go out there and do an accurate location of where things should be. You know, our survey, we do it every 50 feet plus, so we don't pick up the intricals of every topo along the right-of-way. And that's why we want to be able to float around to the point where they come in for a building permit and they can locate that stuff on the plot plan. Another comment was relative to adding grading easements. We've added a 5-foot uniform grading easement along the back of all the roadways. That 5-foot would take the grade up above the adjacent center line grade on a road. We do not feel it's necessary to give a grading easement all the way up to the grading that's shown on this plan on the lot. It's typical on a subdivision that you're going to see grading from the swale all the way back. My lot is that way. I have the same type of slopes on my swales that are here. Any erosion that's going to occur is going to occur within the channel portion of that. But that's going to be stabilized with erosion control blanket, and then the slopes and into the property all going to be stabilized as part of the development. So we think that 5-foot grading easement is appropriate for what's been requested. Relative to the draft homeowners documents, we're expecting those any day. We were actually hoping that we had them today so that we can say we have them, but we need to review them, but we expect to have them shortly. They will include the language for the stormwater management facilities, the management of the open space areas and roadway, as well as development restrictions, you know, what people can use for siding or whatnot. You know, restrict, make sure that somebody can't have a farm on their lot or whatnot. And also the comments that have come from the fire department will include those in the HOA docs in addition. Comments 16 through 25 are all stormwater comments, pretty straightforward. We went through all those. I believe we've addressed them adequately. If I need to have additional discussion with Will, then we can do that, but I think they're pretty straightforward. Last couple comments, fire department. I think the only thing outstanding is to put the addressing on the plans. And we asked to have Settlements Ridge Road as our street name. The fire department is okay with that, along as we start our addressing numbers in the 100 range. There are similar names on adjacent communities, and just to make sure there's no miscommunication of where they would be going, we'll start our numbers in the 100 range instead of the single number range. And then we got to do that request to the town select board to make sure that they're okay with that street name. Other than that, project is really straightforward, comments were straightforward, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
I'm having a hard time hearing with the noise. Can somebody mute him, or?
Who's making the noise?
It looks like Chris. It looks like it's Chris, because he's the one that keeps lighting up.
I thought I was unmuted.
Okay.
I think he said his mic was unmuted, so he must have muted it.
Okay. Okay, back to you, Will.
Great. Thanks for that description. That was great. Again, I think for the most part, the response that they submitted addressed most of our comments. There's just a couple, I guess, that I'll touch on, and some of them are the same ones that Rob kind of highlighted.
Excuse me. Do you want that graphic left up?
Yeah, for right now, yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So I think our comment relative to the building locations and the driveways, we had made a comment to show those, which I think you've shown the building locations on all the lots. Understand your concern about showing the driveways. I think I would like to have a discussion with you, and I don't have a list of them right now, but there are a couple lots that have some relatively, the ditch grading, the back slope grading for the ditches in the couple lots are fairly extensive and relatively steep. So I'd like to have a discussion with you about potentially showing driveway locations on several specific lots, just because it seems like they're relatively constricted in terms of where they could be located. Mm-hmm. So I think I'd like to reserve a right to at least make a comment on that. I can provide you with
Let's have a discussion
that I think we would like to show driveway locations, and then we can have a discussion about that. I guess relative to the ditch grading, so Rob's position is that they've provided a grading easement for the back slope of the ditch that extends about 5 feet beyond the right-of-way line for the road. And while I understand his comment that a lot of that erosion, or any erosion, would normally happen within the ditch line, I guess one concern that we have is if there's erosion that happens within the ditch and then the rest of the bank decides to slough down, and someone has to go in and repair that, if there isn't an easement in there for the full back slope of the ditch, then it could be challenging for that maintenance and repair to occur in the future. I guess my question back to Rob on this issue is, for the most part, except for maybe lot, I think it's lot 1, the back slopes are basically within the front setback of the lots. So is there really an issue with providing an easement to do that future maintenance for that back slope of the ditch? So that's my comment there on that issue. There are a couple comments, I guess, in our stormwater comments, or a couple responses. One was relative to, let me get the original comment here. I think it was under drain soil filter number 1, and the proximity of the outlet control structure. Our comment was the proximity of the outlet control structure to the emergency spillway or the overflow spillway. And I think the response is that the DEP refers to the pipe outlet. I guess our interpretation of that is that and we've been called out on it, which is why we made the comment, is that the outlet consists of the outlet to the pond, not necessarily the outlet of the pipe coming out of the pond, but basically the primary outlet for the pond. And our concern is when there's a trench cut for a new outlet control pipe coming out of a pond that's very close to an emergency spillway, that if that emergency spillway ever activates, the water is going to look for the easiest path through that, and if there's a trench that's been cut through there, that's the first place that spillway would tend to fail. We've seen it on a couple projects that actually have failed with a pipe relatively close, and looking at that under drain filter number 1, the outlet pipe basically runs right along the edge of that emergency spillway. So we've got a little bit of concern there, I guess, relative to that. So that was one. And then the other was relative to number 20, our original comment number 20, which talked about, I believe the 25-year storm event actually passes over the emergency spillway. And basically, I think, Rob, you referenced, we had referenced Chapter 500. There is a comment, or there is a statement in Chapter 500, Appendix 3, that basically says the principal spillway must control the maximum flow from the design storms without activating the emergency spillway. So that was the reason for our comment. So it's not typical that we would see a 25-year storm actually activate the emergency spillway. It should go through the primary spillway, and then anything over that 25-year storm event would go over the emergency spillway. So I think those were, and again, I can coordinate directly with Rob on those. We don't need to get into the weeds, but those are a few things that we're going to respond back to his original response to comments.
Okay.
Other than that, I think they did a great job in terms of responding to our original comments.
Okay, thanks, Will. Does the board have any? Actually, Rob, I think you can put us back to the normal Zoom screen, if you can hear me. Ah, great, thank you. Does the board have any questions going at this point? It is a preliminary review.
Yeah. Can you clarify how many building lots there are going to be? I've gotten, a few different versions of this work.
12 lots.
12. Just 12?
12 building lots, yeah.
Because I thought I saw something requesting a waiver to up it one. No?
No.
No.
It's open space acreage, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
So I'm just a little confused about the address. Perhaps to address the issue, I don't need to belabor it. Wayne, are you okay with it? In terms of rescue fire being able to find?
So, the ultimate decision is the fire chief, and he's the E911 coordinator, and he was fine with it. One of the things that I would ask is that underneath the street sign is a number range sign for that particular street, posted on both sides, because it's an unusual starting place for numbers on a street that's starting at 100. So we did ask for that to help emergency responders understand that they're going to the right area, and that's the way it's going to be numbered.
Okay. All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
We propose to put that additional signage.
I'm sorry?
We're going to put that additional signage that's requested.
I have a question on Will, on your comment 5.
Okay.
Which is, as noted on subdivision plan restricting clearing on lots to a maximum of 25% of lot area. Is that 25% reduced by the wetland area that's within each individual lot?
Let me read my note here. Add a note.
That's how I took it when I read it. That's how what I thought. And
Me too.
Yeah.
So can you state your question again?
So, you're suggesting that a note be added to the subdivision plan restricting clearing on lots to a maximum of 25%. And my question is the wetland first subtracted from that total before and then the 25% is calculated?
Yeah, I think that should be within the building envelope, so I think the wetlands are excluded from the building envelope. We probably have to bring the plan back up, but you've excluded the wetlands from the building envelope, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the building envelope does not. There's the wetlands and a buffer.
Right. So the comment was basically in the land use ordinance, there's a restriction on clearing to a maximum of 25% of the lot area, so the building envelope, or 15,000 square feet, whichever is greater.
Right.
So we just we asked that note be added to the plan so that they don't go out there and all of a sudden they clear the entire building envelope.
Okay. So then for Rob, a question on the waiver that you're requesting. You're requesting it and your justification to that request is that there are wetlands in individual lots.
Correct. On the plan along the north property line, we have that open space area that's to the north, and then you can see behind those lots is a series of wetlands and buffers that are connected right up to the open space track. I believe your ordinance allows the open space to be within the lots, and so I don't know if it's an issue or not, but we decided.
Yep, it does. Okay. So in addition to that, which I'm not sure you addressed in your waiver response, Rob, we had made a note or a comment about a note being added to the subdivision plan stating that the wetland buffers and the wetlands shall not be disturbed for lot development, which you've excluded it from your lot area or your building envelope, but
we can add the note.
We ought to just have a note on that.
Yeah.
So my next follow-on question to that, Rob, is how are those wetland areas of interest that are going to be included as part of the justification for this waiver protected? So
we'll add a note that they can't be touched.
But I'm the second or third owner of lot 3 or lot 4, and I want a garden at the back of my property. How is that protected?
There's going to be homeowner documents, and those homeowner documents dictate what they can and cannot do on a property.
Okay.
And in those homeowner documents, we will also add that language relative to the fact that you cannot clear wetlands as depicted on the subdivision plan.
And will those wetland areas be delineated on mound so that homeowner number 4 knows that there's wetlands in the back that can't be disturbed?
We can, but we have a buffer, a quite substantial buffer. I don't think they'll ever make it there, but like my lot, I have a restriction on my lot that says I can't touch the last 50 feet of my lot. And that's in my homeowner's docs, and it references the plat that my lot is in.
It should be referenced in the deed for those lots.
Yeah, well, the deed will reference that they need to meet the homeowner documents and subdivision
It'll
plan.
reference the subdivision plan that shows it.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you, Will.
Yeah.
Okay. That answers my question. Greg, do you have questions?
I'm good.
Yeah, let's.
I'm
Good.
fine with it. Yep.
Good.
Yep.
Kevin, you okay? Mike?
Okay.
All right. I don't think there's any problem with the 1,000-foot waiver. We've done that now. We just did it. We've done it before. As long as the fire department is comfortable with the turnarounds, I don't see that as an issue. I have a little bit of a concern with the with waiver number 2, but that's just me. I don't think the board has a concern.
I don't, which is the acreage?
Yeah.
Okay. It does, it's not a waiver to increase.
No,
lot
it is not a waiver to
reduce
increase
size or anything.
Right.
That's good. Right.
Yep. So, and I think, and I know you're okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I'm stepping in
So-
here.
Step in. Oh, Mike.
So I apologize for not having the documents in front of me. So the waiver regarding the open space, how much land is that involving? I mean, it's not very much, is it?
Do you have the memo from Will?
I read it this morning, but I didn't print it, and I don't dare leave the screen for fear of not being able to.
1.09 acres, right?
1.09 acres. We provide 14, almost 15 acres in the open space tracts themselves. And then we have additional areas on the lot that's, I haven't calculated, but it's well in excess of an acre. And we can do the area on that and tell you what it is. But it's well in excess of an acre.
So because it isn't a great amount, I'm not too worried about it, but I agree with Bob's concerns about how do we delineate it so that the fourth buyer knows about it.
And my other concern, Mike, while you're there, my other concern on this is with the open space, the way our intent was in our open space documents was to have that area be able to be used by all individuals. With you using some of the calculation of some of the private property as now open space, that not, in my opinion, that doesn't fit the intent of our open space. I mean, I agree with the open space that it makes sense. I don't agree that we're using private property for a waiver to be able to produce another lot so that we can have, but we're going to include areas of wetlands that are not connected as open space. That's my problem.
But I believe your ordinance allows the open space area to be on the lots themselves.
As long as they're connected.
They are.
That was but they're not. Are they?
Yeah, that whole.
Can you bring your plan back up, Ron?
Yeah.
If you're looking at the connection,
Yeah, I'm not,
is it just this one?
well, these are the wetlands.
Yeah. Is he
So
just
is it-
calculating this property, or is it?
No, excluding
Do
this
you
one
want
and
to
this one.
highlight the area that is you're proposing as additional open space.
This is all open space tract, and that's open space tract.
Right.
And then you have all of this, which is connected to that open space tract.
So, oh, okay, see, I did misunderstand. So you are, so while you're sitting there, you are including basically all of, I mean, rough drawing, but all of this area here.
Correct.
As open space.
That's not in our calculation, we've only included the lot area.
Right, understood.
Yeah. And that's why I'm saying that equals well more than an acre of property.
But your point, Bob, is technically that's on other people's lots.
Right.
So you can't trespass on their lots.
Exactly.
If you wanted to use that open space for going to walk through it or whatever.
Right. So that, and that was our intent for the open space.
Yeah, I would have to agree, that's a concern.
Once again, I think we need to check the ordinance, because the ordinance, I believe, says that they can be in on open space or on lot. If necessary, we can provide an easement that allows people through that area.
That would work.
Okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Yep. That's a good compromise. Okay. Thanks, Rob.
We have to get Rob to put me back as host.
What's up, Sandy?
We have to get Rob McSorley to put me back as host.
Oh, whoop.
Thank you.
Sorry to steal the show.
So this project has come to us as a sketch plan. It has now come to us for preliminary approval. Well, I don't,
Do you need to go to public hearing at preliminary?
Well, that was my next question is, for Sandy, I don't think we've advertised this as a public hearing.
Okay.
Right, Sandy, did we advertise this as a public hearing tonight?
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
Let me quick look.
Yes, we did.
No, we did.
We didn't. Yeah, I didn't think we did.
No.
Would you like me to get the Wyndham Eagle advertisement that says this was a public hearing?
Is it a public hearing? We've got really lawyer verbiage comments on this. We accept public comment, but we have to have a public hearing advertised.
Okay.
I think what it said was public comments, but not public hearing. I mean, I could be wrong because I didn't see the advertisement, but I think that's what it was.
I think it did say public hearing.
I'm more than willing to take a public comment now, but we can't make any official action on the project until we have a public hearing. And the public hearing has to be advertised. And it has not yet been advertised. But if you'd like to say something, sure. I don't, unless the board has some objection, I don't see any reason why you can't.
No objection. No objection.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, that was a public hearing for ordinance amendments.
Yeah.
That's what it was. That wasn't a.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So maybe the Wyndham Eagle advertisement was a little odd. My name is James Glazer. I'm a resident of 30 Cape Road, so relatively close to the proximity of this. Found the report very comprehensive. Did have a question quickly for the planning board. What is the minimum time frame that preliminary or even secondary reports are provided to the residents for review? Is there a requirement for how long those reports are available? 7 days before, 2 days before, anything like that, posted to the website? I was just curious. I didn't get a hold of this until 72 hours prior. It seemed like short notice. 14 days. Yeah, it wasn't posted 14 days prior. My question is related to the trip generation assessment. It is fairly known publicly to my interaction with third-party suppliers and a 14-year resident of 30 Cape Road that Cape Road has a significant speed issue and a traffic issue on that road. I have been witness to several near misses, animal fatalities, and my concern is that by adding these additional lots and the traffic calculation of approximately 30 trips or egresses to the day would increase the severity and risk of a traffic incident. So my encouragement to the planning committee and to the selectmen board would be to reconsider improved signage and traffic control in that area. So this is the area where it steps down. It's actually 35 to 25. The report says 40. That's not correct. Is a significant problem and gets exaggerated significantly in the summer. Well, obviously with the incoming vacationers, people are traveling on an average of 45 to 55 miles per hour through that zone. And I personally, as a resident, experience near misses on a weekly basis. So when you concentrate, that's one resident coming out of a single driveway. When you concentrate a number of residents coming out of a street now into that special zone where people are supposed to be stepping down, but they're not, you're only going to increase the risk area. So just something to consider and take very seriously from the experience I've had over 14 years in that area.
So what would you suggest?
I know there's been, I can't confirm whether it's been formal or informal. I know residents of Murch Landing and other areas or other residents along Cape Road like myself have requested the consideration of speed tables and quote, again, possibly informal, I can't confirm that. The response has been not a chance. I don't know if there are a number of effective signage that are permanent in several different towns within Raymond saying here's your speed coming into a zone that kind of publicize to people and bring awareness to slow down. There is minimal signage in the area now, so I would suggest prior to this traffic coming onto this street as they're exiting Cape, improve signage, various different ways to slice and dice that would bring people's attention to slow down, that you have traffic entering, whether it be speed or flashing lights if you're over. I've seen some very effective things through Poland and in Gray, where if your speed is over the limit, it starts flashing and telling you to slow down. And those towns have said that has been effective in lowering the call it lack of abiding to the speed zone. Right. So because this report was based on those speed zones and how much clearance is needed and line of sight, and when I know that those speed zones are not being adhered to by the residents, that's why I wanted to call that into consideration. It's fairly inexpensive mitigation at the end of the day.
Yep.
That was all my comments.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I missed your name.
James Glazer, G-L-A-S-E-R.
Thanks, James.
My name is George Mata. I live on the Cape Road as well. I'm also in a butter to the property that is being considered for a subdivision. We have a common boundary of approximately I would say it's around 500-600 feet along the north boundary. So you see the map here, somewhere from about here to here is our property here. And two questions. A couple of things here. The first one in the exhibit, I was reading through this here quickly, got to look at it this afternoon. And I don't know, on the website, you got page numbers. And you don't have that here. However, in one question I have, probably for you, Mr. McSorley, is on, this would be the Appendix 4, Subsurface Investigations. You show a map, I think that's it, where it's kind of a before and after. I'm sorry, it's 2 or 3, it's Appendix 6, Stormwater Management Plans. You show a map which includes our property that we own. It has a drainage area, stormwater area here, and you show a number of different, that's the current situation. The next page shows the proposed situation, where you're changing, according to this map, the drainage on our property by what you're doing on your property. It's the only thing I can assume, because it's a different map. One is before, one is after the project. So I'd like to know why our property has a drainage change. Maybe it's just a typo and wasn't put together correctly in the office. I know those things are done with just using the contour maps, but there's a question I have there that could be looked at. The other one question I have involves the wetlands along the north boundary of this project. These particular, these here, these large ones, these two large ones here, I don't know about these. This lot comes up to about here, so I haven't really looked at those here. But I am familiar with these, very familiar with them, obviously. We know the property pretty well. And the concern with those is that they could potentially be governed by the Natural Resource Protection Act as either a vernal pool or a significant vernal pool. And if that's the case, then that needs to be investigated. We don't know for sure if they are or not. And you have a letter here in your packet. It's around page 114 from the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. A Becca Settle, wildlife biologist. And in it you highlighted, our department has not mapped any essential habitats that would be directly affected by your project. That's true. I'm very familiar with that. And I noticed that if you continue to read down through, you'll see where that's common throughout the whole state, and she talks about that. And she does recommend strongly, in my opinion, the way it's written, significant vernal pools. We recommend that surveys for vernal pools be conducted within the project boundary by qualified wetland scientists. And it goes on. These surveys should extend up to 250 feet beyond the anticipated project footprint because of potential performance. So I noticed on the layout that you currently have, some of the holes that were dug and the footprints for buildings and foundations could be within 250 feet. I don't know that for sure. But right now you're talking about 125 feet here. 250 is going to take you out quite a bit further than that. And you are allowed some development within that. We all know that. The law allows some development in there. The concern I have is if we were just talking about gardens a little while ago. I believe both of these are vernal pools and don't want to see insecticides or fertilizer or anything else from a garden or a lawn running off into them. So the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife is recommending that a survey be taken, and the window for that survey is now. They do it twice, and they gotta do it now, or you wait another year if you decide that should be looked at as a planning board. So that's the thing that I'd like to see addressed, and those are my bulk of my comments, I believe. Let's see. Yep.
Okay.
Questions?
Yeah, sir, it's a mask only for the meeting.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Realized. I've been here this whole time. I didn't mean to.
I didn't notice you before. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I'll see if I can find one.
There's one right here.
Yep.
And there's nothing. I could not find this on the website. You've got the entire plan on there, but this map's not on that website or any of the appendices.
That colored version.
I didn't see any version of it. I saw one that showed a road going through the middle and had to do with stormwater, but it didn't show lots. Anyway, maybe it's somewhere else on the website and I couldn't find it.
Ms. Bond, first thing, I could not, as you were going through it, your first comment concerning the runoff, that what you were referencing, I just want to make sure, I couldn't find in the packet what you were referring to.
Okay.
I just want to make sure somebody did catch it.
I'll address that.
You'll address that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Will, did you catch actually where it is? That
I know, I'll look at it. I know what you.
Okay.
On the website, it's
right.
around page 10. Yep, that's the one.
Okay.
114 or somewhere in that neighborhood? No, 104, 102 and 103, I think it is.
Okay. And to address the vernal pool issue, when we did the site walk, we were told that they were in fact going to test for vernal pools, but they couldn't do it because we did it in the winter. So I'm assuming that maybe that's the wrong assumption, but I'm assuming that is already going to take place. Is that correct, Rob?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the only reason I brought it up is because there's a note in here that tends to imply that's not going to happen, that they're not vernal pools and they weren't found on the state maps.
Significant.
Right. None were found on the state map, but they actually come down and look. And that's what we were told.
Well, it's more than a look. It's.
Oh, I understand, but
yeah,
it's the difference.
Right.
Okay, are there questions? Mr. Braun? Okay.
Anyway, I guess the only thing I'd close with, I'm not against the development, I just want to make sure that, you know, we've lived there 17 years and I've been watching these and others in the area for some time, and pretty convinced that there's some organisms and animals in there that need to be looked after. So.
Indicator species.
Okay.
Wow, look at you.
I know that stuff.
It's like you're dummy too.
You want me to address?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. The two maps that he's referring to are the pre and post stormwater maps.
Rob, can you tell us where those are on your book?
I'm not sure, they should be in the storm, at the tail end of the stormwater section.
That's what I would thought, but maybe I just missed it.
Or, if you look at your base plans, they're the last 2 pages.
You've got the plan set for the last 2 pages of the plan.
That'll be easier.
Appendix 6.
Appendix 6, yeah.
If you look, those are the big versions.
Okay.
And so what we do is, when we do our stormwater, we have to model or take into consideration any water that comes onto our site. And if you look at that map, you'll see that there are lines that extend all off our property. And that's what those lines are. They go, I believe, into the gentleman's property there. Both plans, they're exactly the same for the boundary outside the property. They change within the property. So,
Rob, can you explain why the time of concentration changes from pre to post off the property? So the time of concentration line that you show, which is pretty specific.
well, based upon you changing the development of the site, then your time of concentration line will change.
But off the property, the time of concentration is different in pre versus post.
But once again, you're looking for the longest time of concentration. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be in the same place after you develop. So your time of concentration, the place where your furthest point of water hits that area is where you take your time of concentration starting from. And then what you do is you look at your site after, you redraw your stormwater boundary, and you relook at all those areas, and you look and find the place where that new basin, it's the farthest travel time for that piece or drop of water to flow through that boundary. So when you adjust the boundary, then your time of concentration line most likely is going to change also. It's not necessarily going to be in the same place.
But the off-site boundary area, though, is identical in the pre versus
Yes.
post.
Yeah.
But this line, maybe I'm missing it, the line where you have A, B, C, D, that's the line we're referring to, right?
Yeah, that's the time of concentration line.
Okay.
And that can change.
Well, how can that change off the property when you develop on the property?
What you're looking for is you're looking for the longest travel path of a drop of water. So if I have this
I see.
if I have this big area here, right?
Yep.
And then I cut it down to this. It's not necessarily the furthest part.
Right, I
of the
understand.
same location.
That's what I was trying to get you to say.
Right. So I think then the answer to I think your question is the water runoff of was it Mr. Bada? Is that
That's right.
Mr. Bada property is not going to change post development.
No.
Okay.
But that drains, that one wetland drains onto the property.
Right.
And we actually have a pipe that goes underneath the roadway to convey that and continue that flow through the property.
Okay.
So,
good. You're going to have
well,
to.
I'm concerned because, so are we saying that first of all, on your map.
That's why they're going to yell at you if you don't go to the mic. The voice comes out of the sky.
So if you look at the map.
Could you use the microphone, please?
If you look at the map, the way I see this is happening somewhere right in this area right here. Yeah, right about there. Right there. So that's an area that you've taken out. you're saying that's going to be a protected area or open space, or, so that's taken out. So I'm still struggling to understand why before anything was done here, the water moves right along the boundary here.
It moves.
And it doesn't show that on your map.
It generally flows this way.
It's not showing that on your map.
We don't put an arrow for every drop of water. What we do is, that is the longest path for the water to flow. But what we're saying is all of that area drains this way. On this map, there's what's called a study point, and that's where the water ends up.
Okay.
So if you look at this map, you
It's
don't
down
have the
here.
whole map.
Yeah.
Right down here, you'll see it.
Right. Yeah.
And that's the study point, and that's where all the water flows to.
So I guess the question is, then, if that's the case, then, after the fact, why isn't it shown to be the case now at the current?
Because it is, I think.
There's no arrow on the first map.
But it doesn't, so I think.
It's not coming out here though. On this one, it's coming out here.
Yeah. I think the answer is that after, and it's only on here, but after what this winter concentration is looking at the longest line that can be drawn for that flow of weather. It's, right? It's not the line, it's actually the flow path. So the longest possible flow path. So once the development gets put into place, that flow path extends into the development now further than what it had before, which changes that the longest point and pulls it into the property. So water flow doesn't change. The way the water is moving doesn't change. It's just where the concentration of that water for the longest stretch of time changes.
So you're saying that the water's going to back up onto the property?
No.
It should be the same as
It's exactly
three of the posts.
Yeah.
And you can tell really by the contour lines that the small lines, it's unusual to have a map with these arrows and showing the path of concentration, but from what's on here, it doesn't appear anything changes on your side.
Other than the additional APC line that they added on the second.
That's something
Yeah,
very
there's two
specific
different
to
lines,
the
there's
model.
a pre-line and a post-line.
Right, I understand that. That's why my question came up in the first place, because
It has nothing to do with the amount of water that falls there and where it goes.
Yeah, it was a good question. I think we all learned something, but it was a good question. I think we all learned something, but it doesn't really affect the way the water is flowing. It just affects the concentration point of the longest flow of water.
okay, so a follow-up question.
Yep.
We have no plans to do this now, but let's just say my son inherits this and he wants to put a 3 or 4 houses up there, development of some kind. Is this new line that you put on here showing this drainage that is happening after this development goes in going to impact any decision this board makes on the
No.
future of that? And he might propose 10 years from now.
No impact at all.
Okay.
What will happen on that case is any development that happens in this area will still go that way. He'll be restricted to what the runoff can be from that area. These other areas, if he's developing that, that's going to head out that way, and I think this is going to head down this way. But it won't affect the amount of, discharge that he could have for your post. Doesn't affect it at all.
Okay. I'm not sure I totally understand it, but thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
If you have a second after the meeting, I'll... The second comment relative to vernal pools, we in fact took this into account when we proposed this design. You'll notice that there are no wetland impacts. That was specific, so that we did not have to go to Maine Department of Environmental Protection or Army Corps relative to wetland impacts. Not only that, when we looked at it, we actually calculated if these were vernal pools, how much impact area would be within that 250-foot radius to make sure that we were below 25%. and that's what we are. So we took that into account in our design to make sure that we didn't have a problem with these wetlands, either one of impacting them or impacting any vernal habitat that would be adjacent to them.
But you are assuming them all to be vernal pools, is what you're saying?
That's the assumption we've looked at.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
The delineation of those wetlands that you're showing on there, was that done in the field or is that from a map, a state map?
In the field.
Yeah. In the field?
Gary Fullerton of our office, who's a
Wetland specialist.
certified wetland
Certified wetland
specialist. Yeah.
Did you submit the report for
Did you
that?
come to my
Yeah, it's on the survey. It's noted on there and probably on the subdivision plan too.
All right. In the project that we just looked at, the same concerns came up on the driving and the roads and speeds. And although I'm sure everybody on this board and everyone that drives around here shares those concerns, but there's nothing that we can do as far as a project approval goes based upon how people drive. We can only really look at site distance based upon how people should be driving, and that's a concern. I think that we can work or ask if some signage would be appropriate for the intersection, but there's nothing that can be required because it does meet the ordinance site distances. Did I say that right? Good. I hate saying that wrong. What else? So how would the board like to move forward with the preliminary table till we get our additional information? What do you want to do?
That's where I am. Yep, I think so.
Preliminary? Go. Yeah, okay. I'm going to let somebody else have the fun of doing this going through the motion here. It's an easy one. Nobody wants to do it? All right, I move that we grant preliminary approval to the major subdivision applicant Brandon Chase, location map 004, lot 029, zone LLR1, pending public hearing and completion of outstanding items.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Everybody okay? Kevin, you okay? I haven't heard from you. All right? Okay. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Zoom guys? Okay? Pass.
Thank you very much.
The next item is are you also going to do this Valley View subdivision request for extension? Who's doing it?
John Chase.
John Chase is doing that. Oh.
That's very simple.
Well, the letter that I read just said maximum extension. It didn't really give a date of anything at the time. Are you back representing? Are you back guiding us here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This was one that was done by, I think Walsh Engineering.
Okay, thank you, Will.
And we had discussed this with, wasn't with Sean, it was another gentleman in his office we had discussed this with to give them, we just told they had to come back to the board, but I'll look it up while you're having a discussion. What the actual terms are, as far as what we can extend it to. I know, Alex, you might remember as well. No? Thanks, Alex.
Yes.
I think Jim might remember.
Yeah,
Valley Road, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't we extend this?
Yeah, I think we did.
No, they came back for reapproval.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
It's never been extended, but they did come back for reapproval because they altered the road and we had to relook at what they re-altered. So it has not technically come back for extension, but I'll try to find that language in here, what the terms are as far as.
Did we just revise that last year?
We did, and it matches the site plan, so it's all the same. Here it is. See if I can keep my glasses. It's in it's in Article 10, section. Yeah, right. Article 10. What section is it in?
I think it's is it Article 11.6?
I'm looking at, yeah, I'm in site plan because it's the same language.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, the language reads, look at it. A property owner, developer, or their agent may request an extension of the period to commence or complete construction by submitting a request to the reviewing authority that issued the subdivision plan approval prior to the expiration of the initial term of approval. The reviewing authority may grant one-time extension up to 2 years to commence or complete construction. If construction is not completed, if construction is not commenced or completed within the approval timeframe, the applicant must reapply. So it's for 2 years.
2 years.
And I think, Alex, you wanted to come back to the board because it was a subdivision that, so you have the authority to grant an extension of 2 years. And they did submit that prior to the expiration of their last approval, correct?
Yeah.
I know John's on here. John, did you want to say anything?
No, I appreciate it. Thank the board for at least taking a look at this. Obviously, we're all in difficult times here with time management and things like that. It is a project that I'm going to be putting on the books here for 2022, late 2023 starting time. I'll be back in front of the board. I've just got to complete, I've got several projects I'm doing right now, and this is the next slated up project that we're looking up to do. So I'll get started within the next 2 years quite easily.
If we give him an extension, he doesn't have to come back again, right?
No, if you did, the board has the authority, the board or the staff has the authority to grant an extension, which would be for 2 years, so it would go on to the original approval date expiration, so we'll just extend it 2 years. So essentially it's very easy. You can just make a motion to extend for 2 years due to circumstances of the economy or whatever. I would just make a recommendation that whatever the reason is, you know, you just note it in your extension if that's where you want to go.
So by definition, is it 2 years of commencement or completion? Because the verbiage is kind of confusing. It's just two different, it's because if it's completed, then it could be,
you have to commence.
4 year.
You have to commence.
Literally 2 years.
Yeah. It's commence, and then I think we do have a separate, once they commence, then they have a period that they have to complete within. But this is to commence.
Yep. Okay, I'll make a motion that we grant a 2-year one-time extension for the commencement on this project based upon recent conditions, both with COVID, the economy, and things that were obviously wouldn't have been anticipated.
I'll second.
For discussion, do we have to have a reason in there?
No, but I think it's just good that you just don't do it blindly. I think there should be a reason, a rationale, and I think it's, if it's COVID or the economy or the builder's scheduling issues, I think that's fine.
Okay.
I just think it just clarifies why.
Because we have a project before us from Brandon Chase.
Different Chase.
Different Chase, perfect, okay.
That's John Chase, Chase Home Excavation. This happens to be Brandon Chase, a different developer. 2 chases in the same time. We're chasing our tail.
All right, so any discussion, questions?
All good.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
6-0. Congratulations, you got a 2-year extension.
Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Good night.
Have a good night.
You as well.
Okay. So Rob's picture's gonna stay up there now.
All right, so our next order of business is the public hearing for the amendment changes. So if you are still out there watching on Zoom, you can feel free to call in as we go through this. Just as, if you are watching for info, once the planning board takes action on the individual ordinances, they're forwarded to the selectmen. The selectmen then review and approve or disapprove and send it on to the town meeting, where the town has the opportunity to vote to approve or not approve any of these ordinance changes. For the board, we have an option. We can either approve and forward with recommending approval to the Board of Selectmen. We can approve without a recommendation, or we can table for further study, or we can just vote no, and then the ordinance changes would stop here. I don't think we need to go through every one of these as detailed as we had, but just for the record, I intend to read the summary that the change is we are proposing, and then have a vote whichever way we feel appropriate. Does that sound all right with everybody? All right, so our first one is 22 tax 01. And the summary of the change is this amendment to the land use ordinance ensures zoning provisions would require all applicants for a setback variance to meet the hardship requirements of a variance. The much more forgiving setback reduction option would be removed from both ordinances. The setback variance with less strict hardship criteria would replace the setback reduction in the shoreline zoning provisions. This less strict variance already exists in the land use ordinance. Is there a motion? You want me to do this?
Yep, move to accept. What do you want to call it?
Good question. We're going to call it revisions to Article 6 Bravo 1B. No, that doesn't sound right. No, it would be shoreline zoning provision section 16G2.
Yes, that.
That, second.
I think if you just go to the cover sheet, I think that will help you.
Yeah. I agree.
That really has all the nuts and bolts I think you need.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Perfect, passes. Second one, 22.
Excuse me, Bob, can you just give me who seconded that one?
I did.
You did. Yeah, Bob did.
I did.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry.
And are you gonna, I assume there's no public comment? And I'm seeing any come in. So
No.
just make sure we don't forget to ask.
We, no, they get one chance.
Okay.
That's it. You know?
One and done.
Well, they get another chance at the town meeting.
That's true.
And at the selectmen.
That's select board.
Yep.
All right, 22 tax 02 is the summary of change is the amendment of the land use ordinance and shoreline zoning provisions would create specific performance standards for the solar energy systems. This, just for the record, this is really our only, I think, our only ordinance that is actually a brand new section to the land use ordinance.
That is correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Is there a motion?
I move to forward it to the select board with recommendation to approve.
I'll second. And actually, we missed that on the first. Sandy, we missed this on the first one. So we just need to modify the motion for the first ordinance change to be recommending to the selectmen, recommending approval. And just to be,
Gotcha.
okay, and that was the amendment to Greg's. I second that amendment, and we just need another vote to make sure we're all legal.
This is for the first one. Yep.
All those in favor? Okay. Sorry, guys.
So
All
Andy
right,
makes the motion for the second one.
second, so we are in discussion now for the second one.
Yep.
Sure ordinance. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Done, passed. 2203, summary of change, Article 9, Section A3 indicates that the conditional use being applied for will not generate noise, vibrations, fumes, odors, dust, or glare. which are detectable at the lot boundaries, and all aspects of the conditional use will be carried on within the structure. The conditional use of the outdoor sales and service found in Article 4, Section Foxtrot 3, for the commercial district does not have a definition in the ordinance. The proposed amendment will define outdoor sales and service and update the ordinance to allow conditional use outside of the structure. Motion?
I move we recommend approval to the Board of Selectmen.
So we do recommend approval. All second? Any
I'll
discussion?
second. Oh, you second.
I did. You guys are too slow.
We are.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes. 22-4. Summary of a change. This amendment to the subdivision regulation would correct an error in the ordinance that creates confusion as to which subsection a 25-unit subdivision would need to adhere to. Did I read that correctly? This amendment to the subdivision regulation would correct an error in the ordinance that creates confusion as to which subsection, a 25-unit subdivision would need to adhere to. Is there a motion?
A motion we forward it to the Board of Selectmen, recommending approval.
So, Ray.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Done. 22-5. Summary of change. This proposed amendment would allow newly defined use, commercial solar energy systems and outdoor storage within certain districts in town. What am I doing? 25, 26. Wait a minute.
The last one you just read was
Okay,
2205.
okay, the 6. Thank you. Is there a motion? Yeah, I think it's permission of the solar energy system use in certain districts. I move that we approve the amendment and forward recommending approval. Ed, do you have a question?
No.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Done. 22 text 7, summary of change. The amendment would define the term outdoor storage. Approval of this amendment does not allow the use in any district. See 2206. Is that, Alex, what is 2206?
That's the table of land uses in shoreline zoning where we're adding solar systems to the
Okay.
table.
Yeah.
Is there a motion?
I move that we forward it to the Board of Selectmen with a recommendation for approval.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. 22-8, summary of change. This amendment would change the minimum lot size requirement to 2,000 square feet instead of the current 21,780 square feet, which is 1/2 acre. Basically, just correcting two different verbiages in the ordinance. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve this, or recommend it for approval to the Board of Selectmen.
Second? Beat you.
Yeah, you did.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now, this one, have we, this one I found back, the business license ordinance. Did we work on this one? And I just...
No, you don't. This is not part of the land use ordinance. It's a standalone ordinance. And it's not something that you guys are required to really look at. But it's been common practice. I think this ordinance was actually created in 2020. Common practice to have you guys at least look at it. And have it be included in the public hearing process, but it's really more of a select board ordinance.
Yeah. So, for the board, my recommendation on this one, if we're comfortable with it, we would vote to approve and send without recommendation. because it's not really one of ours.
Okay.
Okay. The purpose, I'll just read the purpose then. The purpose of the ordinance is to provide reasonable regulations for business other than home occupants operating in the town of Raymond and to protect and promote the health, welfare, and safety of town residents and the general public. So I would move that we approve the proposed town of Raymond business license ordinance and to send to the selectmen without a recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. It's all done. Last chance in the public hearing? Closed. There was nothing really in there that to get anyone excited.
Yeah, nope, nothing at all.
All right.
Next year.
Yeah, we'll look at next year. All right, gender. What else have we got?
There's supposed to be an interview with Michael Richards.
Oh yeah, did Mike show up at all?
May have been here earlier.
He has not come into the Zoom, no.
Okay.
Do you want to schedule him for next month?
Yes, I guess we probably should, right?
Yep.
Yep,
Okay,
next month.
will do.
Plan of communications?
I didn't even talk this over with Alex, but one of the things I think you probably have all heard recently in the news is the discussion that's going on in the state legislature with regards to affordable housing and changes to lot density. I did get something from Maine Municipal Association, which I can share with Alex, which is their latest recommendations to that. But obviously there's a lot of density and a lot of concerns from a lot of communities about the approach that's being taken on this and some concerns. I know various folks and members of MMA have responded, and it's now going to the Senate. So it'll be interesting to see where that discussion goes, because it's usually different at the Senate level than it is at the legislative level. But there are a lot of concerns from various towns and municipalities about the density and the impacts and some of the language that's in there. And if you want, I can send it to Alex and I can send it around so you can see the most current version of that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think that'd be
for
something
sure.
that we would have to implement until 2023, because when we do our ordinances. But it would be a pretty big shakeup as far as density, going from, you know, basically one dwelling on a lot to 4.
On every lot?
On any single family lot, if you're doing affordable housing, you could up to 4 units.
Regardless of the district?
Yeah, there's some language in there about certain districts they want to do it in. This is the discussion that's going on. There's discussions about water usage, sewer usage, the density of that. The language that I saw was really, you could tell it was geared towards communities that had municipal sewer. Because obviously on some of our lots, it might be difficult to attain the necessary sewer flow rates. The other issue that comes up a lot too is parking, and they give a substantial reduction for required parking in this proposal, which some of the towns are also having issues with, because I think we see too, where we have multi-unit dwellings, there's not enough parking usually in those things. And if you don't have enough parking, they park on the street or they park on the lawns, and it, you know, becomes an issue. So there's a whole bunch of things in there. I will pass it on to Alex so that he can pass it on to you folks to take a look at it. At this point, I don't think there's anything we need to do, but you know, if you do have comments, obviously we can pass it along to MMA or whatever. But I can tell you there's a lot of boards that are interested in what's going on with this. It could have a drastic change on some of the communities it works in. But the question I always have with affordable housing is, to me, to your point, some of it's got to be contained in the zoning where we put these types of units, because they should be near the town center where there are available services. And I think in some of the rural communities, you have to ask yourself, you know, how much affordable housing you're going to get, because typically those are closer to municipal centers where work and services are located. And the further out they get, now you got the expense of transportation. We don't have a busing transportation program here in Raymond that connects us with other communities. So there are challenges, but to your point, I know the board's discussed this before, you know, do we need to look at our affordable housing? And the state's taking it kind of out of our hands at this point.
Okay.
Alex, you have any thoughts on that?
Not really. I think I need to learn a little bit more about it. I would be interested to see how we might be able to work that in.
Yeah, I think the way they want to look at it is kind of like the way we would with a multiplex. The same type of density
Yeah.
we would with a multiplex. And I think that's what they're looking at, is duplexes and multiplexes for the most part. Not 4 single families on a lot, but basically 4 dwellings in a multiplex.
Yeah.
I was gonna build 3 more houses in my backyard.
And they're also looking at softening some of the accessory dwelling unit language as well.
Okay. Projects on the, for next week. Sandy, are all those projects coming to us next week, next month? Excuse me.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so have you?
I have not seen those yet.
You've not seen them?
Right, I'll get them out, probably on Tuesday.
Do we have a summary of what those projects will be?
So the question, Sandy, really are, is it doable in a meeting, that this pile that's being, sitting on your desk?
Well, it's gonna be interesting.
That doesn't sound good.
You should be a politician.
Every time you have a couple of things, but that, what with the piers and docks.
Yes, okay.
Under that section, that one's gonna take some doing, but that relates back to, stuff that's going on in Board of Appeals right now for administrative appeals, because Alex did his job and issued, notices of violation.
It's an after the fact.
Right.
Yeah.
That's gonna be interesting.
That's gonna be interesting. So.
Okay, let's not talk about it.
What else are the other ones?
One is an amendment to an approved subdivision to move a property line because she's buying part of the neighbor's lot because her well and septic property on it.
Okay. Simple. Should be.
Somebody wants to come in for an informational meeting to try to get something changed from a plan from way back so that can be subdivided, even though the original plan said it couldn't be any further divided.
The Egypt Road one.
And yeah, then there's the Egypt Road one, I think, is the lot line change.
So Bob, what we can do is Alex and I can kind of meet, and then we can kind of reach out to you, discuss what we'll have to, how we want to program the meeting, or how we want to space time the meeting, just to make sure we have ample time.
Right. Okay. Anybody else have
And
any?
we've got the other one too, Jim, from Sebago Technics that isn't even coming to me what it is at the moment. Oh,
Moraine.
Harbor.
Moraine. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the other one.
What was that? You both talked over each other?
Port Harbor
I said that was the other
Port
one.
Harbor Marine,
Yeah,
okay.
Harbor Marine.
Yeah.
All right. We got some shoreline zoning stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Always.
All right, anything else that we need to talk about?
I don't think so. We have no site walks or anything, so.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
All right.
Done. Thank you, guys.
Good evening and welcome to the select board meeting. Today is April 14th. All right, we do have a quorum. Sam and Joe, Rolf can't make it and Lonnie can't make it. So I need a motion to approve the minutes of April 4th, please.
So moved. Second.
Any questions? All in favor? Okay, a motion for the April 6th minutes.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right, consideration of annual town meeting warrant or ordinance article recommendations. We're gonna wait a few more minutes for Alex. Let's go to B, consideration of final approval of annual town meeting warrants.
Madam Chair, until you make your recommendations, you can't really do the final. Alex is joining us now. The one you could skip to if you wanted to was the last ordinance, which is business ordinance, and that one's mine. So I can discuss it with you if you like.
Sue?
Really, she's
Yes.
really just making this.
Alex says he's been trying to get in. It says waiting for host to let you in.
He just now came up on my screen. I'm letting him in now.
Okay, thanks.
So I don't know why he wasn't there before, but he just popped in.
Yeah, he said he's been there, I guess. It's just
Well,
fitting.
that's odd
Waiting.
because it hasn't been here. Though Wayne
Okay.
had seemed to have a hard time getting in too. He came up several times and I admitted him.
Waiting in the space room.
So Alex is almost here.
He's almost here. He's still in the space zone.
Almost here, yeah. That's how I feel, almost here, sometimes.
All right, we're gonna hang on a second then.
Not here is how I feel.
We're gonna try and get you on and off here. Sam, thank you seriously for showing up.
Thank you for remembering my name there.
And Lonnie calls you an old man. I mean, can you believe it? You have a great memory, big time. And you pick up on things.
Oh, geez.
All right, let's get to the ordinances. On page 30 of our packets. All right, Alex, you're gonna give us condensed versions of these, correct?
Yes. I can. Do you want me to just kind of give a summary for each one?
How do you guys want to vote on these? You want to vote per one? Do we have to, Joe?
Yes, you have to vote on each one.
Okay.
So I
Go
think
ahead.
you go one at a time, give us a quick recap, and then let's vote.
Okay.
Okay. So I would be starting at addendum 2 then, correct?
No, addendum 1 for the TIF, I think.
Okay, I have no clue about that. So
Okay. No, the TIF,
The
I
TIF is
gave you
already done.
I gave you the full addendum and rather than break it up to try and get it to you as quickly as I could. And that's why you got extra stuff.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Alex. Go ahead.
okay, so addendum number 2 is setback variance hardship criteria. So in a nutshell, essentially what's going on here, this is a request that came from the Zoning Board of Appeals. The current shoreline zoning ordinance allows for a setback reduction, which is different than a variance. With an appeal, you have an administrative appeal or a variance appeal. Our shoreline zoning ordinance allows for a setback reduction. It's essentially a variance with restrictions that doesn't require a hardship to be granted. So there's some question as to whether it's legal or not, and it doesn't necessarily line up with the state statute. So what the ZBA is requesting, you know, they kind of worked with the town's attorney, Phil Saucier, on this. They are requesting to strike out the setback reduction portion from our ordinance and replace it with a setback variance that is in the statute that's actually just for single family dwellings. So it would be a little bit easier for people to get a setback reduction to build a house, but not as easy to get as the current you know, setback reduction option that's available. So long story short, if this were to be approved, it would be more difficult for some people to get a variance to build stuff closer to lot lines than the ordinance allows in the shoreline zone. But the goal of the Zoning Board of Appeals was to put the town's ordinance more in line with state law.
Okay.
Okay. So the next one is.
Wait a minute. Do you guys want to vote on that one?
I just need to understand it a little bit better. So
Sure.
we're not doing away with the 250-foot setback from the water, right? We're just looking at boundaries.
Well, really all this is has nothing to do with the allowed setbacks. Right now, someone can come in if they can't meet the setbacks and they can apply for a variance to build closer to a lot line than the ordinance allows. We have two different options for that. And one of them requires an individual to meet some type of hardship. And to prove that you're in a hardship unless the variance is granted is often a very difficult thing to do. Setback reduction doesn't require you to have a hardship. You can just ask for it. You can just say, I want to build a garage closer to the lot line. So that would be going away. So now people would have to have a significant hardship in order to get a variance to do something. So it's going to make things easier. I can tell you some of the backstory and the history on why we have this in the ordinance. It was created to solve issues with structures that were built too close to the lot lines illegally. Someone got a building permit and they said, we're going to be 20 feet from the sideline. And they got a permit, great.
and they ended up building it 10 feet from the sideline. And then there was a mortgage loan inspection done when they sold the house, and it was found, oh, you're only 10 feet, not 20 feet. What are we going to do? You can't get a variance for that after the fact because you don't meet the criteria. So a setback reduction was created to allow the ZBA to grant these variances after the fact and not have to follow hardship. But there's some question as to whether or not it's legal or not. So the ZBA doesn't want to have to deal with, is this legal or is it not? They just want to have it cleaned up so that it matches what this current state statute allows for zoning board of appeals.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right.
Okay. Addendum 3, this one's a little bit easier. This is a new section that we are creating in the ordinance. This is for commercial solar energy systems. So it's our attempt to regulate large commercial solar fields. This does not regulate a solar system for someone's home, essentially for a residential system. This is for a large system that would tie into the grid and is a large commercial utility. So that's what this entire section is all for that.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
All right. So addendum number 4 is the creation of a definition for outdoor sales and service. We currently allow for outdoor sales and service in the ordinance. However, it's not defined anywhere. This came up in the last year where a marina in town was storing some boats outside of their property on a different lot, and this issue was discovered. Essentially what this amendment is going to do is it's going to define outdoor sales and service, and it's actually going to update the conditional use section of our ordinance to allow for outdoor sales and service to take place outside of a structure. The issue we ran into this year is outdoor sales and service is allowed as a conditional use in our ordinance. However, conditional uses are not allowed to take place outside of a structure. So technically it wasn't even really allowed unless it was inside. So this amendment basically fixes that, updates the definition, creates a definition, and updates the conditional use section.
Motion to accept.
Sam?
We need a second. Unmute yourself, please.
I saw his mouth move.
Yeah.
Oh, second.
All in favor?
Excellent. So addendum number 5 is probably the largest of all of them. It's essentially, we did this last year with streets and roads. We went through all the ordinances and corrected all the definitions to make sure they matched. One of the problems that we're trying to fix each year is a bunch of definitions across each ordinance to make sure they all match. They're all the same. So this one, we've gone through and we're updating the definition for structures, lot frontage, really a number of things to make sure that they line up across all of the ordinances.
So it's just the corrections, definitions.
Yes.
Yep, essentially.
Okay. Move to accept.
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
Addendum number 6 basically came about because of the large condo subdivision that was actually approved last night by the planning board off of 85. What they found was a mistake in the ordinance, the subdivision regulations. There is basically a limit to what you can do on a road, and the ordinance is for 25 and under or 25 and above, and they wanted to do 25. So it was, which one do they fall under? So we've just corrected that. This is an easy one.
Where is this going on 85?
This is gonna ask you.
So if you take a right onto 85 at Good Life and you go about half a mile, it's on the right.
Yeah.
You'll see there's some flags out. I think it's after 25, I believe is the address. It's on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Is that the one they were trying to come in Claire Lane on?
Yeah, originally it came off the other side off of Patricia. Yep.
So how many you're going in?
20, I think it's 25.
This is the one by the power lines? When
Yep.
they were clearing all that stuff by the power lines?
I think this is the former Buskey property, is that right?
There's a fire hydrant, I think, in there, right?
It is not the, he actually purchased that lot as well, Don, but the development itself is on the lot next to that one.
So in the same general vicinity, though?
Yep.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while, Don.
Yeah, yeah, but you may remember where that lot is.
Yeah.
So that's what
Motion
that's.
to approve. Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Okay, addendum number 7 is, all this is we have to then allow solar energy systems and outdoor storage in certain districts. So this is just the section Article 4 that we've added solar energy systems into certain districts and outdoor storage in, I believe, commercial, if I remember correctly, as a conditional use. So that's all this is, just adding those, allowing those uses in certain zones.
Motion to accept.
Outdoor storage, so solar panels are considered outdoor storage?
Nope, solar energy systems we've created as a defined use. That's for commercial solar energy systems. Outdoor sales or outdoor storage is a use, and then outdoor sales and service is a use. So we are, outdoor sales and service is already allowed as a conditional use in the commercial district. We've created a definition for outdoor storage, which would be different than sales and service. And that's being allowed in the commercial district as a conditional use.
Okay.
So outdoor sales and service is already allowed, but we've created one for outdoor storage, which would now be allowed.
All right.
And I can give you the thinking behind that, Joe, was the boat storage that takes place in the commercial district that's already being done isn't really legal. You can't actually do that now, starting from scratch. So now it will be allowed. So those will be conforming uses.
Okay.
Motion to accept.
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
All right. Just scrolling through here. So the next one is, come on, it's a big section. 8. Addendum 8 is that outdoor storage I was talking about. It's creating a definition for that.
Motion to accept.
Second.
All in favor?
Addendum number 9, minimum lot size. This is a very small change in the space standards. Basically, we have it listed as half acre in spots and 20,000 square feet in spots. So we just had to correct one that was listed as 1/2 acre, which they're not quite the same.
Motion to accept.
Second.
All in favor?
I think that's it for mine.
All right, thanks, Alex.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good job.
Thank
Sue,
you.
you're up.
And next is business ordinances. A couple of years ago, we made it, or Scott, our then I'm sorry, I'm getting a little punchy. Our then CEO, Scott Dvorak, suggested a bunch of changes to the business license ordinance. In working through those, we found that some of them needed to be tweaked a bit because they weren't practicable. And in particular, all of the licenses were going to expire on March 1st. That would mean that, and they would do that annually. That would mean that every single year, Wayne would have to go out and inspect all the businesses prior to March 1st, and that's just not something we can do. So we're splitting it up so that their business license will expire every 2 years unless they have a annual state inspection for like a daycare or a liquor license or something of that nature. And in that case, they'll expire every year at this with the same expiration date as their state license. The others that will go for 2 years will be expiring every year or every 2 years from the time they apply. So that should spread them out through the year. And to begin with, we'll have to go through and kind of, I'll assign them a month probably to get this ball rolling so that Wayne should have just a few each month to deal with.
Okay, this is my gripe. All right, so as far as daycares go, and I am partial to this one, of course, we have an inspection every 2 years now. The state does. The state comes in and they do an extensive one. And then we also have the state fire marshal that comes in and does a big thing. So in 26 years, besides doing my initial inspection, I've never had to do an inspection, I mean a license for the town, because we did the initial one and that's it. So I honestly, unless you are moving the building, making big modifications to the building, like expanding or whatever, I know there's one coming up on our next thing, a new person's taking over, so it starts it all over. I don't think daycare should be on that one.
So you don't think daycare should get a town business license, or they should have a permanent one?
I think I already have a permanent one.
Well, and
When I
that's
first got it.
that's what we did used to issue were permanent licenses. They came in, registered with the town for $10, and we never
Right.
saw them again. Whether they were
Exactly.
still here or not, we got no updates. And part of the reason for this was to give the select board a way to, and the town a way to collect personal property tax. So I'm not sure if we can take one business out of it and sell the rest of the businesses you have to adhere. And that's not a judgment. It's just, I'm not sure if we can do that. We'd have to run that sort of thing by our lawyers.
I guess then in this case, I don't think that since we only have 3 here voting, because it affects me personally and financially and everything else, I won't be voting on this one.
I didn't think about that. Yeah.
I didn't think about it honestly until I read these right beforehand too, because again, I think in the case if the daycare is not is in violation with the state, then the town should know about it. You know what I mean? So where there's a license or whether state, right? So say it was a violation as far as oh God, anything fire or whatever the reason is that we're not in good standing, then maybe they lose that license they were originally given. But again, like I said, 26 years ago when I started this thing, I don't know. This one has any conflict of interest written all over me on this one. You know what I mean? To say no and being the board chair too. So little.
But here's the thing with conflict of interest. It has to affect you alone. This doesn't affect you alone because there's other daycares in the town.
Yeah.
Well, I know that, but it also puts me in. I know what they have to go through. I know what they have to do in order to be a daycare. You know what I mean?
For me personally, I just think we make it as easy as possible for any business to stay in town. You know, I hate local ordinances because you go from town to town. I mean, I'm in 9 different towns. And I have to deal with 9 different ordinances, and it's a pain in my butt. To be honest with you, and it's all about personal property tax. And all $20 I pay for my computer systems. I mean, give me a break. You know, if I'm licensed by the state has a whole lot more control over me than town should. So,
And I don't have any problems paying any kind of local taxes at all. That's not it. That's not it at all.
oh, I know. It's just a kind of, if you want to attract business to town, you make it as easy as possible for any business to come in here.
That's right.
So, and I get that. I get keeping track of people and stuff like that. But so in other words, each year the daycare will have to file a new license and get it approved by the select board. Am I?
No, if you read that, I took out the select board piece of that. They would just simply have to file a new license
So how?
with the town.
Doing that
with
new
me.
license, all right,
Why can't they come in, even if you charge them $100 and say, that's a one-time fee we collect, is $100. We expect you to file your personal property taxes every year. You know, and if they don't, you go after them. But why make them file stupid paperwork every year?
Yeah, this
is
came
against you,
about.
Sue. Yeah.
This came about because we had a few personal properties that were much in arrears.
Right.
And we have no teeth. The law has absolutely no teeth with personal property. We can't come in and take your cash registers. We can't do anything if people choose not to pay their personal property. So unless we have something like this, so this was the solution that we came up with, and the select board put it on the warrant, and it was enacted by the town. This is the selectmen's warrant. We could change the warrant article potentially to get rid of the business license completely. There's all kinds of things we could do. We could take this warrant article off and ignore the ordinance that's there, because it's not anything we actually can do anything with right now. So it's at your pleasure.
What I would recommend is that this come to another meeting in a select board and have a real discussion about what we do as a town to attract business and what licensing we require.
I would vote to table it, yes.
Can we still talk about it if you vote to table it?
No.
That's what I thought. I always want to talk about it more.
There hasn't been a motion yet.
Yes.
Did you vote? Did you vote?
I vote to table it, yes.
Okay.
Make a motion to table it.
But you don't have a second.
Yeah, you're not allowed to talk about it.
No,
We
you can
didn't have
talk
a
about it
second,
if
so
there's
you
no
can-
second.
You can
there's no
continue talking.
Yes.
All right. So wait a minute.
I would need a little bit of guidance, because I've literally been ignoring the other ordinance, the existing ordinance, because it's not something we can actually do anything with. It's not realistic.
I know for a fact, because I check in with Sue and Sue Carr a lot on, the personal and what to do as far as personal properties and stuff like that. And I'm not trying to make it so it is hard, but I think also I'm in a very awkward position because of me saying with the daycare. So I think it's really, I don't know. I don't know how much I can put in there as a selectman.
Well, you can still have part of the discussion. You can still be a part of, that's why I say we bring it to a different select board meeting and have a discussion. And if we have to wait a year to put it back on a warrant, that's what you do. How much do we collect every year in personal property taxes from business?
No idea. Sue Carr would know that figure,
Any
but
idea?
I really don't know. Charisse may know. Do you have that anywhere in the budget figures, Charisse? How much was collected for personal property tax?
My guess it's a pretty small amount.
Right, but that doesn't mean there's a small amount of personal property tax that might be owed out there. So I'm in agreement with this direction. Maybe we should look at what other towns do, how they handle it. Maybe this isn't the way, but it is a serious problem.
Yeah, that's why I say you bring it back to the select board and allow us to determine how should a business operate in the town of Raymond.
And again, it's not to pay taxes. I was reading this, that every year I needed to come in and file a license again with all the other paperwork that we have to do with daycares. It's crazy, but I'm sure other businesses are too. And again, in 26 years, not having to, and then all of a sudden switching that. So it's not to make your job difficult. So again,
no. If we didn't do business licenses and we take something off my plate like that, it isn't adding to my,
And I don't want people thinking too, I'm using my position to exclude me with the daycare also. I don't want that either.
I don't have a store in town anymore and I still don't like it. So how's that?
There you go. There you go. So, all right.
if I could make a suggestion though, if you're going to table this, can you also include in the warrant, in the motion to remove it from the draft warrant so that it won't even be on the town warrant? Or I'm not sure if you need to because you haven't really
We
approved
haven't
it.
voted to put it in.
Yeah, that's true. This is the first time I was thinking you'd seen the whole warrant before, but you really haven't. So that's true.
So Wayne's picture popped up. So to me, that kind of tells me you may want to put some input in here.
Sure. One of the other facets of the business license, as you're well aware, is we do our fire safety inspections and make sure that businesses are compliant with the fire safety requirements. And so this is a mechanism to do that and make sure that the conditions in the businesses are compliant. This was another way to do that.
And I get that, and I agree with that. But let me ask, can I ask you this? Because I don't know the answer to this. Because you see all kinds of businesses, Wayne, do they also get the state of Maine fire marshal coming in, doing their inspections, any of the businesses in town?
On the liquor license, only when, like we dealt with last year on the business that wanted to expand their outside use and actually start doing entertainment, then yes, the state fire marshal has to come in at that point. Other than that, for example, the annual liquor licenses, as far as I know, the state's not involved at all. It's just us at the local level.
Okay, because I know, again, like the daycares, and I understand, I agree with you on the fire inspections, and we have the fire marshal come in now it's every 2 years.
2 years.
So they come in and they do their inspections, and they're pretty thorough.
And I should be more up to speed, like on your daycare. Is yours an actual, it's not a family daycare, it's an actual daycare, kind of like the one that we have coming up on the agenda. Is that correct?
That is a licensed daycare facility, and mine's a licensed home facility. It's home daycare is what it is. So I can only have up to 12 at one time.
Right.
They can have more than 12. And
So
it's based on their thing, right?
How I'm reading this business license ordinance is you're excluded because that's a home occupation.
Where did you see that?
It's a little later on. Home occupations aren't part of this ordinance.
Yeah, home occupations won't get a business license.
Right.
But it's okay, I didn't read that far, I just read before, but even though it's a business still though, so there should be at least a business license of some sort filed when they
Home
open up.
occupations don't have personal property, do they?
And home occupations are required to get a permit from the code officer.
Yeah.
Even for great big playhouses. Look at Alex. I'm gonna bug him about that one. All right. So again, I don't want to use my position on the select board so maybe going through and really reading this and understanding it for the home and for the outside the home and what a center is compared to the home daycare and what other businesses do, because there's so many moving parts with this.
So would you want this put forward to the May meeting or farther on than that?
I would say May, but I want to know what other towns do. There are some towns that are really good at inviting businesses in and don't harass you for everything. And then there are other towns that make you fill out tons of paperwork every year. So I'm interested in what the good towns do.
I'm not sure May's the best meeting, Sue. We're gonna have a, I think, a pretty full agenda. And I
There
think-
is going to be a public hearing for the town meeting warrant.
So I'm thinking maybe, you're gonna have a lot of time now. You're not racing to get to a town meeting, so.
Yeah.
No, how about September?
Okay, yeah, that would be
Yeah.
better because June, July, and August really.
Gives you
wouldn't
lots
be.
of time to research other towns.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay, I'll move that to
Oh.
September.
I'll make a motion to remove addendum 10 from the warrant and table until September.
Second.
Okay, Wayne, thank you for bringing that to my attention, by the way.
No problem.
All right, any more discussion? All in favor? Okay. So yeah, I didn't mean to be difficult on that one. All right.
That's your nature.
Yeah. Try harder next time, will you?
You guys, seriously, you're calling me a pain in the butt publicly. That's terrible. All right. Any public comment? Nope. There was somebody else on here, but selectman comment? Nope. All right. Motion to adjourn.
So
So
move.
moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Bye, everyone.
All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Good
guys.
night.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Selectmen meeting. Today is April 19th and call of order and everybody is here tonight. Great. So Sue, you're saying just the April 14th meeting minutes need to be done?
Yes, I forgot that I'd already asked to approve the 4th and the 6th at the last meeting.
Okay, all right. So Sam and Joe, I need one of you to motion to pass them, approve them. Can't talk.
Can we
Second.
just sit here all night and wait? I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from April 14th.
Second.
All in favor? All right. We are going to move up F, recognition of Barry Alden, Tasseltop. Up first. Joe, you're up for that one.
All right, well, I know Barry is not one who wants recognition, but I think definitely earns it. And I did promise him this will be the last time we put him out in the spotlight. But Barry, yeah, we are formally announcing that you are the Maine Recreation Parks Association's Outstanding Parks Professional Award for the year 2022. I can't say enough what it's meant the last 2 years to work with you in the craziest of conditions. And we could not have done it without you. And on top of that, your years of dedication and service to the park. It's just, it's such a welcoming place, and you definitely make it that way. So thank you on behalf of me and the select board.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. The plaque that I got here is so beautiful. I thought I'd probably, can you see that?
Looks good, yeah.
Yeah. But thank you. I enjoy working here. I love this place.
It shows.
You can tell.
Barry, thank you.
Joe, he secretly loves all the recognition because he's been bugging me all evening. If it's time yet. Is it time yet?
Is that Karen? Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Well, thank you very much, guys.
No,
Barry,
you
thanks for all
definitely
your
got
hard
it.
work.
You guys have to like 2 years, if you really start to think about it, like what changes you made, it's phenomenal. The park looks great and it's continuing to get better. So thank you, Barry, very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And that's it. You don't have to.
Madam
you can leave
Chair,
now if you want.
I think Don has his hand up.
Oh,
Yes,
I
let
may
Dawn.
be a little bit late to the party, but I would just like to say over the years that I've worked with Barry, I mean, I've been just amazed at the transformation of that park. And I don't think there's a place in there that his hand hasn't touched. And I mean, all those improvements that you see in the cabin, the trail system, any kind of, capital facility down there, the snack shack, the benches, the picnic tables, you name it, he's done it. And he's been a big part of Tassel Top in the past, and I'm hopeful that he'll be a big part of it in the future, along with his wife. And so I'm just really thrilled that he was nominated and got this significant award from his peers. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Good job, Barry. Thanks. We're lucky
Thank
to
you.
have you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, gonna move on then. All right, new business, consideration of issuing a business license for Brighter Days Daycare, Holly Flynn and Wayne Jones. Thank you for sending those updates
You're welcome.
as far as the inspections go. So, Holly?
Yes, I'm
I
here.
just saw- Hi. Hi. Do you want to tell us who you are and what you're doing?
I'm Holly Flynn. I am opening or hopefully opening another daycare in Raymond. I already operate another daycare in Bridgeton, Maine, Bridgeton Great Start, and I've done that for almost 10 years now. I saw that Creative Kids was going to be closing, and she was looking for somebody to fill her shoes and take over her business. And I met with Diane, and she selected me and wanted me to continue on with running a daycare in Raymond. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to expand and help more kids. I don't know.
and parents. Yep. Yeah.
Prior to this, I mean, I have my degree in elementary ed, and I worked for Child Development Services before opening my own school. And so I feel like I have a lot to offer to the community as far as knowledge and supports, things like that for their children. I don't know.
No, that's good. That's good.
I don't like talking about myself. So.
Wayne gave us your reports, which was good. And I think you have just a couple yet to do.
One thing left. We had the strobes that still need to be put in. I know they're going to be put in tomorrow, actually. So after that, we will have met, to my knowledge, everything that Wayne needs from us, as well as the state fire marshal, who's come in and done their inspection as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions for Holly?
No, good to hear, Holly. There was a handful of different violations and all of that, so you've gotten taken care of all of it except that one. Good to hear.
Yes.
Yes, and it was just because we had to order the strobes. So.
And I'll make a motion to approve Brighter Days LLC on a conditional basis, as long as all the state fire marshal's deficiencies are corrected.
Second.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Welcome to town.
Thank you.
Good luck,
Good
Holly.
luck.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Consideration of issuing a business license, Bees Blooms Floral Design. Hannah, you're up.
Hi. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Funny seeing you on this end of things.
I know, exactly. I used to watch your kids. Yeah.
Yes. So, do you want
Go
me
ahead.
to say something?
Yep. Tell us what you're doing.
So, my hope is to open a florist shop here in Raymond. Bees Blooms Floral Design. It started as a hobby for me, and I just decided with all of the pandemic craziness that I would like to start up a shop in Raymond. We don't have one right now, and I thought it was a good thing to bring to the community. So that's what I have to add.
No, good. And I know your inspection is done and came back good.
Yeah.
Do you have any creativity programs or anything that's going to boost up other than just having a flower shop in the town? Just because they came and they've gone.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I thought about doing, you know how they have those art classes where you can go, they call them the sip and paints. I'm not doing a sip and build, but I thought it would be fun to offer like a bouquet building workshop once a month to bring the community in, and offer a build your own bouquet cart to invite community to come in and, you know, give them the opportunity to build what they want. Let me meet them and help them out. And yeah, so
Excellent. Well, if there's ever anything that we can do as a town or as a board, we're always into helping. So please bring it to our attention. We can't help you if you don't bring it to us. So
absolutely.
we want you to succeed. So
Thank you.
All right. Can I
I'll
get
make a
any more
motion
questions?
to approve a business license for Bees Blooms Floral Designs.
second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Best of luck to you.
Best
Good luck,
Thank
Hannah.
you.
luck.
Thank you.
When I make mistake with my wife, I'll be in.
Perfect.
Oh my God, Lonnie.
Lonnie,
You'll be in a lot.
Lonnie, can I ask you to speak up when you're talking? I can barely hear you.
Okay. Yes, sir. Can you hear me better now?
His mute's on.
Thank you.
God. All right, consideration of liquor license renewal, Fisherman's Catch. Wayne, do you want to take that one, or Sue?
Yep, Bill isn't here, so I'll let Wayne speak to it.
So, yes, this is the annual, or we did our annual fire and life safety inspection for their liquor license. From the inspection that we conducted on the 1st of April, there was a number of little items that needed to be addressed. And Bill and his brother have addressed all of those, and we're in good shape as we sit here tonight and consider this application.
Okay.
Might as well make it go for 3, Joe.
I'll make a motion to grant Fisherman's Catch their liquor license.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, good. All right, consideration of quitclaim deeds. Sue's not here yet. We're gonna come back to that one. All right.
She's here.
Oh, she's in the closet.
She's in the closet.
Yes.
I don't think she's on though. No.
Yes, she is.
I'm right
It's
here.
right under
You're
Rolf.
bug show. I couldn't see you. All right, go ahead. All right, see what happens when they put you in the closet?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sue.
All right, so we're talking about Cole, Patricia Cole.
Yep.
What happened with that one? She passed away. And I reached out to Dennis Cole and found out that was his mother. And he forgot all about the land that she owned and he paid it right up. So that's just the quick claim deed for that.
All right. Can I get a motion on that?
I'll make a motion to grant a quick claim deed to book 35913, page 218, book 3709079, page 341,
There goes one.
book 38553, page 2, for Patricia and Doran Cole.
Second. Second.
All in
that.
favor? All right. So I talked to Sue. I wanted her to come in and give us an update on tax liens and foreclosures because it's been a little while. And I also wanted Sue to go through the procedures as to what she does when she is dealing with liens and foreclosures, because there has been some question from people in the public, you know, that the select board is all about going and taking people's property, and we're not. So Sue, go ahead.
What happens is after the tax season is over, come July, I send out a 30-day notice. After 30 days, if they have not paid their taxes, they go to lien. After 18 months, if they have not paid on that lien, it is automatically foreclosed. And at that time is when I start searching for these people, trying to find them, trying to figure out if, like for Cole, figure out if I can find a family member that might know them or whatever. And then I make a payment arrangement with them.
And this year, I wanted to do this like 2 years ago, but COVID hit and I put it on hold. But this year I've upped everybody's payments to try to get them caught up. I didn't want to do that through COVID because a lot of people were lost their jobs or having,
Fair.
money problems.
Fair, Sue.
Yeah, so I have upped it, so most of them will pay off within the 5 years. There's a few of them that I cannot find, which Teresa gave me a good idea for one of them to get her on Facebook, and I did find her on Facebook. So
Good.
I'm gonna contact her tomorrow about it. So I'm really down to just one person that I don't have, well, it's Southern Maine Construction. He and I have been emailing back and forth for the past month or so, and he's finally agreed to a payment arrangement. I sent him the payment arrangement, which is something that the lawyers have written up for me, so it's all in legal jargon. He has so far not returned it to me. I have reached out again, asking him if he's gotten it, and he said no. So tomorrow I'm going to send it out certified mail so that I do get something when he does get it. I've had problems with him in the past, making arrangements but not following through, so. But most of them, I know, they call me, they let me know what's going on. I know their history on what's going on in their family, why they're behind. And most of them let me know if something happens and they can't pay. So, I feel good about these people as far as keeping up with the payments and everything.
So, and Sue also says too, is when they're in the lien, when a lien's put against them, she does not work out a payment arrangement with them. She doesn't do it until they're in foreclosure, correct, Sue?
Correct.
So Sue works with everybody and she knows everybody's, issues or problems or whatever, which is really good. So, a couple times, like I said, I've heard that, the select board wants to take houses and they don't. We work with you. So yes, I just wanted that
I've
put out
been
there.
here for 15 years. We've never really taken a home.
That's
And
never.
the list that Sue sent out to us, I asked her if there was really anybody on there that we need to be looking at, and she says they're all pretty good as far as doing the payments and everything, that she wants to give them some more time. So how do you guys feel about that?
I feel it's fair. As long as they're still paying and they're still communicating, that's really what it comes down to. If they still and always communicate and they have a reasonable payment, I think that's the fairest thing we can do. I mean, COVID times, not COVID times, just life is tough. So
right.
Again, we can continue communicating, and in my eyes, we would never take your property, your house, and that's really what it comes down to when they start blowing us off. It's almost like when you finally get money from that past guy, Sue should send him a bill for her time of her keeping on him so he can keep his land. I mean, come on, that's just not right. That's not fair. And that's really what it comes down to, is being fair to both sides, not the town, not just the resident, both.
Well, we have people on this list from 2010, 2011. It's
Yes,
not
we
like
do.
we're hurrying to take their houses.
Right.
And there's
Right.
not a very big list. When you look at how many people we have in town, it's not really that big of a list.
No, it's not.
I mean,
I know
there
when I
are
got on
some
the
big
board.
numbers on there, no doubt. But as long as they're making payments, I agree. We work with them. If they blow us off, then you move ahead.
Right.
Right.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Sue, for coming in and giving us that.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Sue.
You can get out of the closet now.
Oh, good. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Update on plans for Sherry Gagnon Park with discussion of ball field ideas. Joe.
So exciting. So exciting.
I know Lonnie's excited about this. So I just kind of want to use this this time to I've been here for a little bit over 2 years now. This is my third spring tackling Cherry Gagnon Park. There's a lot of different other elements coming into play. And I kind of want to put all my thoughts down that are in my brain and kind of put it on a document just to kind of clearly lay out what's happening and where I think we should go. So I think the first thing is to not understate the water retention at this park. I thought it was overstated until I lost my shoe walking out there. So no one was over exaggerating. I've never seen that wet before, even during a dry season.
If you're standing right where you're talking about and you look around, you can just tell that you're the lowest hot spot in the whole area. It's a no-brainer that it needs to be lifted up in most areas at least a foot, and that's a big area.
It is, and this is where I think tackling some of these issues. So I'll start with kind of the needs assessment that I've been hearing from community members, and just now that I'm in programs and meeting with families and kind of what they use this park for primarily. I see this as kind of like a community leisurely recreational site. So that means kind of dropping in, playing on the playground, shooting hoops, that type of thing seems to be a lot of the use of the park. I know it's a bus stop, so when we took the playground away, I know a few kids cried. I got the families, but it's to build a nice new playground that we'll get there. So that's, to me, spoke that this is really used as kind of a drop-in community type gathering space. I've heard, outdoor pickleball courts, tennis courts, walking paths, dog park, skate park, those type of items constantly from community members. So that's kind of what I've heard and what I think is being used right now. I kind of like to give an update on, oh, go ahead, Sue. Oh, I saw you waving your hand. Sorry, that's not the official hand wave. I'd like to give an update on Little League right now, kind of what's happened in the last 2 to 3 years. So in 2020, there's no Little League in Raymond. The numbers were down. It was a different time. It was very scary at that time. So nothing happened. In 2021, the Little League board decided to try to give it another push. A lot of the volunteerism had dropped that year. A small group did manage to run T-ball at Cherry Gagnon. And then the minors and majors divisions were acquired by Great New Gloucester Little League. So that's kind of how there was not enough to have in Raymond. So the numbers dropped significantly. This fall, we tried to make a push to kind of rebuild the board. And we had 1 or 2 firm responses. So it was very low response rate. There was a push between the current board members and myself. So we tried to get as many people on board. As you guys know, Little League runs off a parent-run board. So the town can't run that. I assist in any way possible. Do some of the bigger picture things like field maintenance or stuff like that, but it really has to be community driven to succeed. So
2 out of the 5 of us, Joe, were president for 10 plus years for Raymond baseball. That's when it used to be the Cal Ripken League, and we used to have, I think Little League was what was that, the girls softball or something? Yes. Little League, and then we had Babe Ruth, and then we had also Cal Ripken. So it's too bad that the numbers are dropping so much, because we would be looking at a couple teams for every youth age all the way up through, and even having a strong senior league, what we called it, which was 13 to 15 years old. And it's too bad that it fell off, but it's great that Great New Gloucester is
they took it on. They did. So that was one of the during the off season, when we knew we were getting a firm board in place, that I offered to take on T-ball, coach pitch, whatever I could. But realizing that it wouldn't make sense for me to do it 1 or 2 years and then transition to Great New Gloucester, it'd be kind of confusing. So Great New Gloucester said, no, we'll do T-ball to majors or whatever division they can run to acquire that. So they did end up acquiring that. The board, Raymond Little League board, officially voted to merge. So it's a 2-year process. So they have 1 representative right now in Raymond, and after next year they'll decide if what to do. So it kind of buys us a year. And it's just a national trend too. Little league numbers are down everywhere. There's lacrosse, there's basketball 4 seasons. There's a lot of competing factors with the spring season right now. So that's kind of the update on Little League and Raymond, the status. I then kind of was trying to think of Sherry Gagnon Park and kind of like a SWOT analysis, strength, weaknesses type of thing. So I'll go over those really briefly, but it's a very high trafficked area. I mean, driving by that cut through between Mill Street and Main Street, there's always someone there playing sports, anything like that. It's very active for an area I didn't know until I worked here. So that to me says it's high traffic and people know about it. I think trying to fix some of the signage. Nathan and his crew did help with some of the dead trees around, so you have clear vision of the park, stuff like that. So I think if we get a 2-way facing sign, that'd be nice there to dedicate the park, again, the Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park, and just give it more of an identity there. It is flat, as you guys know. That actually has an advantage, like the basketball court, that's able to be built up, and it seems to hold up very well. So anything like a tennis court, pickleball court, where you need to bring in earth and build it up and have kind of shelving the water off and drainage, this is actually a really good place to do something like that. It's got adequate parking. Eric there, we've noticed the parks foreman has been a huge advantage of getting that first field in good condition, the front field. We actually have a rental that is looking to rent it for the spring and summer. So that's another way we can generate revenue. And so that's exciting to see. Some of the weaknesses is that water retention. That's just, to get the playground in, we have to have a really strong, long dry spell to get any heavy equipment there. So that's why the playground equipment, stuff like that, takes a little bit longer with this park. It's just the nature of it. I do want to address the light poles. This is something that with Little League standards has completely changed the direction. It has to be LED lights, it has to be a galvanized steel pole, and it has to be concreted in. So what we currently have there, according to Little League, they will not use it or cannot use it on that field. So that poses a big concern. So that's just digging into the history of the park and kind of what the current standards are. That's kind of what's happening right now. So with that, I'd love to answer any questions and any thoughts on that.
Well, I know the light poles too. Volunteers went down there and did it. And Lonnie, I think you donated the scoreboards.
Yep.
But it was all, I was going to say, I've been on the board going on 9-10 years. And so
yeah,
it's been back a ways.
It's probably 15, maybe 16, 18 years or so when we bought them.
9, almost 20 years ago.
Yeah. And I'd be willing to purchase a new one. Absolutely. And do and help with the improvement of that park. The park means a lot to my family, so we would definitely help in a handful of different ways, Joe. So however this goes down the road, yeah, I'm definitely with you.
I appreciate that.
What do
That's,
you
I do think if we're gonna do, I think keeping that front field is a no-brainer. I think that can be used recreationally, especially for future programming. So I do think we should, if we're gonna invest in the ball field there, it should be that first field when you see the park. I do think that backfield, I think we need to move in a different direction. I'm working on a USTA a tennis grant for tennis courts. We are eligible because we have no public tennis courts in the town. So that really is like the first qualifying event for that. So that's one opportunity we can pursue as well.
So the walking path, I made Nathan walk that to see what it was like. And I think in that back corner, he got into some serious stuff. And he goes, nope, not going to work back here. Right, Nathan?
Yeah, the problem is no drainage down there. It's flat. He's pretty much set it all to swamp.
Yeah, no, that could be. I was thinking also maybe walking past to the playground area at least. Yeah, it's going to be. I think anything like that, you're going to bring in some earth to build that up. I know they have grants for walking trails. There's some that are kind of ADA accessible too. That so they come in and they'll make it flat. They use some type of material that keeps it from erosion, stuff like that. So that's also another area. But a lot of people have been using Tassau Park honestly as walking. That's been during the off season.
Yep.
I think it would be a running path. Once you hit the corner of the playground and then you got to the edge of the multi-purpose field, you would slow down because you would be getting eaten alive by mosquitoes from that back swamp area that was always so wet.
You'd set a lot of personal bests.
So this is what you're looking to do then for this possibly?
That's kind of my vision idea of where to go.
All right, so I want to put this up for people that are at home and don't see this. There's a multi-purpose field here. There's tennis courts and pickleball courts here. The playground's here and the baseball's up here. That's pretty cool. And a walking path around the whole thing. As I'm doing this. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I think if we kind of, I look at Donna Beth living in Wyndham.
Yep.
It's a park that we, is kind of similar, donated, and they just keep putting different features in there. It's a really great place to go. So that's why I kind of see the direction for Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park.
And the big playground climbing unit is going to go down there at Sherry Gagnon? Okay.
Correct, yes. Yeah.
All right. Great.
Who owns
Thanks, Joe.
the land behind it?
Yeah.
All of that. I mean, and there's still a bunch of land back there, isn't there? That's really has never been touched.
No. Go ahead, Nathan.
Where's that?
I was just going to point at Teresa. We met with that woman.
Oh, there
yes,
is.
I have too. So yeah, there is some connectivity of walking trails as well.
Well, it literally goes up to the edges of our property. Maybe another 3-4 feet, but it's pretty much squared in. It's so weird. It's like a section that was cut into there for Sherry Gagnon, and the rest of the property all around and behind belongs to another family, one family. So yeah, so we did meet with them. We were thinking about possibly getting another walking trail out to the mosquito or whatever, but it would be pretty in depth.
Yeah, I mean, and you would think that if you did have it there, in order to alleviate some bugs and things, you'd want to pull back the trees. That was what I was looking at, is just being able to take down some trees so it just gets more sun, it gets all of that. And this plan looks like it's utilizing that whole back corner, so.
Right.
It seems like it's the most growth of trees there too.
So another big issue we have down there is security. Yeah. When they used to have the wooden structures back there, all kinds of things were going on back there. What would be your idea for that?
Well, I think Nathan and his crew's already kind of started doing that. We kind of created better sight lines, at least from driving by. So we've taken out a few of the dead trees. We can even thin out some of the trees on the other side. So I think any type of park, and ideally you want your playground set kind of in the closest to the parking spaces, but we don't have any room for that now. So I think just creating that sight line from when you're driving by is probably the best way to prevent that.
Okay.
How's the blockhouse? Is the blockhouse still in good shape?
We're working on that.
Well, they put an addition on a couple years ago.
Yeah, Eric's been cleaning out kind of the Little League, the storage shed, and we're looking at trying to create more, having that more of a maintenance shed with tools and stuff that we can use to help groom the field or take care of the park. So that's been cleaned out. The concession stand, it hasn't been touched for 2.5 years, so it needs a little bit of updating and work, but it's got good bones.
I mean, there was a lot of things, a lot of good times down there. So that's sad that we can't get the kids back in there to do it.
A lot of good times.
Yeah.
How's the basketball court fending? Is it holding up well, or is it?
Yeah, it actually is on. Nathan, the crew fixed that hoop. They did a great job with that. So that now we have a full court. We can use the actual the pavement that they use. It's holding up really well, no cracks. So
yeah.
we can probably get away with another year or two of not resurfacing. So it's getting pricey. Those type of projects.
Absolutely. In that rectangle, is that batting cage?
Yeah, so we did take out the one that's broken. We're going to use it as a picnic because it's a high spot. We're going to kind of redo it with stone dust, put the picnic tables up there as a picnicking spot. And we do still have the one off to the right near the front field. So we'll still use it as a batting cage, but we did take down that one near the basketball court.
Joe, is your plan to phase all this in?
Yes. Yeah. This is big picture, 2 to 10 years, depending on how it shapes out. But I do think pursuing the tennis court, pickleball courts is going to be the first phase of this because of the grant availability, and pickleball has just blown up. I mean, we have over 70 people registered for our pickleball program indoors right now. So once indoors ends, it's hard to keep them, and they've asked for outdoor pickleball courts. So we've talked about utilizing the basketball court, during the day, or where they can bring their own nets. But I'd love to get their own site. It would be used all the time.
Great, that's great.
Did you
Is it mostly seniors who are playing pickleball? I assume.
Sorry.
What's that, Joe?
Is it mostly seniors who are playing pickleball?
I would say
yeah. I mean, actually, for all from about. I mean, there's people in there that I know that are in their 20s up through 80s. So it picks up a pretty broad swath.
And where are you playing now?
Right now, Raymond Elementary School. We have 3 courts in that gym. Okay. It is tight. I played doubles. You're right, Rolf. It's it seems like it's geared for senior citizens, but I was playing. They're schooling me, so it kind of levels off the competition. So it really can be played by anyone. It'd be kind of a fair and very athletic event. So it's really cool.
And it's and they usually and they schedule it such that there's beginner groups, and then there's intermediate and more advanced, so that it's a good experience for all of them that are playing.
Yeah, I do think it's sad about Raymond Little League though, having coached and umpired and all that stuff. It used to be a gathering place for parents and their kids.
Yes, it was. Yes.
I can't believe we don't have enough kids interested in playing Little League.
And that's
that just saddens me.
No age throughout. There's enough to put a team together, because we had every age.
Right.
Yeah, we did.
I remember when I took it over from you, Teresa.
Yep.
You had 7 softball team, girls softball teams the year before I started. And then it
huge.
dropped right down when we, you know, but still 7 softball teams. And then it dropped down.
That place was always busy down there. And the food that they were selling and the candy and the parents with the, yeah.
I'm a little league, you know, that was my childhood as well. It's really tough to see it like this.
Yep.
I do think there's hope. I do think there's some strong numbers at T-ball, strong numbers at coach pitch. I do think the volunteer piece is is tough for parents right now. Because I know just me taking on the programs has helped a lot. People are just like, oh, this is great. All I can do is just show up and coach, and I'll handle all the administrative stuff. So I do think that's one of the key points, Lonnie, is that there just is no, there's no board, no volunteers right now to kind of grow this or keep it going. So I think that's one of the pieces. So I do think there's always hope. So maybe in the next year,
what the tools that we use to reach out to the kids to make sure that all parts of the town are knowing about it. You feel good with all of that?
Yeah, my email list keeps growing every, so as people register and do things with Raymond Parks and Rec, my email list gets bigger. So right now I'm reaching about 700.
Good.
So in 2.5 years, we've gathered 200 unique emails. So that again helps with my marketing and anything else we want to put forward. And that's what we use too to see who's interested in the Little League board. So I put that out and got 1 or 2.
Did you get messages out through the school at all?
No, they won't. It's kind of tricky.
No.
Which is probably why people don't know about it, because back in the day, that's how you did it. You sent a message out through the school, and then 100 kids would show up to register, for Little League.
No, they don't do it anymore. Only if it has something to do with the school, they send it around.
It's kind of an interesting issue because we participate with them and use our media to help, get their messages out. Yep. And whether it's the electronic sign, whether it's the road runner, website, so forth. And so I was pretty disappointed when they took this perspective, but I guess they have the reasons for it. They feel it was dilute their messaging. But I'm with you. I think that if you're doing programming for young people, the school is the logical way to get that word out. But I guess they now have a policy that doesn't allow, they don't allow us, they don't allow anyone to use their messaging, but they want to use our messaging, which is interesting.
Yeah. Maybe we put a scrolling banner across on the bottom of the school board meetings when they broadcast it out of our studio.
That's a good point. Kevin give it, he can give us an answer on that one.
The thing is, nobody watches those meetings.
Moving right along, let's see. So thank you for all the work you're doing down there. And we're hoping that again it comes back to the same group of parents that do things all the time. So we found that there's got to be new blood all the time coming in, and I think that's where we're missing a gap there.
And I'll be there to support them. That's all we can do. And I do think there's a possibility next year. So we'll look at it and we'll see what we can do.
Well, and we're here to support you too. So so thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks.
All right, moving on. Consideration of funding the Cumberland Oxford Lakes Area Broadband Collab. Don Willard.
Okay, so where to begin? Where to begin on this one? It's been, a number of years that we've been talking about broadband. And so I guess tonight, I think I have what I believe to be a very positive direction, and it comes after a year. The most recent iteration of communities meeting together has been about a year, 10 communities. It was originally a smaller number of communities than that, working independently of GPCOG. There was along the line a decision to work with GPCOG, and some communities in the group are GPCOG members, some not. GPCOG agreed to do the initial work, which included things like geomapping, getting a consultant to work with the committee's members from each town, participating towns, to through several informational meetings and then interviews and meetings with internet service providers. So I guess to kind of get a feel for what each town wanted to do and what kind of resources might be out there in the private sector. So I've been attending this thing for a number of years, but when it came to be a discussion about, technical issues, I asked Kevin Woodbury, our network administrator who's with us tonight, to become that person. And because in previous meetings, I'd seen Kevin come and do presentations and actually, I think, well, definitely enlighten the folks there as to where things were going and what we should be looking at. So I have Kevin here tonight to perhaps a good place to start might be to say, so what is it we're trying to do and why? And then I can get to the ask and where we go from there. But I think it's important to understand that there is a variability here in the way that you approach the provision of broadband internet or fiber to the premises, however you want to look at it. I'll let Kevin explain that first, if you would, Kevin.
So what we're trying to address basically is build an architecture that will serve the 3 areas in Raymond that we need to serve. And those areas are residential, business, and municipal, the government network. And with the real way to address this is through a fiber optical network. I mean, there are lots of other ways that people are addressing it, and most of us now have, a coaxial based network with spectrum. That's not a network that can be easily addressable to these 3 types of accesses. And so residential, we're looking at using what's called a passive optical network, which allows you to share fibers. So one fiber continues on through multiple houses. And so you're basically multiplexing the information on those fibers. So that is a less expensive way of getting into a fiber network. But what we're talking about for a speed on this network is 1 gigabit symmetrical. So that means you have downloading things, you can do it at 1 gigabit per second, or uploading them, doing backups or sending things to other people, sending videos to other people or whatever. So we're going to make that our base service level for everybody. And there's several things that go along with that and one of them is called latency. So latency is when you send a packet to somebody, how long does it take to get a response from them? Because the way the internet protocol works is every time a packet's sent out, you get a response back saying they received that packet. And so we're talking about a latency of less than 30 milliseconds to the ISP vendors interconnect. And when they're interconnect means there are several tiers of providers. So Spectrum connects to the next level of provider, and then they connect up to the tier 1 base network for the whole country. And what we're trying to do is impose a good service level so that when you make a phone call or a video call or somebody's doing a medical analysis of your heart rate or any type of device that requires very good timing, you need to have that latency below a certain level. So that's one of the things we're trying to do is making sure that we get those latency levels and things like that into what we have when we build our base network. One of the other things is a lot of the people probably have heard of IP version 4. So that's the Internet Protocol version 4, which has been around since, I guess it was developed in the 60s, rolled out in the late 70s, and been here for a long time. Everybody has an address. Well, the problem is there are more people and devices than there are addresses available in that version of the protocol. So what we need to make sure is the vendor we go with supports the IP version 6 protocol, which basically has, from what we look at now, an infinite number of addresses. So, and the reason you have to have addresses is because if you want to be a business or have your own address for your house that you can make sure somebody can get to, or you want to have, say that I want to have a server at my house so that my friends can look at, my pictures at my house or any number of things. they can always get you at your address. Right now, you share addresses and you share ports and addresses. So we're trying to make a structure that will support the current and future needs of Raymond. And that structure is based on IP version 6. So we want to make sure that's definitely a part of it. Now for businesses, we want to start at symmetrical 1 gigabit per second service, but businesses require a lot more bandwidth, and they can require, and we're talking about 10 gigabits per second. And these are standards. I mean, if you go out into the rest of the world, including the United States, the base level is 1 gigabit per second for residential and 10 gigabits per second available to businesses. So we want to make sure that that's available, and we're looking at multiple vendors that allow us to have those things. And fiber is one of the best ways to provide that. And we're looking at better performance with latency and better performance with jitter. What we also want to have for businesses is when we put this fiber in, we want to have what's called a fiber ring, because your business has to be up, and you don't want to, if somebody's line gets cut, if there's a storm. So we want to put a ring, and basically we can put a ring around one of the lakes or something. We can create a ring in town so that if some place gets cut, you have service still, and your business can continue on. So redundant pass to the ISP onto that ring also is one of the things that we want to do. So even if you in town lose part of your ring, one line gets cut, you still have the connectivity. But if your ISP loses a link, you want to have them have a separate link somewhere into your ring. So these are things that people don't think about unless they are in businesses, and if you look at the medium-sized businesses, and these are items that everybody looks at. But now in these days, everybody's communication, TV, phone service, everything is going through the internet. Medical, everything is all data now is flowing through the internet. So it's critical that we build a network that supports these things. Then the third component is the municipal network. We do backups every night, hundreds of gigabytes backing up over the network, because we need to get the data off-site. We back up locally in the building that the server's on, but we have to get it off-site, because if the building catches on fire, we lose our backups. And these are requirements. The state, imposes these requirements, saying we must protect our data with off-site backups. And then to do that, you need a network that can go at least 10 gigabits per second, back up that kind of data. And that's what happens if you look in the cloud. All these data centers in the cloud, they back up to other states because they have these high bandwidth connections. What we're trying to do is set our own local offsite backup so that we can make sure we get these things done. Right now, we back up from the fire station to the town office, and from the town office to the portable, and from the portable to the town office. But we can't, because we have a fiber link that we put in about, 15 years ago, Don, I think. Right. We put in our own fiber link from the town office to the portable. It's underground. It hasn't failed in 15 years, and we can get those backups done. But the fire station, which has its own servers and phone server down there, cannot do the backups because it takes like 2 days to do a full backup. So we get a full backup run, and then we run incrementals, up to the town office. So it's very hard, and that's just one example of why you need that kind of bandwidth to do things. Go ahead, Don.
I was going to say, so in more of a layman's terminology, what we're trying to do is to put in a system that will be, to the degree possible, and I think with Kevin involved, it's going to be the highest degree possible, something that's future-proof. Build it once, build it right. There's going to be variability. Some towns are looking at other options that that we're not looking at, and so this phase that we're going into now, phase 2, the development phase, will be working with Mission Broadband, as the other communities will be, to put together a request for proposals, community specific, to get back some actual real world information that we can use to begin to look at the costs and to see what private sector vendors would be interested. And to be honest, I let Kevin speak to this. There are only maybe one vendor at this point that looks like it might be the vendor that we could work with. We won't name them, but because
Well, we can name them.
well,
I mean, GWI has, and their business model is to create, for us to create a network that's owned by the town, but run by an ISP. So that allows us, if we do that, you know, we can make sure that the best possible cost model is implemented for people at the lower end of the spectrum, as well as business people get the type of service they need, and we can monitor what happens. I mean, we don't have to run it, and you know, but we need to allow the people to get the service they need. And one of the things that GWI does is they come in, they say, well, we're going to run fiber to every building, whether people use it or not. It will be there so they can use it. And that's, even though it's a little more expensive up front, in the long run, it's way less expensive.
And to me, that's the big distinction between that company and some of the other companies and the approaches they want to take, which is some of them are amalgam of technologies. But you know, I'm with Kevin, and to do it right and to do it that one time, and who knows exactly what it's going to look like. But I think it's going to be a combination of, you know, federal, state, local, private sector resources. I mean, I like Kevin's idea there of town ownership and private sector management, but that may or may not come out to be. But we've got to do this development work to be ready, because it is with the American Rescue Plan funds, you know, that are expected to flow in. We've got to know what we want, have a plan to get what we want, and have some cost information and interested vendor, and be ready to go. And that's what this is all about. And so I'm asking for $8,000, up to $8,000 from our American Rescue funds to help, to fund, rather, not to help, but to fund Mission Broadband, which is our consultant that is working with all of the towns to develop the RFP, help us evaluate the proposals, and then prepare a summary of each vendor proposal, and you know, basically creating a plan specific to our town. And so that's the next step. And you know, as I say, I'm optimistic. Can I guarantee that we're going to find something that's going to work out and we're going to fund it immediately? I can't, but I'm feeling much more optimistic than I ever have, and the money is going to come, and so we need to be ready.
Well, and I hate, you know, I don't like throwing the acronyms around, and I can't, it's like, this is like an hour or two presentation. But one of the things that I mentioned that we really need is service level agreements. You know, this is a business. We need to make sure that we have those agreements and they're monitored and reported on, because right now, if you have a problem with Spectrum, and I don't know if anybody's dealt with Spectrum that much, but you know, you get a hold of them and they tell you there are really no service level agreements. We're paying, you know, and that's another point. We're paying at the town office $1,200 a month, basically, for, you know, a pretty slow fiber connection. And there's no service level agreement with that. It's a best effort on their part, is what I always get every time I call. I would tell you, though, Spectrum has great technicians, but other than that, you know, it's really hard to get a cost-effective, good service from them.
Is GPCog sitting on a pile of money to do broadband? Is that why they're in charge of the project?
No, they're not sitting on a pile of money at this point, but the likely outcome is that, as with the, you know, the monies that they administer for federally and state administered road programs, they're likely to be a part of the mix because of their role as a regional council of governments and provider. But no, they're not. They specifically themselves are not sitting on a pile of money. They're basically, in this instance, a convener of communities, and the majority of the communities are part of GPCog. As I say, the first phase was at a no cost with GPCog as the administrator. The second phase is, you know, equal pay. There's not a surcharge or anything on us for non-membership, but they're leading this from the administrative standpoint. Mission Broadband is actually the outfit that the community selected to do the work. So not money, but they are in the administration of it.
So chances are down the road, they're going to be the ones who are going to be the contact to get the grants and the money from either the state or the feds to run this thing. Or to make it get built out, I should say.
I don't know if I would, it's possible. I mean, the state's gonna have a big say in it, even the county's in on this thing. You know, that's where the money is right now, but the federal money to the state, the federal money to the county, but that's possible, highly possible, but I don't know. Kevin, you've been attending with Melissa the meetings more recently on this phase of the project. Do you have any insight in that? How GPCOG is going to relate to the financing?
I don't think that, it's hard to say. The state's going to come up with some money, and they've got actually a big chunk right now, and I'm not sure how they're going to put it out. What they're trying to define is speed levels of what's acceptable, and they're still at the very low end of what should be the minimum level. So we do one of the things is having 100 megabit uphill service, transmitting out, and we don't have that right now, and Time Warner does not offer that unless you get their fiber at $1,200 a month. So we do qualify for what the current level is for some funds, but I'm not sure how much that's gonna.
And so I think there will be some, fair allocation of the funds. And so, as I said, every community is going to be, in some ways different. And so, as I said, I wanted to get Kevin in on the ground floor, and he has been for years actually in these meetings and so forth, to help us decide, and as he's outlined, what we ought to be doing. But our plan will probably be somewhat more sophisticated than some of the more rural areas.
Well, a lot of people are trying just to get service to the unserved people, that's horrible this day and age. And what we're trying to do is build a network that's the network, if we put it in the way it should be, the fiber itself will last for 50 or more years. I mean, this is like a, future-proof thing, because you can change your switches, you can change all the back end equipment, but the fiber is good. I mean, the fiber we're putting in can run, up to a terabit per second. I've seen, tests on that. So we're going to put in something that used to be very expensive, and now it's dropped way down, almost as cheap as putting in coax.
Right. So we're going to have what we need to proceed with or without GPCOG, I guess. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but.
Yeah, no, I've got it. I'll make a motion to have Don Willard on behalf of the select board sign the MOU with GPCOG.
And funds from ARPA.
And using the funds from ARPA, yeah.
Thank you.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor? All right. On the same subject, consider appointments of representatives to the CoLab Steering Committee and the Broadband Committee. Dawn.
So they would prefer that at least one of these representatives be an elected official. And so I did reach out to Rolf, knowing his engineering background and his very analytical bent. And I guess if you're still interested, Rolf, I would propose that you might be the attendee or the representative, unless somebody else had a burning desire to do it. And I would also suggest that, Kevin Woodbury, because of his technological expertise as a citizen of the town, he's agreed to be on this committee as well. Now, I don't really understand the difference between the two committees that they put together, but my sense would be that Rolf would have if there is a more, influential position of the two, that would be the one I'd propose Rolf for. As I said, if he's still willing, he was on vacation. I wasn't able to nail that down 100% with him.
I told him to put his name down. In daycare, we say not it.
Yeah,
so.
you said to go with him. So
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be on the agenda, but I don't. Yeah.
I mean, I said I'd do that as long as Kevin was on there too.
Yes. And I'm still going to be,
Kevin.
as far as the town representative, I'll
Put it
still
in
be the town
blood.
representative. And we also have, we're very fortunate, our new administrative assistant, Melissa McConkey, is a long-term Spectrum employee. So she has, former employee, so she has basically given us a lot of interesting insights and information.
That's great.
So she's really been good.
That's
She's
good.
been meeting lately with Kevin on the tail end of this first phase, but I'm excited. I think it's going to happen. So
Well,
Rolf,
hopefully it comes into fruition.
Yeah.
So I don't think you need a motion. So Kevin, Don, and Rolf.
Right, the two representatives will be Kevin, for this particular new committee they're putting together, these two committees will be Rolf and Kevin, and I'm still gonna be the town's representative attending, and Melissa attends as well.
Great.
I don't think you need a motion for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys, for stepping up to this and doing this. Rolf got nominated because he wasn't here, but Kevin, this is your avenue. So yeah.
If anybody ever has any questions, wants to go through more in depth, just give me a holler.
Thanks, guys.
When I have insomnia, Kevin, I'll give you a call.
Yeah.
All right. Next, consideration appointment of election clerks nominated by Democratic Party. Sue.
Well, every 2 years, the parties caucus normally. This year, the Democrats didn't caucus, and they had some sort of a statewide something or other. I'm not quite sure what it was. And the outcome of that were two representatives or two people from Raymond who said they would like to be election workers. One has been before, Janice Miller, and the other, Edward Kranich. I don't recall now if he was on the planning board or the ZBA, but he's been on served on boards before. And they put their names forth. The Republicans did caucus, but all the people that were at the caucus that I attended were already voters and were running for office, so they are disqualified from being election workers anyway.
All right. So, sorry. We don't need any. Do we need a motion?
Yeah,
Yes,
you need
please.
a motion to accept the appointments. I'll make that motion, being a good Democrat.
Second.
Is that why you and I don't get along? I mean, seriously?
Second.
Rolf wants to tell you what his thoughts are too, but any more discussion? All in favor? We got to get Sam better so we can stick in his 2 cents there. All right, consider appointment of warden for June 14th primary election. Sue.
And this election will be a multi-election. We'll have a state primary as well as a municipal, an RSU 14, probably a referendum. But we have to have a warden for the state elections, and we'll elect a moderator for the town portions of that at the polls. So this has
Make a
been the state
motion to
portion.
appoint Suzanne Carr as a warden for the June 14th primary and the referendum.
Second.
All in favor? All right, good job. All right, public comment. Anybody? Going once? Twice? All right, selectmen comment.
So what happened with the nomination papers? Have they all been turned in? And
They
I didn't
have
turn mine
been.
in.
We have 2 that are running for select board. And on the screen, they are sitting over in that direction from me. No, my screen's backwards this way. The budget finance, there were 3 seats and 2 people running for them, Karen Lockwood and Deanna Lee. And there were 2 seats for the RSU board because we had 2 vacancies. Anna Keeney left before the end of her term, and she moved, and Jenny Cummings passed. So we have 1 for 1 year, and that's Jody Carroll is running for that. And the 3-year term is Char Jewel.
So go back to
So-
the budget finance a second. How many members are on that board that we have seats for that I think we came down from 7 to 5, didn't we?
yes.
No,
We might want to think about
we
that
went
for
from 9
next
to 7.
year.
We went from 9 to 7.
We went from 9 to 7.
Okay,
And
and
we haven't kept a 7-member board since.
Right. So if these 2 people get on, how many members will we have on there then? Because I think we're going to be missing one again.
It'll be 1 short.
Yeah, we'll still be missing one because there's 3 seats open and there's only 2 people running for them.
All right, so 6. All right. All right. Any other public comment? I mean, selectmen comment? All All right, town managers report.
Oh, I'd first like to start really with more of a, I guess, a comment than a report, and that would be, I see Sharice is here, Sue is here. And so, you know, thank you to Sharice for her first budget, and I think she did a great job. And for Sue Look for her patience and the numerous iterations of, you know, not only meeting notices and other procedural things to get us ready for our referendum vote. So I'd call out those two in particular, but the department heads in general, and to the Board of Selectmen for all the meetings you've all been attending. Thank you for that. And so I'll get to the dates of the meetings and so forth, but it's always good to get through that process. I used to mark the beginning of spring with the annual town meeting. We had a March town meeting. Somehow I always felt better after the mid-March, but these days I feel good when we get through all that process. So thank you all for your work on that. And so next I'd like to talk about some dates. So confirming dates for our upcoming regular meetings. We have May 10th and June 21st. All good. And then we have the reminder of upcoming election schedule, which is, as we draw through the process, as I've said, it's getting shorter, but we still have some key dates to go. We have, you know, May 18th, which is a budget vote at the Wyndham High School Auditorium at 6:30. And that would be for your RSU. We have the May 27th deadline to change parties to vote in the primary election, June 14th. We have June 9th. Deadline to request absentee ballots. June 14th would be a state primary for municipal officers and RSU 14 budget elections at the Jordan Small Middle School from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sue, have we set a date for the public hearing on the referendum?
That will be on May 10th at the next selectmen's meeting.
Okay, so that one everyone wants to be aware of as well. So I guess that's what I have.
Okay. All right, so as far as executive session goes, we are not doing the discussion of labor contracts and proposals. That got put off. But can I have a motion to go in executive session regarding code enforcement violations updates?
You're muted, Joe.
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session per code enforcement violation update pursuant to 1 MRSA subsection 4056H.
Second.
A second. Your second?
I second.
All right, I didn't hear that. Sorry. Oh my God, the hearing's bad. All in favor? Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Bye,
Good night,
guys.
everyone.
Be
Good
safe,
night.
everybody.
Have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you. Good evening. This is the meeting of the Raymond Recycling Committee on April 21st. And thank you to anyone out there in the public who is listening and joining us here on the Zoom meeting as well. I'm Grace Levitt, and I'm serving as chair. And we have our vice chair, Susan McCarty, our secretary, Karen Lockwood, and other members of the committee, Kathy Goslin, Rolf Olson, who's also on the select board, Nathan White, Public Works Director, sitting in on the committee, Don Willard, Town Manager, and Representative Jessica Fay as well is here, and Sue Look is helping to run all of this. And so thank you for joining us. And without further ado, the meeting's called to order, and the first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of our last meeting on March 24th.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Kathy.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Representative Fay. Any questions on the minutes? Any discussion? I would just thank Karen for taking such good minutes again. Appreciate that. All in favor of approving the minutes? Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We have approved the minutes of March 24th. Thank you. So on to new business. We have some updates and we'll start off if you're all set. Nathan, with anything you've got to report on the items that were listed there?
All right, well, the first one's the price and lead time on the totes. Price is gonna be around $60, $60 for the 65-gallon totes. They are gonna bring one up. I thought they were gonna bring it up today for a sample to sit at the town office. When we get down to deciding what we're gonna do with that, that's when we'll go out and try to research the price and refine it a little bit. Right now, it's a moving target. It goes up and down as the market goes up and down, mostly up. Compost availability of compost bins from Casella. They do not supply compost bins. They seem to think that one of the companies that build these totes, we could probably go research that through them, but they do not supply totes. They referred back to the Garbage to Garden company that came and did a presentation a few meetings back for us. And the final one's the rules for MSW pickup. We're working on that. We've had a draft go in front of the Board of Selectmen a while back that was probably sparked this committee. We got some things we got to fine tune on it, and then it'll be presented to you guys and then to the Board of Selectmen.
Nathan, do you want to share that draft with the committee, or you want to wait until you've?
I was going to wait. I was going to wait until Casella had gone over it, make sure there's no changes from them. I just got to make sure it lines up to the contract, and we're not asking for something that they don't supply in the contract, or they're not supplying something we're not trying to correct. So we can. I think Sue said we're pretty close to it, so we can probably get it sent down the next week or two for you guys to see it.
Okay. Any questions for Nathan? Could we ask you to research more, unless somebody else cares to find out about the compost bins?
I can, yeah.
Great, because I think that would be important if we're going to try to encourage people to compost. That seemed to be one of the most significant ways of reducing the weight of the waste, the trash. Is trying to get more people to do that, right? Thank you, Nathan.
Those are, do you want a price limit on that, or do you want to just a variety? There seems to be like, I don't know, I looked up on the other night online there, and I come up with about 20 just within minutes, and they're everything from $20 bucket to $1,000 piece of equipment.
Well, I would say not the $1,000 piece of equipment.
Probably not, yeah.
Does anyone recall? I don't recall how much I paid for the one I got the last time the town made them available to people to purchase. It was
$35.
$35.
You want to
That
go
was
that
some time
same-
ago.
I think that was a good model. It's not that big, and I see people. I know friends that still have them. And they hold up well. What? Oh.
Okay, I can find out where we got them last time, and that's pretty simple, and see if they're still available.
Thank you. That'd be great. It was quite a while ago, though, I think. So
Yeah, it's been 10 or 15.
Yeah.
10 years anyway.
Yeah, even more. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on those topics? Whoops. I just sort of shared a list of rules about everything needs to be updated on the website pretty much, but I wasn't really sure if some of those things might still be accurate. I did email it just this afternoon, so you maybe didn't get to see it, but and I need to even look at my own list if I can move the screen around here a little bit. So I think the new flyers and other information that Kathy's put together will be really helpful in providing more up-to-date information. So the first thing I saw was there's a trash route map, and it had a date of 2011 on it. I don't know if those the routes have changed at all. If they have, obviously that would need updating, but there's also up down the side of that, some of the pieces of information that would have to be updated. For example, it said you can purchase trash bag stickers at the town office. I don't think that's still
No.
We don't do that
is it? No.
No.
Yeah. So there may be some other revisions, or maybe even just that those numbered items down the side of that map maybe should be removed, and people just referred to the flyers and things that Kathy has put together that she sent out.
Wasn't, Grace, can I ask about that?
Mm-hmm.
Nathan, you had said in the beginning you wanted a policy that had some teeth in it so that if you had issues. Is that something that you think this committee is going to make and put on that, on the website? Or is that something we would design the policy and then give it to the select board for approval?
We had designed the policy. It was originally an ordinance, and we've talking back and forth with town manager and Sue Locke. I think it needs to be a policy so we can change it if we need to without having to go to town meeting. But yeah, the policy is going to be just basically spelt out to what, when, and how you put the trash out, what's accepted and what's not, and that's what we were talking about in the first part of the MSW rules to present to the Board of Selectmen. That's what that is. We started it in 2018, I think it was. Yeah, and got sidetracked, and here we are.
So I did look at a couple of other towns' websites, and some are very lengthy, what they have there in terms of both trash and recycling. And I don't know, Kathy, if you're referring to, should there be some sort of a consequence if people aren't following what they should be doing? Because I know that's been an issue that we've discussed before, that people are not doing what we are expecting them to do, and what can be done about that. Is that kind of what you're asking, Kathy? But that would go to the select board, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but I know in the website that you sent out, it mentions, 2 buckets per person, 2 trash cans per family. They're supposed to be labeled with your address on them, and I know on our road, there's 4 families and just whatever goes. And nobody has them labeled except for Bob. Of course he does. But I think it's things like that that are on the website. And is that what Nate is looking for in the policy still? To limit per family?
That's what we're trying, that's what I'm looking for. A lot of our biggest problem, what sparked this was we had a gentleman down here in the village that his neighbor's putting the trash out in just bags on the side of the road, and we've got a pile of them out there. The animals get into it, makes a mess. And the other issue we're having is on roads that we can't see the house. It isn't a huge issue, but it has been a problem a couple of times. You'll go by and there'll be 6-8 barrels down there, and you don't even know, there's no identifying the house numbers down there. I think to get a better handle on what we're hauling away and how much we're hauling away, we need to have some rules that you're allowed to put out 2 32-gallon barrels with your address on it and an unlimited amount of recycling. Back a long time ago, that was the driving force for the recycling was we're going to limit how much trash you could put out and make people recycle. It went by the wayside because it's how things happen sometimes. And I don't have any way of going in and saying, hey, you've got to put your bags in a trash barrel and you got to put your address on it. And putting a policy forward, I don't know what your penalties would be or how you would police that.
So are you looking for recommendations from this group? I mean, for a couple of things, the 32 gallons, is that going to be the same going forward, given that we just were talking about 65 gallons for the recycling kinds of bins? We know that down the road, so to speak, when they're doing I forget what they're calling the collection, where it's, it's not the people picking it up, but the machine that's picking it up, those things will be bigger.
The automated.
Do we want to limit it to the 32? Or, I mean, there's questions like that. And if somebody misses a week for whatever reason, can they not put a third barrel out as long as it's in a barrel? I mean, those are the kinds of questions I had when I saw that it said still the 232 gallon.
That's kind of the hard part with that. That's we're fortunate that the guys that are picking the trash up right now, we have the same people pretty much every week. And amazingly enough, they do recognize that, hey, that house hasn't had any trash out for 3 weeks. This week they've got 6 bags out. They're going to pick them up. And like I said, I think the 32 or the 232 gallon limit was to try to force people to recycle. And I think that's a good number to keep, because if they do go to the automated system, you're going to either have a 65 gallon toter out there or a 95 gallon toter. I would probably more likely be the 65 gallon. So that's going to put you back in that 32 gallon.
To be the same thing. So you had your hand up. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. I just wanted to add to what Nathan was saying. When the policy or ordinance was taken to the select board in a kind of a melted down form, so that Nathan would have a piece of paper that basically spells out what's in the contract, because that's what all of these pieces are, is what's in our contract to start with, so that he could have a piece of paper to give to homeowners that said, you know, here's what it says in our contract, these are the rules, and the select board has signed off on this, and please behave yourself, basically. And the select board really wanted the recycling committee to look at it too, to see if there was more on there or different things. So that's why it's being brought to you too.
And I think if you look at it from the standpoint of, is it a policy or is it a ordinance or whatever, you want something that you have the ability to modify a little bit easier, because as things change with Casella, as things change and whatnot, you want the easy approach to be able to modify that. The other thing to keep in mind when you start talking about the stick side is what we did have happen in the past is, if you make things too onerous, all of a sudden Nathan's doing a lot of extra trash pickup on the side of the roads because people are not, well, I can only put 2 out, so these others are going in the woods. So we have, we kind of have to balance that a little bit to make sure that new doesn't have the effect of throwing additional work someplace else or creating a unauthorized dump.
Yeah, you've got to be, and Ralph, you're very right. You've got to be very careful how we do this, because it could backfire and cost us a lot more work on public works. I don't get a lot of complaints about people just leaving their bags piled up out there, but the people that have complained, I don't have any way to help them or enforce that. So it's.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, you're going to finish up that document that will go to the select board, and then these pieces on the website would need to be updated with whatever's there. Maybe that this particular part won't change, the 2 32-gallon barrels, etc. But isn't there some way perhaps to be sure everybody's notified of the new policy? And I mean, that's, some of it may well be people just don't know. I mean, I happen to know what we're limited to 2 barrels. It's supposed to have the address on it. The stickers didn't stay on. They came off pretty quickly from the plastic barrels.
Yeah.
But you know, I just know that because I've lived here a while, but others may not, or they may have forgotten. So how do we help to inform them? And just saying it's on the website, you can't obviously expect that people are going to go looking, oh, what's the policy about trash pickup? It somehow has to be communicated to each household. However, we might be able to do that.
I think probably that and this may not be the right way, but you deal with it you deal with it as it's needed. You put it on the website, and if we come up with a problem, you go out and you ask the people, can you please do this, A, B, and C? Here's the town's policy on it. And I think for the most part, most people will follow it. The only other way would be a mass mailing, and that's going to be fairly expensive. And I don't know I don't know if I'd want to take that approach. That seems a little bit strong-handed, I think, maybe not.
Well, I think, from a mailing standpoint, we have the 2 times a year that we send out mass mail anyway. So you could do this as a stuffer in the tax bills, so that gets it into
Yeah.
a certain percentage of people's hands. It certainly doesn't put it in everybody, because you've got a lot of those that go to LLCs or whatever, or associations or whatever. But it's one approach there. You also have them available at the polling place. You have them available in the town hall and things like that. So you just make it so that you've got a number of places where it's available that people can pick those up. The bigger one, I think the bigger one too is getting it in the hands of some of the campgrounds and things like that, because that's where you got your transients.
Yeah. Jessica? Oops, you're muted.
Thought I saw Sue waving. Sue, were you?
Oh, I just wanted to say that we also can put a piece in the Roadrunner that goes to every household.
Or at least a notice that this has been updated and it's on the website. Yeah.
Yes.
Good. I was thinking that too, Sue. Good.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was, and I appreciate Ralph bringing it up, was, having a few different ways of communicating information to people is always helpful. Because some people will get their information through the website, some people get their information, through the mail. So I think it never hurts to have a little bit of redundancy in how we reach out to the community about any changes, or even just to remind them, because I think a lot of folks probably know this, but it never hurts to remind them.
Well, I actually like the idea of, again, if the timing is such that this is all finished by the time tax bills go out, that there is at least some form of it, even if it's a shortened form, to just help alert people to it if that's a mailing that's already happening. So I think that would be really helpful. Another piece of this is FAQs that are on there, I think are all, that could just come down. And again, the documents that Kathy's been working on take care of a lot of the information that's on there currently. But I was trying to come up with like a new set of FAQs, but I'm not really sure what questions would be asked. It's almost like, oh, now I know a whole lot more about this than I did a few months ago. So what questions might somebody who has questions might ask? And also, I'm a little concerned that we, have to have some way of helping to encourage people to compost. I think that's a big piece of what, has come out of our meetings, and sort of any kinds of thoughts on what frequently asked questions might be. If you just want to email them, I'll put them together and I'll work on it some more. I just kind of got stumped when it was like, why should I recycle? Well, actually, you should compost and recycle and reuse and, all of these things. So that still needs some work. But what's up there right now just doesn't do it. I don't know who was next.
Kathy.
I think we can't really update the FAQs until Nathan gets that contract done, because that's going to give us the information there. I can work on a composting flyer if you want, some of the ways to compost. If we want that, because I agree with you, we have to add that to it. And I think until we get the MSW rules, we're kind of have our hands tied a little bit. My one comment about sending it out with the tax bills, this is a question for Sue and Dawn. If we send the recycling committee out with the tax bills, is that going to open it up for every other committee or person that says, well, I want this sent out with the tax bills? And is that a concern at all?
I'm not really concerned about it. It's something the selectmen would have to approve on an individual basis. I don't know if it sets any real precedent. My concern is that if we put something that's too confusing, too lengthy, they may confuse it, and we want to get our taxes first and foremost. But then of course, there's always here's some new regulations and your tax bill. That may not be a great message, but I don't think it's a precedent-setting issue, and the Board of Selectmen can review that one by one. Have we done that here too? I don't recall we have.
We talked about it, and I think we have put small messages on the tax bills themselves.
Yeah.
Since they've been here.
Just be getting the main message a little bit.
Well, as long as it was like a one-page, happy kind of message about recycling and whatnot, not a, oh, by the way, here's, like I said, here's your tax bill and you've been bad message. we want to, I think we want to be careful with how it was worded, but since we've taken on in-house mailing, doing the mailing, and one of the things that I put in the budget this year is to buy a folder that will help with that process, then I don't think it would be that much of an issue to put the one page in. But I think we might, just as a policy in the town office, or talk with a selectman possibly about only having up to just one per tax mailing. So if there were multiple committees that wanted to do something, one may have to wait, or have one sheet of paper that has both messages on it or something. But I wouldn't want to add more than one at a time, because for one, that can increase our mailing costs.
To Rolf's point, do you have any sense of how many tax bills are sent to other entities, mortgage holders, other LLCs, other entities besides individuals? Do you have any sense of that? I think it's a pretty high number.
Well, we don't send any bills to mortgage companies. They go to the owner, and the owner is supposed to send it to the mortgage company, or forward it on. But most mortgage companies will get files from us of data, so they don't even see the flyers and things. Personal property would be all businesses, but we wouldn't send a flyer about garbage to them. I don't think, well, maybe we would, because they have a business here. They would need to know about garbage possibly, but no, I don't think it would be huge.
So you don't send an actual billing. The mortgage companies will get an electronic list of their.
Most of them, yes. The smaller ones rely on their mortgage holders to, or the mortgagees rather, to send it to them.
Okay, it would work then.
Mm-hmm.
Jessica, were you all set? You had your hand up before.
Well, I was gonna say something about composting, but I think Kathy covered that off pretty well.
Okay.
I think, but I will say about a carefully crafted message about recycling in the tax bill could be, you could almost make it a positive. And I think that it's a great way to get people thinking about it.
Well, the whole gist of it could be, here's a way to help keep taxes down, keep costs down. I mean, that's the idea, at least of some of this, right? So.
Yeah, but then we want you to buy a $60 barrel.
Right. That's true.
Can I ask a question to Rolf and the select board? Rolf, Joe asked her in the budget meetings how this committee was doing, and I think his goal was that we were going to come back, and I'm guessing here, but how he presented it with that we were going to lower the tax bill because we weren't going to encourage recycling as much. So we're supposed to make recommendations to the board. You think that's going to be well received if we're encouraging more recycling, which may cost us more in the long run?
Well, I think where his concern was in regards to the waste management companies. If we were sending things for recycle and it was getting, we were getting contaminated lots, so that it was not actually being recycled, but then was being cycled back into the regular waste. So we we were paying for the recycling, but then it was ending up being treated as regular waste, so it was a loss from that standpoint. So what we're trying to do here is to tighten up on what they're doing on recycling. That should cut down on the amount of, and if we do the composting and whatnot, it would cut down to some degree the total amount of recycled material. So in that case, then when we had the discussions with Casella or whomever, in the next rounds of negotiations, then you've got better numbers to work with, and you come up with better figures that way. But that, his bigger concern was, we're paying for recycling, but it's not being, at the end of the day, it's not being treated as recycling because it's contaminated. So we're paying more for something we're not getting.
Right. I mean, the conversation I remember hearing, which is why I put my name in to do this, be on the committee. I think there was some, not misinformation, but lack of understanding of things, and also that, people were thinking that a lot of things are being contaminated, et cetera. So my understanding was, if we're doing recycling well, and of course with the composting piece, that, we could be hopefully lowering the costs, or at least not increasing the costs. Jessica, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Nathan, didn't we hear from Casella that we had a pretty low contamination rate, and that wasn't okay? I just wanted to check and make sure that I remember that correctly.
Exactly. I think that was sort of, people thought that we were not really doing a good job of it, but I don't think we had a very high participation rate, though. I mean, in comparison to what I would like for the town to be doing, but we'll see.
Yeah, we're this was back the 1st of March. We were at 18% recycling, which is very high in the area, they said.
Sue? You're muted, Sue.
They thought, Casella thought that was terrific, the 17%. I mean, which doesn't seem, like a lot, but they thought it was great compared to a lot of other towns. So I'm not sure where that all.
I think he said Auburn was at 6%.
So that's just 6% of 17% of people that are. I'm confused.
That's 17% of our total MSW that they pick up. 17% of it's recycling.
Okay.
Take the total tonnage of MSW and recycling, and that creates a number of percentage of what is recycled.
Okay, so back to what needs to be updated. There's a whole chart on bulky waste alternatives, and when I looked at that, I don't know if anybody's looked at that recently, but I think there's a lot of things there that are no longer quite accurate. But again, I don't know enough information to know what is and what isn't. For example, it lists somebody who will haul away some household trash, bulky waste, hazardous waste. And then it talks about the Lake Region Bulky Waste Facility, MWAC.
That document is accurate.
Everything is up to date on it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know, so there, I've learned something too.
That was one that we created in the town office, and we give that out to new folks who come in.
Okay, so all of these things are current. That's terrific.
Yes.
So
Yeah, Joe Blotchy will do all those things, and yeah.
Okay, I will take that off my list. That's great. And again, the rest are just repeats. It's just that they're in multiple places. On the website, there's it's under the recycling committee, it's under departments, and so just whenever these things get updated, hopefully it all gets updated in the right places. And it says something about meeting archives and informational videos, but there wasn't anything there. But I thought, there's lots of links to things that we've found that maybe could be put on the website to help inform people. So I'll hold on to that list, but I'll take off the one about the bulky waste because that's all good. But as Kathy said, I think we have to kind of wait until Nathan's all set with that document before pieces of that are put in wherever they need to be on the website. We work on some FAQs.
Madam, oh, no, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Are we thinking maybe after we look at Kathy's new signage that will replace we can put some of that in the website? Is that what we're thinking? And maybe replace the one that's in there, the black and white one?
If we have the authority to say, yes, go ahead and put it on there, I'd like to be able to do that, but I don't know if that has to go to the select board or just to Don and Sue or whatever. But yes, I think the sooner the better.
Or just make a recommendation, yeah.
And that was exactly what I was going to ask, is if the committee all say that Kathy, or what Kathy's put together is what you want, then I'm assuming you'd want it on the website.
And we regularly update, obviously, despite what you're seeing in recycling, the website. So I don't see any issue with updating for accuracy, anything.
Great.
Yeah.
That'd be
No
great.
select required.
Yeah.
You know, it's essentially, you have an active committee that's having publicized meetings and whatnot. So these flyers and things like that are in there. So there's no reason that they could not go in, in the minutes and then, and then be included on the recycling website. So we're trying to make what the other thing you have to be careful of is that, you don't, we're not putting things up there that we're not going to do. But if it's things that we've already said, here's where we want to go and here's what we want to do, then sure, why not start getting people thinking about it?
Or things that are, dramatically different, some sort of change in policy from that would go to the Board of Selectmen, if we had major, initiative. And that's what the committee is all about, your final report and recommendations. But to clarify and amplify and, make more readily available what we're already doing and what we would like to have happen, that's all good.
Yeah, and to be quite frank with this, we don't have the staff to go page by page through our website. It's quite voluminous if you start poking around to make sure that everything is up to date all of the time. So to have a committee that's looking at this and saying, these pieces need to be changed, it's fairly easy to go in and make those changes. It's harder to go in to every single page and try and figure out what needs to be done. So the work you folks are doing with this and that you've done on this, Grace, and Kathy, what she's doing for their flyers will help immensely.
So I just wanted to ask, so I hope you were on the email that I sent this list to. If not, I'll send it to you, but it just points out where things are. So is that helpful that way? Okay, good.
It is. It'll be next week before I start picking away at it. And some of it I'll probably get Melissa involved in, depending on what Dawn thinks. But because I'm off tomorrow, I've decided my flower beds need me.
You want some compost for your flower beds, though.
We can dedicate staff time to do it, but as Sue points out, to know what we're doing and have some direction would be good. How the original website was built, and it's thousands of pages by now, but it was built with the idea that the various committees and groups, it was sort of a community website, would take care of their own sections. And of course, at one time we did have an active recycling committee, and then we didn't for a decade or more. So that's the problem here. Some of the other pages on the web are updated by the people who are actively interested in whatever the topic is. So now we have a committee of recycling folks, interested folks, so that's helpful. But as Sue points out, I mean, there's just no way with our limited staff we can pick through that and amend it as it on the fly. And to her question, absolutely, Melissa, my new assistant, investing assistant, can help you.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's great. Thank you. So let's turn to the flyers, which I thought were good. Anybody else? Kathy, anything that you need from us?
Well, I sent 2 different logos. I know last month we had talked about replacing the earth in the center. People seem to like the Raymond. I don't know if there's a preference to folks which one we use. I think it should be one that we identify as ours, kind of brand it. The other one just had kind of the reduce, reuse, recycle arrows. Is there a preference to folks?
Go ahead, speak up. I would be fine with either one. But what do others think?
I mean, the earth is good. However, people already recognize the three arrows. So it's driving home something that they're already recognizing. So that may help that a little bit. Otherwise, it almost looks as though, when you squeeze it in the Raymond tail, for lack of a better way to say it, it tends to squeeze that down a little bit and makes it a little bit harder to see, but you've got the same thing with the arrows, then that's something that they're already recognizing, and it may help them recognize that a little bit more.
Good point. Good point. Either one is fine with me. I mean, and Ralph, you make a good point about the arrows for sure. Even though the earth is pretty, it looks prettier. But the arrows, you're absolutely right about that.
Don, go ahead.
I think the more you put on there that's unrelated to your message, the greater potential you have not to send a message. But then on the other hand, that logo has been around forever. It's been, posted everywhere. Everybody sees it. So when your mind comes on that, maybe it's like a speed limit sign in my case, or something like that. You're so accustomed to looking at it, you don't really think about it. And so if there was a way to make it attractive to the eye and pull you in, and so that brings it into the, maybe there should be something a little bit special about it, but it's a difficult, I guess a difficult tightrope to walk, because you want it to convey the message and they want to attract people to it, and it's something that isn't new if you have an old logo, I guess.
I tend to agree.
I could be wrong.
I tend to agree with Rolf, actually, because I like the earth. And I think I've done a 180 here. I like the earth, but you know what? It has a similar color scheme to the salmon, and I feel like it doesn't stand out as much in my mind, to my eye, as the arrows. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you like the one with the arrows more?
I do.
Okay. Doesn't matter to me. I just think we ought to decide which one. I do agree with what Ralph said about it's kind of squished in there. Maybe we can make the Raymond the tail a little bit larger and increase the reduce, reuse, recycle arrows. Kind of but I do like the Raymond in there, the same font that we do, for most of the Raymond stuff. I think it's recognizable, but.
I wish I were a graphic designer, Kathy, because you just gave me this great idea. What if we could make that tail a circle and put the arrows, you know what I mean? Like make that the arrows. But that's outside of my
that's outside of mine too, Sue, Jess, but that's a good idea.
So,
I have a thought. I looked at the logos with Dawn, and I thought they both looked really cool. But like everyone's saying, the stuff you have in the Y for Raymond will be lost in amongst Raymond. It'll be small. What if you put a triangle of arrows around Raymond, and there may be a place to put the world above Raymond in the triangle? I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense.
So put the circle, the reduce, reuse, recycle emblem around Raymond.
Mm-hmm. And there might be room to put, because Raymond's long, you might be able to put the world above Raymond or something in with it, possibly. It's just a thought.
Okay, let me play with it. Dawn wants to say something.
I'm dying to say something, and that is we have two graphic artists in the town office. We have Kirsten and we have Jenny, and we have Jessica too. So anyway, we have a number of people who are actually trained in this, and so I wasn't very articulate, but what I'm saying, I think you need to get the message, but make it be Raymond and make it jump out at people. I'm not saying it doesn't, but I'm kind of with Sue. The way it appeared on the, what you sent out, it just was all packed up, and you got the Raymond piece, but maybe not the other piece and as much.
Well, Melissa at Town Hall did it for me, but I can show it to Kristen and Jesse and see, Jess and see.
Melissa is a computer person, but they're both graphic artists.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll work on that.
Okay.
But on the flyers, last month it was suggested that we have one that we can fold. So that's kind of what this one would be, a trifold. And we added the Casella website. My thought is also, though, if you're going to fold this and print it, then put something on the back side too. But I didn't know how much more. Maybe we do recycling on one and composting on the back side. I don't know if people, have a two-sided one, if they like that idea. Because I think composting and recycling kind of go hand in hand.
I think that would be great. What do others think?
I think the trifold works well in a couple of ways. It's good to put out to the camps and things like that, because they usually have those picket bulletin boards and whatnot. So that's an area there. You could also have them at Tasseltop.
Yep, Tasseltop, the businesses, we could have them at Town Hall. I think there's a lot of different places we could have them. I don't know about printing flyers in color, if that's something we could do at the Town Hall.
Well, if you're going to go with a large print run, you're better off to go to one of the printers and have it. They're pretty reasonable, and not only that, but in most cases they've got the folders, so they'll print and fold it.
Yep, that's okay.
And will it be printed on recycled paper?
A lot of the paper we get does have a little bit of recycling in it, but
Unless things have changed, and probably they have, but I remember wanting to put my letterhead on recycled paper, and when I did that, it was about 3 or 4 times the expense of normal paper, but that may have changed.
The other thing is, if you're going to recycled paper, you're not going to get bright white.
right.
Okay.
If you wanted to do a newspaper flyer, that would be fine.
Well, I won't push for that. I just thought it was a thought, but yeah. So anything else on the flyers? Go ahead.
There's the other flyers. I thought, at the public safety building, we have a public, it's not supposed to be a real public dumpster, but it is. I wanted to take one of those and laminate it, although Casella does have what you can and cannot recycle. But you'd be amazed at the junk that gets thrown in there by the public. I didn't know if here's a question for Nate. All of these camp roads and stuff that have dumpsters at the end, do they have a recycling dumpster and a trash dumpster? And are they labeled with what you can and can't put on them?
They're labeled recycling and trash. Good majority of them are dumped both as trash because people just don't care.
Yes. Okay.
This is John. I don't want to interrupt, but I'm happy to jump in at the end to add a couple 2 cents to our experience at Dryad with respect to the 2 dumpster option. But you all finish up. I can come in as a member of the public, providing it's not at 10:30 tonight.
Well, we'll probably finish before then, John. So we'll come right back to you too. I just want to thank you. I just wanted to say, Kathy, making like larger posters and laminating them and putting them on there might be something to consider doing.
They won't stay on. So is that, let's face it, we'll be going into winter and they get dumped and the dumpsters get wet and who's gonna do it and that, but that was kind of a thought that I had.
Okay. Now we'll have to think of some other ways of trying to be sure that that issue is addressed, because we really haven't figured out a solution yet.
Yeah, I don't think the dumpsters at the end of the camp road fixed a problem. And I don't believe there's, without somebody standing there manning them 24/7, you're gonna fix that problem unless you just, I really don't have an answer. Casella and I both looked at it and really don't have an answer for it.
Well, let's move on for now. Anything else on the flyers? Go ahead. Representative Fay, go ahead.
I wasn't gonna ask, I wasn't gonna say something about the flyers. I was just say something about the dumpsters, and to Rolf's point, or was it Rolf, or maybe I think it was Kathy, who asked about, you know, the expense, and we talked about are things that are getting supposed to be recycled getting in the trash, and I wonder if it's worth it to have recycling dumpsters side by side with the trash dumpsters in those circumstances, or if that is costing us more money.
Problem is where we've got dumpsters. We've removed 2 sets of them so far. We don't have another solution for the recycling pickup. If you went to the tote system, you could probably curb some of that, but you got to have participation from the residents on the roads. The dumpsters are put in there because the camp roads had too many houses on them, and we stopped doing the curbside pickup on those roads with the latest contract. So that's why they went into play.
Yeah, and I don't want to get off track. I say that, and then of course I ask another question that gets us off track. I apologize. But I think, you know, I guess my point was, if we're trashing both the recycling and the trash, and we're paying more for recycling, for trashing the recycling than we would just for the trash, then maybe you know, having curbside in most of the town, but in those specific areas where we have dumpsters at the ends of camp roads, is it worth it? Are we paying more for those dumpsters?
You're actually paying less. MSW is $46 a ton. What happens is the trash truck goes first. They'll open up the recycle can. If it's contaminated, they'll take it as trash at that point. Okay. If we let the recycle truck take it and it goes to the facility and that load's contaminated, that whole load that goes into the facility is contaminated. That's at their rate, whatever it is at that time, and can be up close to $100 a ton. So if on a financial side, right now it's the cheapest way to do it is the way it's being done. They won't, John Rand brought up his road. They're not going to go in and out of that road anymore. It's not feasible for them to do it, and the cost to us to have them do curbside pickup on that road wasn't even offered. Just can't get in there and out of there with the trucks anymore.
So
thanks for that clarification. I'm sorry to get us off track.
No, it's okay.
It isn't really. I mean, that we've raised the issue before that it is a problem, but I guess I'm not understanding why there couldn't be a dumpster for trash, but if individual households wanted to recycle and had their own recycling bins, they'd have to bring it to the end of the road. And I don't know how many would want to do that, but they could do that, and the recycling would be picked up at the end of the road, right? Or not?
Yes. Yeah. If you went, I would strongly recommend, if you did that, you would do it with the toter program. Right now, recycling is set out in piles and on the side, at the end of your driveway. So you're going to have a lot more litter problem if you went to that program without the toters, I would think. Just my opinion.
Okay.
But yes, you could do that. We could pull the recycle dumpsters out, and if you want to recycle, you're going to put it in a container there. The recycle guys will pick it up.
Okay.
And that probably would work. Get rid of that recycling can and just have an MSW can, and that would probably work.
Okay. All right, let's hold on to that thought and see how it goes with those the totes for recycling. Anything else? Flyers? Are we all set for now? Kathy, are you all set?
Yep.
Thank you again for great work. And on to Sue and the schools. You're muted, Sue.
Oh. Speaking of great work, not. I have apologized for this to this committee. I have not reached out to Jordan Small with my assignment, so I apologize for that. With the RES, we went back and forth with Taylor Bent from Casella and Beth, and the emails back. And as it turned out, what Beth could do at this time of the year wasn't really what Casella. They like to do individual classrooms, small groups, but it was not going to really work in terms of the end of the school year, because everything was planned, and trips and whatever they do at the end of the year. And so Beth wanted to do a whole school thing in the cafeteria, but Taylor said that's not really the kind of programming they do, and I can understand that. And so did Beth. So Beth was going to get a hold of Taylor. I hooked up those two to communicate to each other, because with me in the middle going back and forth, it was weird. It was just crazy. So but I will I will follow up myself, but we're going to try to do something in the fall, plan it. And maybe I said to Beth, and maybe we could sort of make it like a year-long theme with the start. Maybe they can do more in each classroom, do more in one classroom, and just follow it through the whole year somehow. So that's that. And I apologize for not contacting Jordan Small like I was supposed to, but I will do that.
No need to apologize.
I feel bad. I have a little assignment. I said, well, I didn't do it. So I'm sorry.
Yeah. No,
I don't mind apologizing for that. My God. Yeah.
You're not getting graded on your homework. It's okay. Thank you. And thanks for reaching out to him later too. So yeah, I mean, this whole timing, silly me, I thought we'd meet a couple of times and be done, but obviously that was not how it's working, but that's great. We're moving along. So that's good. Let's see. Next steps. It sounds like we'll come back with another look at a slightly different logo, and some brochures will, I think, go up on the website as time permits to have that done. That sounds great. Trying to find some composting types of bins if we can. And let's see, we were talking at one point about having the brochures on election day in June, and some information there, and samples of the potential, I forget what you keep calling them, totes, I guess you're calling them, for the recycling, so people could maybe order them. Are we still thinking of doing that? You didn't want to have a whole bunch of the totes and have someplace that we'd have to store them without knowing what the level of interest might be in the town for residents to purchase them. Don?
That would be your best opportunity to see a lot of people and to gauge interest, to get your brochures out, hand them out. And if you had examples and we're going to do something like reserve orders or get a sense of what people might want to do, get names, that'd probably be your best opportunity. But you have to obviously have people willing to staff it, and that's a commitment.
I think it was maybe Bob that said that he was going to be, well, was it Bob Jones that was on the meeting last time too, Bob?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to staff it for a while.
For a while, yep. Great.
Yeah, and I will too.
Okay.
Just not when you're checking off the list.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely.
So what do we need for that? Some sort of just a sign up list or something? I mean,
Well, you could just have a clipboard with a list of people and some signage so that if Bob's not there, Sue's not there, there isn't somebody to man it, or they have to go potty, for instance, and take a break, then people that are leaving the polls could still possibly sign up and say, yes, I'm interested. And I would suggest that you collect their name and their email address, because you might want to send emails to them and communicate that way.
But the question I would have, I mean, that this could be venturing into the substantive area because we don't have an appropriation for the pre-purchase. But when we did this before, people were anxious to get them. I mean, when they came in, they would come in and get them and pay for them. I'm assuming that's what we're doing this time. And probably Nathan can find within his budget the ability to do that. But I don't know. I would look to Rolf to say if he thinks that's substantive enough for the board to consider or not.
Well, it can fall into a couple different categories. One would be, do we still have some headroom in the TIF and things like that, because it would tend to fall to some degree in there. I think it comes down to, if you did that to gauge a level of interest, then that drives you down to what's the cost going to be, in which case then you've got to look at how we're going to pay for it. If you only have 10 people that are interested, then that's a minor thing. If you have 1,000, if you have 1,000 people that are interested in, then we've got a whole different kettle of fish.
yeah, Nathan.
So my thought was the customer was going to pay for these, so we would have we could order them. We'd get an interest in them. Whoever wants them, get an order list, order them, and collect a deposit from them before we order them. So we would only be carrying that money for a short period of time. That was my intent. For the town to absorb that cost, you're getting into some couple $100,000.
No, my point was, if you're there taking, even if it's just gauging interest, I think if you're taking names and have an example of what it is, and you have people who are interested, and a sign up sheet before you have a selectman approval, and if Rolf, if it's 10 people, that's one thing. If it's a lot more people, that's another thing. But my bigger concern would be probably not figuring out how to get it approved and pay for it, but raising expectations and then not doing it. We'd want to be sure we were doing it.
Yeah, I would think before you went to town meeting and you were offering that up, I would think you'd want to make sure you're ready to go.
Right. Because they'll want them. If you offer it, I think they'll want them.
Yeah.
Now I feel like we've gone in circles. So we ask for interest, name, and email, and then that would go to the select board. Well,
I'm saying that, if you do this and have an example and say, would you be interested in getting one? And I guess you could do it that way, but I'd prefer to know that you were going to have the capacity to do it before you even went there. But I guess you could say, this is just our idea, and would you like it? And if it's something that we have sufficient interest in, then we'll, then we could, on our own, could go get the approvals we need. But if that's needed, I don't know what the level of interest will be. But I just worry about offering something and when you don't have a program behind it. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, you're talking about those big recycle things, which
the composters, right? Is that what we're talking about?
Well,
we're talking about the recycle, the 65 gallon
compost. We don't know on the composters yet, because we don't know what the availability, what the lead time is, and what the actual cost is. But the other thing that comes in is, what's the lead time on those containers?
Yeah.
If they're if it's a 30-day item, that's one thing. If it's with the status of everything else nowadays, you can get into the situation where you could be 3 or 4 months out before you can get those anyway. So, Nathan,
when I talked to her today, she thought a week to 10 days.
Oh, okay.
And could be sooner than that if we want to travel down to New Hampshire and pick them up.
But I mean, if the issue is that the people are going to pay for them, then all you're doing is all we're doing is upfronting the money on the for the payment, and then we're collecting on the backside. So from a raise and appropriate standpoint, we're not, there's raise and appropriate. Essentially, what you could do is, because you're going to do it that way, you could run it under the solid waste budget.
Right.
I think that's how we did the compost bins last time, was you came in and signed up for them. You had a window of time, I think it was a month, to come in and sign up for them. You gave the office a deposit. When they came in, you had to pay for the rest of it and pick your compost bin up. That's kind of the same model I was thinking.
Well, so I'm changing my perspective. I think we should gauge interest, and I would gauge interest if it were me for toters, recycling toters, I guess, and for composters, and see what people think of them. And then if if we have the interest, then maybe buy them as there's interest, and then sell them as make it revenue neutral, as Ralph indicates. I did that before. I don't know. It was kind of the compost thing was about when I came in 21 years ago, so I don't really know or don't remember how that was set up.
That was set up. You put in your order. They got them. And they had you put your order in. Then the town put an order in. Then when they were available, they put notice out that they were there, and you came to pick them up. The issue you have if you don't get a deposit from someone when they do it is all of a sudden they say, "Yeah, I want that," and next thing we're sitting there with 50 extra.
Right.
So gauging interest means at the polls. Is that what we're saying in terms of how we gauge interest?
That's what I'm saying, and I guess now
do it at the polls. That's what you see.
More complicated. I think maybe I've had too many meetings this week, possibly, but basically, yeah, gauge interest. See, I would do both. I mean, you want the recycling toters; that's a good thing. A universal toter, and then the composters. I think that's a really essential thing to get food waste out. People who are willing to do that. They're like $80 last time we did it, and Rolf's suggestion is right on the money, so to speak. Deposits up front, and order what we have interest for, and sell them, and so it's revenue neutral to town. Same thing will be true with the toters. I don't see really any issue with that under Rolf's scenario of using existing solid waste funds. We just got to make sure we get it all squared away by the end of the fiscal year. So I don't see a problem with that, I guess.
Well, but that's adding in the step of giving a deposit. I mean, someone's going to vote and then they see this as their exiting polling. They're not going to be ready to put a deposit down.
Gauge interest, but they understand that when we contact them, there'll be a deposit required.
Right. We're not taking money. We're not taking money at the polls. Right. Yeah.
Right. You don't want to take money at the polls. That's a no-no.
We don't take money. We don't give money. No freebie.
I understand that, but that's what it was sounding like, though. So wait a minute. So I come in, I sign up, I express interest, and then what?
Yeah, then what's going to happen? What I would envision, you get the interest, you get that. Now we've got some numbers. We can go out, Nathan can go out and say, okay, we want to buy 300 of these. What's our price? Now you can go back. Now you go to the ones that said they have the interest and say, okay, this is what the price is going to be. We need a deposit of X amount prior to the order being placed, and the order is going to be placed on date certain.
Okay, so people will have to come into town office to give the deposit, and then they'll have to come into the town office to pay the rest. And
or they could mail it in.
Yeah, and how much work is that then for whoever's in the office collecting the deposits? I guess I just feel like the deposit is. I understand to not have it, just the town just fronting the money and then maybe be left with some. Although once word spreads, maybe some more people would want those that didn't express an interest. But how much more work is it to have somebody collect the deposit, and is that fine?
Madam Chair?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. I love that we're brainstorming all of these ideas and how this is going to work. Might I suggest that the folks who are kind of really intimately familiar with, you know, maybe how the process could work, come up with a plan. I guess what I'm trying to say is, do we need to flesh out the exact details of that plan as a group?
I think I agree with you. I think it's more something that operationally I would need to work out with my staff as opposed to anything else. We'd need some record keeping, who has paid a deposit, who has picked up their bin, that sort of thing. And that's one of the reasons why I'd like to see it almost required that if you're going to get a compost bin, you have to have an email address so that we can communicate with you that way and not have to mail stuff or call you. And Nathan seems to be chomping at the bit.
Why couldn't we just do something in the Roadrunner that goes to everybody's house? Just do a flyer in the Roadrunner that says, if you want one of these bins, it's X amount of dollars. You get a little maybe online form and fill it out and drop off a deposit and done. I mean, I think it'd be that simple, wouldn't it?
Well, you could even prepay.
Prepay, yeah, you could
You could show them at the election, here's what we're doing, and then run the ad like he says and prepay.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
I think polling at the election, though, would be more just to give you an idea of how many people say that they're interested, so that you know whether to order 10 at the first or 100 at the first.
Well, you're only going to order what you have orders for. I wouldn't want to stock. These things take up quite a bit of room. So if you've got an order, maybe set some parameters, like you've got 30 days to make a decision, do the order, get them, and maybe do it 2 or 3 times a year. Run that ad in the Roadrunner 2 or 3 times a year, so you don't end up. It wouldn't kill me to have 2 or 3 in stock in the shop, but to have 20 or 30, they're going to take up some room and some money.
So at the elections, you got an example of whatever it is you're trying to, promote, and so people can see it. They can sign and say they express interest. But I think more importantly, there needs to be some linkage to obviously understanding what it is, and then where they can find the online form to make the order, and then we can take care of it.
And doing it more than once a year is a great idea. It'd be just kind of, it's not a one-time deal. We can do it more than once if it works.
And I like the idea that it wouldn't be a continuous, because in years like this one, this is a gubernatorial election year. Starting in September, we wouldn't have the time to mess about with these from September through November. We'll be too busy with absentees and the tax bills and everything else that we have going in the office. So if we can kind of do this in a bit more an off time, like July, August, or February, March, those kind of time periods for a couple times a year, that would be helpful for the staff.
So the only question I have then, and again, I think Representative Fay had a good idea of like, you figure out exactly what will work, and I'm fine with it, was I thought that the price was somewhat dependent on the size of the order. The more we got, the lower the price. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, there's some breakpoints in the pricing, but it's not a lot. You've got to get up into the 1,000 to 1,500 totes before you're going to see a significant price break. You can go get one if you want, or you can get 10. I think the first price break was at 702.
Oh, okay, all right. So we're probably fine then.
Yeah, the next one's at 1,080. So there isn't. Yeah.
So we'll have the price. We'll have a sample. Whether or not we have people sign up with an email for interest, or just say, have a sign saying, look for the notice in the Roadrunner, and we get something in the Roadrunner. We'll leave that to you folks to decide.
Yeah, if you get the interest, the email, that they want it, we can get back in touch with them. So we can, get in touch with them and say, we're ready to take your order.
Yeah. Yeah.
As
Yeah,
long as it says write legibly above where they're signing the email.
And then we can either email them a form, mail them a form, something. Here's the form, fill it out, send us your money, we'll get you one. I don't know.
Is that clear enough for folks to? Okay. So we had on the agenda as the next thing, just the next proposed meeting, May 19th. Do we need that meeting to kind of just be sure we're all set for election day and finalize anything else here? Or is the 19th okay with everybody? I'm seeing heads nod. Great. Okay. Thank you. And next is public comment. Sorry to keep you waiting, John, if you're still there.
Still here.
Good.
And great to see everybody. Thanks for doing all the work you're doing, important work. Yeah, Dryad, we've had great success overall, I'd say, with the dumpsters. And Nate has been awesome when we get a surge in the summer of too much MSW. And he we call him once or twice a summer, and we got an overflow after, 4th of July or whatever, he'll get Pine Tree to come out and do an extra load. But our issues are largely with any contamination that might happen, and it does happen from time to time. I think we average about a B, maybe a B plus sometimes, B minus. I think we do pretty well. Is summers when I think uneducated seasonal residents or folks that are visiting don't have the savvy of knowing how the recycling works, and we probably get into some contamination issues there. I think I've come to the same conclusion. I'm planning this spring and summer to spend some Saturdays out there or weekend, or and just meet and greet with the folks that come by and probably put the wrong stuff in the wrong bins or haven't taken the time to read the paneling on the side of the dumpsters for recycling. So I think 2 action items. I think we need more signage, or we need signage, we need more signage, just one sign that's crystal clear about what goes where. And it can be a low key, conservation green type of sign that the sticker on the side of the recycled dumpster's got the specs, but it's small, and I think it needs to be a separate sign and supported by FaceTime personal communication with the folks that are coming out there. So I'm going to get a book and a lawn chair, and I'm going to sit out there on a Saturday and meet and greet some of the folks that need some recycling education. And I'll try to rally support for that from the group to do the same. Because like I say, when the visitors are here, in general, I think we do pretty darn well following the rules and don't send away a contaminated recycled dumpster. So I guess I can work directly with Nate on some language for signage. I'm sure he's got some ideas. We've talked about this in the past, and I'm kind of brought it to the forefront for us on the Road Association, and it's an important thing that we all need to recycle more, use less, compost more, and so you folks are doing a great job with this, and we're ready to support at Triad Woods Road. Is that something we can work on, Nate? A little simple sign?
We have a lot of signs that I don't want to sugarcoat it all. Use the big sign for the dumpster.
John, I have to tell you, and Nate can attest to this. I lived down on Deep Cove, and we had 2 dumpsters down there for years, which were wonderful. But during the pandemic, people were here all year, and it was one of our neighbors down the road that was appalled at what people were putting in a recycling dumpster, and did a beautiful sign on one of those, one of these kinds of signs that you stick out in the road, business use. Beautiful. Well, how to recycle what goes in, nothing. It did not matter.
No change.
No change, but I think probably you sitting out there would help, but there was no change. It was falling, and I think that dumpster was always contaminated. Don't you think, Don, down there? I mean, Nate down there?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's what started getting me so wound up. But anyway, it was just didn't matter. But I don't want to rain on your parade. You never know, you might have different people, you might have people down there that might be more attuned to it, and you don't know. I mean, it's worth trying for sure.
Appreciate it. So that's good, a good reality check. Sometimes I do,
No, but it might, but it was just, oh God.
Nate, what constitutes a contaminated dumpster? I mean, if we see, I spend time down there sorting stuff. If I got 5 minutes, which I'll make time for easy, and swapping stuff back and forth to reduce the contamination factor. I gotta believe what they do. You say they open them up, take a look. If it looks pretty good, it'll go as recycling. I've got to believe it's a judgment call.
If they see anything in there that would be considered MSW or bulky waste, it's going for trash. And it could be a bag of trash in there. Be enough.
One bag could trip the wire.
Trip it, yeah.
Yeah. And then that's going at $46 a ton.
Yeah. I don't have it right in front of me, but I think it's $46 a ton is what we're paying.
And if it's clean, if it's good, then it's what's the recycling tip fee?
$96 or $7 a ton last week.
2x on MSW pricing.
Yeah.
For uncontaminated, clean recyclables.
That is correct.
So when you see our
with no revenue back to the town.
What's that, Don?
With no revenue back to the town. We bargained that away years ago.
That is correct. Well,
For the recycling.
That's a cost center. It got down pretty good there back. I think it was July or August. It was down in the 20s a ton, and it follows the market. There's a market for it, and
it swings around.
But yeah, it's gone right out of sight. I think it was $96 the last bill I saw, which was a week or two ago.
So a contamination saves money.
Unfortunately, it does.
Yeah, right. Incentivized in the wrong direction. Okay.
Well, you got to remember our trash goes. Our MSW is trash to energy. It goes over the incinerator plant. It's not landfilled.
Yeah, right. No, that's good. That's good. Good. Refuse screen power, I guess we call it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I just be sure that this is being said correctly? But we're paying to recycle, and then when that recycling that we're paying for can't be recycled, that's where there's the waste. Am I not understanding that still?
No. What we're doing right now with the dumpsters, if they show up in the dumpsters are contaminated, the recycling truck doesn't take it. It goes into the trash truck.
But that's just with the dumpsters.
That's just for the dumpsters.
Okay, all right.
Whatever that goes into the recycling truck goes to the recycling plant, and we've had almost a zero contamination rate because they're handling it curbside.
Okay.
That helps a lot on the contamination for us.
Okay.
But like I said, it's $96 a ton right now, and it could be less next month. It could be more.
So Kathy had her hand up, and I think Representative Fay did as well. Kathy?
So John, we have a flyer for recycling. I wonder if we take that and we market it towards summer residents and renters, and we ask them to put that on their refrigerator to educate their renters for the summer of how we do it in Raymond, where your dumpsters are, and that, they could even laminate it, put it on their refrigerator. I know Fry Island does one, and they actually paid to put them on it. Everybody's house is laminated, but it was basic information about the town, how to call 911, all of that, how to recycle, what the dump hours are. And the folks that rented really had a really good response to that. They said it was so helpful for the renters to come in and find out a little bit about the town of Raymond, how we recycle, town hall hours. We could do all of that. Maybe not right away, but maybe an informational flyer for the town of Raymond, because we do have so many folks that rent out their place, 10 weeks out of the summer. And do it as an educational piece. Maybe we could start with just a recycling flyer.
I think that's a great idea, Kathy. And I mean, easy solution there. I come up to town hall and or wherever and get 10 of them and bring them to the annual meeting for Dryad. And because the number of folks on Dryad rent, not a majority, probably certainly a minority, but pass that out so that that's available. It's on their fridge, it's in their house that they're renting. It's already up, and so great idea. Let me know where to pick up some of those flyers. I'll make it happen on our road.
Okay, and I know from the public safety, we have contact with a lot of the road association groups that we could offer it through to them also. But I think that would, the more we educate folks, the better off we're going to be. Some will just not care. They're on vacation and they don't care, but some do.
So we'd also talked about being sure that places like Cranon has a supply of the flyers as well. So maybe we need to compile a list of some places that I certainly can help to get them out to folks too.
It's a great idea, Kathy. Great.
Representative Fay, you had your hand up, or you all set?
No. This conversation was what I was hoping would happen, so I'm good.
Good. Okay. Anything else, John? You all set?
I think I'm all set. Again, appreciate all the work you folks are doing, and look forward to making progress with reducing contamination, and hopefully the pricing on recycling will swing back down to somewhere that's a little more affordable.
Thank you. And any other public comment? Bob, did you want to weigh in on anything?
Not really.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining the meeting again. We appreciate it. Thank you, John, also. And any committee comment? Karen, are you all set with minutes and things? And
I have one.
Sue, go ahead.
This is a non-recycling. It's a community notice that I don't know if anybody watches high school quiz show on PBS on Thursday nights. Wyndham is going to be on tonight. So if anybody's interested.
So there might be a certain person you might recognize right in the middle of it.
I won't, because I've been gone too long, but anyway, I've been waiting year after year for Wyndham to be part of this, and they are this year, so they're on tonight.
I would encourage everyone to tune in.
Yeah.
Anything else? If not, I thank everybody again. Brochures, minutes, ideas, figuring out how to get interest in these totes and composters and all, and look forward to making this all happen. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, Kathy and Sue. All in favor of adjournment? All right, stay well. We'll see you next month, and take care. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Welcome to the April 26, 2022 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do a roll call. I will start. David Murch.
Tom Hennessy.
Greg Dean.
Fred Mello.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Number 1, call to order. Number 2, approval of minutes of the March 29, 2022 meeting. Number 3, old business, all items tabled from March 29, 2022. Our list is number 1, administrative appeal, read notice of violation issued 12/16/2021. Applicant Leah B. Ration Esquire on behalf of Management Controls LLC, location 18 Fernwood Road, Mat Lot Block 01022. Zone LRR2, description administrative appeal from notice of violation. Item number 2, administrative appeal read notice of violation issued 1/4/2022. Applicant Leah B. Ration Esquire on behalf of Q Team Inc., location 18 Fernwood Road, map lot 122, zone LRR2, description administrative appeal from notice of violation. Item number 3, administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issued 1/28/2022. Applicant Leah B. Ration Esquire on behalf of Management Control LLC, location 28 Whitetail Lane, map lot 001020, zone LRR2, description administrative appeal from notice of violation. Item number 4, administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issued 12/28/2021. Applicant Durant Excavating, location 18 Fernwood Road, map lot 001022, zone LRR2, description administrative appeal from notice of violation. Item number 5, administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issued 1/28/2022. Applicant Durant Excavating, location 28 Whitetail Lane, map lot 001020, zone LRR2, description administrative appeal from notice of violation. Next item of the agenda, number 4, new business. Applicant Melissa Sargent, location 11 Tarkland Hill Road, map lot 011032, zone R, description setback reduction. Item 5 on our agenda, code enforcement officer communications, and then finally adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with Superior Court, so otherwise provided by law, within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file such an appeal, you must be certain that the board's records evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to state their name, address, and affiliation for the application, being either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. 22 meeting. I did not receive copies of those. Did any of my fellow board members receive a copy?
I didn't. I did not.
And Tom, I guess.
The draft minutes, is that the question?
Yeah, correct. Did you? We can see you too.
Yeah,
Did,
I did get them from Sandy.
Okay, so 3 of us did not.
Push them off till next month and I'll make sure that they all get out to you.
That sounds good. Can I get a motion to table this until our next meeting?
So moved.
I'll second. I have to do roll call vote. All in favor of tabling this until our next meeting? David Murch says yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Fred, yes.
Okay, very good. Greg, I believe you had something you wanted to bring up before we moved on to old business.
Yeah, I wanted to make a motion to have an executive session with Councilor Wagner.
Okay. Do we need a motion for that?
You do need, so this is Attorney Wagner, you do need a motion, and I would ask that the motion both cite the statute, which is 1 MRS 405 6E, I believe. Let me just double check myself. Yeah. right, so a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to 1 MRS 405-6E to discuss the duties and responsibilities of the board with board's counsel.
Can I just say so moved, or would you like me to?
No, that works. Okay. So moved works for me. Then you need a second and any discussion.
I will second that. Do we have any discussion on this? I'll say, so we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote to move into executive session. David Murch, yes, I approve of that.
Tom Hennessy,
Greg
yeah.
Dean.
So we will break into executive session. It was for a while there in executive session. We broke out during our executive session. We had a discussion with regards to procedure when it comes to our meeting, specifically in terms of length of meeting. We found it to be advisable amongst us to bylaw changes in terms of time limits with regards to our meeting. Sandy, this is something that we will nominate somebody on our board to come up with those changes per our own bylaws. We are able to modify them under certain requirements. I will have to review those. I would suggest you review them too, but I believe once those are sort of written up, they have to be circulated amongst the board members, and I believe a certain timing of when those will be discussed will have to make it onto an agenda. So, but with that said, I would like to make a motion that Greg Dean come up at least with a first pass with regards to a bylaw change. Meetings, can I get a second on that?
I'll second it, Tom.
I'll second it.
All right, so any further discussion on this? See, Alex?
Yeah, I just want to say the planning board does have a very similar thing in their bylaws. I believe they have a 10 o'clock cutoff time. So, you know, we would support that since, you know, the other boards also have something in place.
Yeah, and that's good. We'll use that, or at least I will recommend for Greg to use that as a basis for our own modifications. Any further discussion? So we'll do a roll call vote. All those in favor of having Greg look into those bylaw changes, in favor? David Murch, yes. Brad in favor?
Yeah.
Tom in favor?
Tom in favor.
Can't hear you, Tom.
Tom in favor.
They need to hear you.
Yes, yes.
Can't take that. Our bylaw, our own remote participation says I need to hear you. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, yes.
Excellent. Greg?
In favor.
All right, so unique number of tabled items, all specific to notices of violation for properties on 18 Fernwood Road, as well as 28 Whitetail Lane. On April 14th, 2022, I did receive an email which also made it to our ZBA members as well as representation for the other applicants. So this came from Eric Wyckoff on April 14th. I'm going to go just ahead and read it as worded. Dear Chairman Murch, you will recall from the hearing that the Zoning Board of Appeals held 8 March 29, 2022. I represent the town of Raymond in connection with the notices of violation issued by the code enforcement officer relating to 18 Fernwood Road and 28 Whitetail Lane. This email. Each of their clients have submitted applications for administrative appeal notices of violation. Following the hearing, the parties have decided to engage in mediation to see if they're able to consensually resolve the notices of violation. The first available date for the parties to schedule the mediation is on the applications for administrative appeals relating to 18 Fernwood Road and 28 Whitetail Lane until the May meeting of the ZBA. Tabling further consideration will allow the parties the opportunity to conserve their resources, allow them to try to consensually resolve the notices of violation, and could result in further review by the ZBA being unnecessary.
Neither I nor counsel for the other parties intend to attend the April 26, 2022 meeting of the ZBA. Thank you for your attention to this, and let the parties know if you have any questions. Kind regards, Eric. Sandy then sent out an email. Sandy Fredericks, administrative assistant for the ZBA, on April 20, sent out an email, said, good morning. We received an email from Mr. Wyckoff dated 4/14/2022, for which you are all copied. This includes the council as well as ZBA members. Regarding the above matters scheduled for the ZBA meeting on April 26, advising all, council had agreed on attending mediation on May 4, 2022, and no parties will be appearing on April 26. Kindly confirm your agreement so the board is fully advised as to the status of these appeals. To that end, we received an email from Gregory Braun dated 4/20 stating, yes, on behalf of Big Lake and Durant Excavating, we are in agreement that as to the tabling of the appeals to a later date. We also received a response from Leah B. Ratchin on April 20th. Sandy, Management Controls LLC and Q Team Inc. are also in favor of tabling the appeals pending mediation. Thank you, Leah. Helping out the ZBA board. He says, thank you for confirming. This also came on April 20th. Thank you for confirming the positions of the parties, Sandy. I will also take this opportunity to disclose that in anticipation of this request. I advise the chair that so long as all parties join the request, then it is my opinion that temporarily tabling the matter at this juncture is procedurally valid, and I will recommend that the board grant the request. I also advise that this decision is ultimately up to the board and must be made in open session on the 26th. So that is out there. I'm gonna, Attorney Wagner, if there's anything additional you want to add to that, please feel free. If not, we will go ahead and continue on with this. I see you shaking your head. So board members, we've been requested by all parties in regards to these, all matters of old business, 5 applications, different businesses, all are in agreement that they would like to have these matters tabled, continue to be tabled. Our own attorney is advising that that would be appropriate as well, but it is ultimately our decision as to whether we do this. I'm going to open it up for discussion. My own opinion is that if there's a chance for mediation and there's a chance for sides to work this out without having to go through us, I would welcome that. And in addition, given that no one is here to represent these sides, it would be difficult to make a good decision with regards to notices of violation. So I open it up. Greg, Fred, Tom.
I'll take a stab at it. I generally agree. I think if there's an opportunity that both parties want to work to come up with a resolution outside of us deciding one for them, I welcome that as well.
I agree with that too, that they should
I'm in support of letting the lawyers do their jobs and see if they can mediate the thing. I just have a question for either Alex or our attorney. When the mediation is resolved, hopefully, will the ZBA see it and approve it, or is it just, what's the process?
So I can take a stab on that. That's really going to depend on how the parties resolve the matter. Regardless, I would expect that the parties will provide an update of some kind to the board, and presumably they'll do that soon after the mediation concludes. And I guess I'll add, regardless, procedurally, the board will need to do something with the appeals, but that'll be dictated by the results of the mediation and what the parties request.
Thank you.
So I'm assuming, well, I have to ask a procedural question. Typically, if we wanted to move on to old business, we would make a motion to untable something that had been put on the table. Since something is already on a table, is there any need to make any sort of motion? Or do we just, do we need to make a motion to continue to keep these items tabled? I'm not sure procedurally what's the appropriate thing to do here.
I would advise that you make a motion to grant the parties' requests to table the 5 appeals listed on the agenda pertaining to 18 and 24, 18 Fernwood and 28 White. What's the street address?
Whitetail Lane parts, but I'm gonna say so moved. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. So all in favor of continuing to keep these items tabled until our next May meeting. In favor, David Murch, yes. Fred?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Very good. All that's the draft decision for you regarding notice of violation for 19 Fernwood Road, the one that we discussed at our last meeting. Given that that particular item is tabled, I'm assuming that this item is not applicable for our meeting tonight.
I would agree. You should take it up when we take these matters up again. However, board members can certainly reach out to work on, get a head start on incorporating any board comments, corrections, revisions on that draft, and then present a revised draft incorporating or adding those comments.
I move on to new business. My ZBA members, do you have any further questions regarding any of this to discuss or bring up with Attorney Wagner?
I do.
All right, I'm all good too. So,
Chairman Roger?
Yes.
Do you need me for the rest of the evening?
We do not. Please feel free to leave and have yourself a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you for your help. Good night. So moving on our agenda, new business, applicant Melissa Sargent, location 11 Tarkin Hill Road, map lot 011, description setback reduction. So I do see that Melissa is here. Before Melissa, we move on. Well, typically, then we'll take some time to ask, the board will, to ask you some questions. Then we'll also open this up for public comment. If anybody for, opposed, or neutral can have a chance to discussion in conjunction with our ordinances. Before we move on to that though, Alex and Sandy, I just need you to be with me here. One of our questions I had was the application indicates that this property is in zone R. The survey, the boundary survey that we received indicated that this for zoning that the parcel is located within RR, so rural residential, not residential. I sent an email to Sandy on April, the District of Rural Residential. For Sandy, she says, I've checked with the assessing department and assessing has it listed in the records as R for rural. However, we're in the zoning map and the zoning map is indicating that this property is rural residential. Sandy or Alex, do you have any further comment to that? If not, we're going to proceed with this property being as rural residential and not rural as indicated in the application.
Hold on one sec.
Thank you.
So I am seeing it shown as it being in the rural zone, I believe. It looks like RR, rural residential, is everything on subdivision is all in rural, from what I can tell.
Because when Kurt looked at it, he thought that it was RR, but the color.
So the lot that we are looking at is the, well, it's right in here. And I can actually circle it. You can see the light teal color that I just circled.
Yeah.
So.
Perfect.
Definitely helpful. And I guess given that, yeah, I'm gonna follow up after our discussion.
So I guess to answer the question, the survey is incorrect and the application is.
Okay. I guess procedurally, I'm gonna have to have some thoughts on this, but okay, so. Give me a moment to do this here. Okay. So Melissa, if you can go ahead and just give us a quick background of what you're looking to accomplish with regards to this application request for setback reductions. I will state out loud as well that there was a site walk held on this property. Too many papers here. Both Greg Dean and Fred Miller were unable to attend. So go ahead, Melissa, please go ahead and just let us know that the survey itself is incorrect. Certainly the assessment that the property is within rural residential zone is incorrect. And the rural,
okay,
they're defined in the boundary survey, do not match those which are specific to the rural zone, which is what the property.
We are required to have a 30-foot setback reduction from the Tarkiln Hill Road. And then because we are on a corner lot, we are required to have a 30-foot setback reduction on the private road of Shady Lane. We are looking for a 10-foot setback reduction in order to build a garage as you're facing the property to the left side. The reason being is the right side of our property has wished to build the garage. We would like the 10-foot setback reduction so we do not interfere with our well. We were also instructed by the person who I guess deals with.
Very good. Gentlemen, I'm going to hold off on a minute just discussing the setbacks, but Fred or Tom or Greg, do you have any questions for our applicant?
The dimensions, oh, it's 32 by, okay, I see it. I didn't see it there. 32 by 48. Okay.
Correct.
And this is Tom. This is Tom. The carport has a roof on it, I assume, right?
Yes.
So the actual dimension of the building is an additional 12 feet in width. Refresher for me. What's the height limitation?
In that particular zone, it's 2.5 stories.
Okay.
Just to clarify, so the 32 doesn't include the carport? Or does include the carport?
Does not.
Okay.
Melissa,
hobbies that don't include knitting, and therefore it's a garage.
Okay.
Just for his hobbies.
In this type of fashion, at least.
One.
Okay. Greg, are you done with questions?
Yep. Sorry, I yield.
Okay. This is Tom. I just have, I guess, 2 questions. One is based on the survey in that one particular corner of Tarkiln and if that's the case, then we're in that particular corner.
We'd make any modifications that were necessary.
Okay. Nice job, except he applied the wrong graphic scale to it. So it's confusing to the initial person. It's really 1 inch equals 40 feet. So.
Okay.
Just, if you're gonna go have some corrections done, you might put the right scale on it. So.
Okay, so, and then the scale being, can you repeat that?
That, down in the bottom left of the survey, there's a
Yep.
vote though.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I will go ahead then and do that. Public comment is now open. Is there anybody here tonight who would like to speak in favor of the application, but from a neutral perspective? Okay, I will go ahead then and close public comments. Before we sort of end this part of things, and then the ZBA board talk about this application, Tom, for to close out this part of the application proceeding.
Was that if we wanted to do a sewer connection or a water connection, that wouldn't be a problem. That was the stipulation, is my understanding.
Any additional dwelling units. So what she's talking about is the creation of a dwelling unit. I think you could actually do some, finished space, put a bathroom in, stuff like that, but you just can't turn it into an apartment.
Sounds good. So we'll sort of close things out now in terms of the application and the discussion of it with our applicant and with the public. I have opened up our Town of Raymond's land use ordinances that have been defined for this district. Our front setbacks are 40 feet. Properties in rural residential, slightly different setback to look at than what's defined in the boundary survey. This property that are considered front in this property, and that it is bounded at least on two sides by roads. Can you confirm for us how we should be looking at this? Is this a property with multiple front sides? And if not, can you, on the record, please confirm for us which side of this property should be considered the front?
Yeah, definitely. So without making it more complicated than it needs to be, the way that I would view this under our current ordinance is this lot only has a single front lot line. It has a front road, and then you have a sideline where Shady Lane is. I certainly wouldn't view this as having two front lot lines, especially considering they don't even have legal access to the Shady Lane side. I would say it only has one front.
Okay, thank you, Alex.
Yeah.
So before I go any further, board members, do we have any questions in regards to the correct setback?
Clarify maybe, you're saying, again, kind of combining the two corrections or the two modifications is, what we're saying is there's a 40-foot setback from Tarkland Road, which would be the front of the property, and then 20 on each side, and then what's irrelevant would be the rear.
Or our setback reduction would be 20 feet for the front and none for the side, correct?
Yes, correct.
Hey, David,
So,
can you
yes,
can you excuse me for like 1 minute?
Of course, yep. So what we'll do next, I know Tom will be back, he'll be quick to catch up. What we'll do is I will be going to
sorry, David.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
While we're kind of in this pause, should we compose structure? I don't know how we handle that in the past, but my understanding is that
Point, Greg, we probably need to reevaluate that request. I'll go ahead and if you want to sort of frame that out for me, as I look through review the applicability there, sort of confirm that what now is being asked of in this request, given the changes in setbacks. So we
in Tom and David's thoughts on it is that way the results might be more meaningful.
can allow for a 20-foot setback reduction, which I think would essentially, if somebody can sort of review that map with me, but, and if that's the case, is this something that can be like amended on the fly? Yep.
Is there a, well, I'll let you take it.
Yeah, I guess I'll put this question out there. Alex, you can sort of confirm it for us if we're sort of going down the wrong route, but I'm wondering if this is something in which we offer the area that Tom pointed out, or we could just potentially move forward with what's been requested and potentially official to our applicant.
And so, and the issue, just to, I guess, kind of make it a little bit easier to understand, you guys are allowed to go down to 2017 or whatever it is on the front. So that's the issue, right? Right now that they've gone beyond the 20, which is the minimum you guys can grant. So, or the max you can grant. So, you know, it's a tough one because you could, I suppose, possibly review this and approve it conditioned on that concern, but.
And bring him up to date on this meeting. And then I can let you know via email if we can approach this at the May meeting. If we can like table it and bring it to the May meeting with updated, so if he needs more time. He has a.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, Melissa, you would be okay with us tabling this boundary survey for us to review?
Correct. The question, or well, one of the questions I have, is it going to cost me another 400?
Additional information from you. So there's no additional fees associated with this.
And the other thing is I can certainly.
That we need to have before May is.
You're all good, Melissa? Do you have... So Sandy raise your hand, so I'm guessing Sandy.
Yeah, because then I can send it to all of you. That way we know what's gone where.
She can make sure Alex gets the information as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, oh, you're very welcome. So moving on in our agenda, code.
Being an administrative appeal, we had the time frame.
Right.
So I'll make sure he knows that.
And they can't just assume that items will be tabled. We can, so I'm gonna put this out there to the board is we're getting we're just looking for setback reductions or other types of duration, and we can see where our next agenda takes us. Sandy, we've got 4 board members right now.
Right, but we wanted to get a full complement.
To fit them in. So again, it comes back to that sort of extremely long agenda. Step off, but is there anybody at this point considering stepping down? Okay.
Well, if we need to have some special scheduling.
Possible, I don't know, Sandy or Alex, that we split up and do like a 4-hour session for new business.
Just check with the attorney on that.
And just sort
of. Evening. This is the organizational meeting for the Budget Finance Committee. I'm going to call